Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Donington Park for day 2 of our Classic Sports Car Club meeting, celebrating, amongst other things, their 20th anniversary as a racing club, and hugely successful they are too. And interestingly, in the introduction in the programme from John Hammersley, who's the chairman of the Classic Sports Car Club, he mentions that this is only the second time that the Classic Sports Car Club have raced on the full Grand Prix circuit, the first being in 2017. So we're rather honoured, aren't we? We've got the full Melbourne loop included in the race, which adds a little bit of addition, well, probably 2 overtaking places, both of them very good indeed. That's down into the Melbourne hairpin and up into Goddard's. So racing is starting a little bit early. The cars have been released already, and this is Alastair Douglas talking to you from the magnificent commentary tower, which is over the pit straight by the timing line. And I'm joined once again today by Kieran McGinley, who we're swapping places today, so he's going to do the driver interviews and any action in the pit lane, whilst I will cover the racing. Good afternoon, and good morning, Kieran.
Oh, good morning.
It feels like afternoon, doesn't it?
Don't get ahead of yourself, Alistair. Yeah, great to be back here, and hopefully looking at the skies, I won't say too much, but it's already looking better than it was yesterday. Feels a bit more like summer. I mean, marginally, I would have said.
Yes, definitely. Well, yesterday certainly didn't feel like summer at all, and I think actually, listening to the news, we probably had it slightly better than some parts of the country, and it was pretty awful here, but we didn't get the very high winds. We just got the lots and lots of rain. Today's programme is very full indeed. We've got a race now for the Verum Builders Open Series, which is a 40-minute mandatory pit stop race, which is very familiar to those who watch CSCC racing regularly. We've then got a qualifying session for 20 minutes for the Magnificent Sevens. The Gold Arts Mag Sevens will be out for their 20-minute qualifying session. Then we go back to racing again with the WOSP New Millennium race, which is another 40-minute mandatory pit stop race. That takes us to lunchtime, which is due at 1:20, but we were running early yesterday and we restarted racing early, so keep an eye on what's happening. After lunch, we've got our final qualifying session at 2:15, which is for the Liqui Moly Slicks. That's a 30-minute session because there are 2 drivers in that one for some of the cars, so they need a slightly longer session. Then we're racing through to close. So we've got the Gold Arts Mag 7s out first, then the Liqui Moly Slicks, then the Lohen Turbo Tim Tops will be out for their 40-minute race. Then we've got the Mag 7s again, and then the Liqui Moly Slicks closing the programme, scheduled to race till 5 to 7, which is close to the time we need to close down at 7 o'clock. So we may run early. We can run up to 20 minutes early, so keep an eye on the online information, and we'll of course let you know if we hear anything. So the first race is out on the track, and they're making their way round to the His Chicane, and it's the Verum Builders Open Series. On pole position, did you notice whether he's there? Yes, he is the number 40 Jasva Sapra Lucky Carer car. Now, Kieran, have you had start drivers? Because I haven't.
I'm afraid not, so we don't know who's starting, but hopefully we might get that info during the race.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on our texts coming in. So, number 40 on pole position. Alongside is the Petch and Petch number 2, the Ginetta, so it's BMW and Ginetta on the front row. Second row is the fire-breathing RS500 of Stephen Scott Dunwoody, who's solo driving, number 45, and alongside number 9 is Dylan Popovich in the V8 Ginetta. 45 and 9 on the second row. The third row is 41 David Harvey in his Lotus, and 177 Klaas Kuka in the BMW, which in your programme is in its 771, so just change that to 177. And one extra entry is number 27 Martin Reynolds, who is out in his 2.6 litre Escort Mark II. Cars coming round. All races are rolling starts, so they're now under the control of the Sapra Carer BMW, which is missing its rear bumper after a fairly hefty off this morning in qualifying, and they're away for their 40-minute race up to Redgate for the first time, and it is indeed the BMW from pole position that leads into the right-hander at Redgate, followed by the blue Ginetta, which is Dylan Popovich, got ahead of the Petch and Petch Ginetta, the white one, going down into Redgate. They're going down now the hill through the magnificent Craner curves, and through into second place goes the Petch Ginetta, passing Popovic on the braking for the right-hander at the old hairpin, and Stephen Scott Dunwoody in the Sierra RS 500 in 4th place.
Yeah, it was an initial good start there from Scott Dunwoody, but they seemed to get a little bit caught up in turn 1 and actually lost the position he started from. So it was a bit unfortunate there from him, but David Harvey is there in 5th place at the moment. But as our leaders make their way now through in towards Coppice for the very first time, and just in that last qualifying session we did have some fluid down at Coppice, so drivers might have to be a little bit careful going through there. There might be a little bit less grip than they expected.
Yeah, that seemed to be on the right-hand side of the track, didn't it? And there doesn't seem to be any dust coming up, so perhaps they've all been warned in the marshalling area before they came out onto track. But it's the BMW that still leads. But up into second place, halfway around, was the Petch and Petch Ginetta, and it looks to me to be closing on the BMW slightly as they go through the Melbourne hairpin, then power up the hill towards Goddard's. Another good overtaking opportunity into the left-hander at Goddard's, but no activity at the front of the field. They're all running line astern, and in 6th place is the Martin Reynolds Escort. Just ahead is the Lotus, the blue and black car, the number 41 Lotus 340R. As they go down into Redgate, Popovic's power takes him past briefly into second place, but then through back into second goes the Petch Ginetta, so no change to the order once they get to Redgate. Once again going down the hill, two very different, similar looking Ginettas, apart from the colour, but very different engines up front.
Yeah, absolutely, and that initially helped Popovic there, but Petch was able to get back down the inside and get the position there, so that might be two Ginettas swapping positions time after time, lap after lap, and that's only going to help the pairing of Jasper Sapra and Liqui Kera, because if the two behind are battling, they can try and focus on their own race. Scott Dunwoody there in 4th place as well. Behind him is 5th place David Harvey in that number 41 there. You can see making their way through in towards Coppice now. It seems to be a case now Harvey's going to put the pressure now on Stephen Scott Dunwoody as they now make their way on towards the S's.
And Petch in fact is starting to put some pressure onto the BMW as well, so into the left and right at the Fogarty S's. Did I say Hizzies earlier? I didn't. That's a different motorcycle rider. Sorry, Foggy S's into the Melbourne Loop, and round they go. And yeah, very much closer is the number 2 Ginetta of Harry and Chris Petch as they come up the hill into the left-hander at Goddard's. And just mentioned briefly at the start of the race there that the grey BMW that was in pole position actually had quite a hefty off at Melbourne. Right at the end of the session. We don't know who was actually driving at the time, but went through the gravel and hit the Tech Pro barriers at the bottom of the hill there, and it initially looked as though there was quite a bit of damage, but the Jasper Sapra Liqui Kera team have got that car out remarkably in a very short space of time.
Yeah, they have indeed, and one who's been a really good starter is the 129 Tommy Grout. He started 14th place. He's currently up into 7th place, so 7 positions gained on his race start. He's having a grand old time out there, and he'll be looking to see if he can close in on the next car, which would be 6th place is the number 27, which is Martin Reynolds.
Yes, Martin Reynolds running his Escort today. There was an extra entry in this race, but he is a familiar sight at the CSCC meetings, and that's got the 2.6, almost 2.59 litre Millington engine up front in that Escort Mark II, so very different to the type of car you might have bought all those years ago.
Got a battle here going on between Scott Dunwoody and of David Harvey then as they made their way towards the S's, but the top 3 have bunched together, and in fact Dylan Popovic is now ahead of the Petch pairing in the Ginetta, and he now could try and challenge away of that number 40, the Jasper Sapra Liqui Kera BMW, as they now make their way in towards the Melbourne hairpin. But it's great to see this is a 5-car battle for the lead of the race.
That's funny, isn't it? Popovic didn't seem to really be quite there, but he's suddenly found another gear, and now he's past Petch, the 2 Petches, and he's right on the tail of the Sapra Kera BMW as they come through Goddard's. The BMW slightly quicker through the left-hander. Oh, and Petch makes a mistake in Goddard's, and whether he missed a gear or has he got a problem, because he's slightly slow down the pit straight into Redgate. But up front, the Popovic Ginetta is right on the tail of the leader, Jasper Liqui as they come down the hill through the Craner curves, and the rumbling V8 in the front of that Ginetta pulling him right up onto the tail of the BMW, the tail which is slightly shorter for this race, having its bumper missing.
Yeah, it was as they were carrying out some recoveries of the previous qualifying session that they managed to get the car on towards the assembly area, and clearly the scrutineers passed it and deemed it safe to race, so they managed to take their place on the front of the grid. But now they do find themselves under that bit of pressure from Dylan Popovic as they now make their way out of Coppice and onto the back straight towards the Fogarty S's. And this might be a case of when and not if for Popovic. He gets himself alongside but has to back out of it. He backed out of that move then, Dylan Popovic, so remains in second place, and he's got a new Chevrolet engine that he put in the car in 2022, so it may be a case that the tyres just needed warming up so that they could cope with the grip and the grunts that the new engine has underneath him.
And a change for, we saw that across the line when that slow exit from Goddard's for Petch, but he's not managed to get back past Stephen Scott Dunwoody yet in the RS 500, and he's definitely got a problem, hasn't he? I wonder if he's missing a gear, because the leader had a half spin at Goddard, so the leader's changed. Popovic takes the lead, and the BMW number 40 comes through in 5th place. So, and changes going on behind as well. There's definitely the Harry Petch number 2 Ginetta, Harry and Chris Petch, it has some sort of issue, because again it was slow down the pit straight, and unless it's an engine issue, we can't really hear from up here. It could well be that it's stuck in one gear or missing a gear, because it's slow on the straights.
Yeah, David Harvey managed to get past, but here comes the Petch machine then, the Ginetta down the inside at the old hairpin, back up to speed then, as they now make their way back up the order. But Popovic leads them from Scott Dunwoody, and then it's the Petch Ginetta as they now make their way upwards now towards McLean's. But really great battle here for 3rd place, and that is the BMW, the number 40, making its way down the inside of Harvey then, as they make their way, or made their way through in towards McLean's and now up towards Coppice. And we now have Sapra and Kara, the BMW, moving up to 4th place.
So recovered 1 place after that half spin at Goddard's, but he was under pressure from Dylan Popovic, so Popovic is now in the lead, and they're coming through the Fogarty S's down towards the Melbourne hairpin, and the battle is on again for 2nd place. Stephen Scott Dunwoody is now up into 2nd, having got past the Petch Ginetta, but the Ginetta seems to be coming back at him. Now, will he be slow up the hill? Yes, he is. He's not as quick as you'd expect, so I suspect he's stuck in 1 gear, maybe 4th, something like that, so it's a little bit slow out of the slower corners. And Popovic comes through, completes another lap. Number 9 leads. 2nd place is number 45, Stephen Scott Dunwoody. 3rd is just number 2, the Petch Ginetta, but that gets passed on the run down into Redgate by the Jasper Sapra Liqui Kara BMW, but then it switches back again because Petch is quicker through Redgate, and all the time at the back of that group is the little Lotus, which is number 41 of David Harvey.
Yeah, Stephen Scott Dunwoody in 2nd place will be relishing the fact that the 2 cars behind him are battling away, swapping positions seemingly every single corner, because it allows him to see if he can build a gap to 3rd place there, although the Sapra BMW seems to have built a little bit of a gap then, and the Petch Ginetta starts closing in now on Stephen Scott Dunwoody as the quintet now make their way through in towards Coppice. Dylan Popovic, though, with the fastest lap of the race as well, I believe said a couple of laps ago, 1 minute 40.901. He's still lapping quicker than those behind him as well, by about 0.4 of a second to Stephen Scott Dunwoody. So comfortable there. We've had in the pit lane then the number 139, that's Chris Boone, who started this race in 9th place. He's come into the pits, and that is outside.
It is outside.
So yeah, the pit window.
Just about to briefly tell you about the pit window, which will open in 2 seconds. So that's really unfortunate for Chris Boone, because he could have counted this as his mandatory stop, although it looks like the car is going no further because he's pulling straight into the paddock, so that's irrelevant anyway. But the pit window is now open. It opens after 10 minutes of the race and closes after 15 minutes with 15 minutes to go.
Oh, spin there. Sorry to interrupt you. That's the Petch Ginetta at the final corner. Has had a spin, and maybe those gearbox issues are coming back to haunt it. If they were stuck in one gear, they can't get that car back underway. Meanwhile as well, David Harvey trying to get past. There we can see on the stream there, the car lurched forward, so it's clearly still running, but it's a case of if there is an issue with it, as you highlighted before, Alistair, it might get trouble getting away. It has got away now as it's making its way down the start-finish straight, but that's a lot of time lost for the Petch Ginetta.
He comes through in 7th place, so it does seem that there is some sort of mechanical issue, and it's the most likely is gearbox by the looks of it, which is a real shame.
I did notice, though, the Petch Ginetta was taking the final corner very wide as to try and keep the momentum it already had. So perhaps, yeah, those gearbox issues, if they are there, they're rearing their head as David Harvey looking to see if he can find a way back past the Saprakera BMW as they now make their way out of Coppice. The battle now for 3rd place. In all of that as well, David Harvey looking for a move then. He goes to the right-hand side of the track as they make their way now towards the Fogarty S's. Has he got the move done? I think he's just about got a nose ahead then. It turns into the corner and David Harvey moves ahead of the BMW of Sapra and Kera. Tommy Grout also now up into 5th place. Bearing in mind he started 14th. He's having a really good time out there.
In the BMW, yes, yet another BMW. Very popular car in this class of racing. So Popovic comes up to Goddard's to complete another lap in the lead, number 9. And in 2nd place, we're expecting the white Sierra, which decides to take its pit stop. So Stephen Scott Dunwoody is the first car to take the mandatory pit stop. The mandatory stop must be made within a 15-minute window, which is opened at 10 minutes into the race, so closes with 15 minutes of the race remaining. And everybody must come in and make that one stop. It's a 1 minute 30 timed pit stop from pit in to pit out. So it's not 1 minute 30 stationary. They must not exit the pits before 1 minute 30 is elapsed since they came in. So there's a little bit of calculation to do in terms of how long does it take to drive through the pit lane. And we did see yesterday some penalties handed out. 30-second penalty is given if you are short on your pit stop, even if it's 0.1 of a second. Or it could be less than that because we timed to thousandths. But we saw some yesterday around 0.5, 0.7 of a second, which is really unfortunate, but that's the rule. Yes. So we will see everybody come in the next 10 minutes or so. Next car in is the number 189 Honda of Mark Carey, who's driving solo. Solo drivers don't have to get out of the car, and they can leave the engine running. But if you are sharing your car, obviously you have to get out to swap drivers, but you must also turn the engine off because that's a safety issue with the engine running when there's nobody in the car. So, but with a 1 minute 30 total stop time, it doesn't really disadvantage the dual drivers. As Stephen Scott Dunwoody makes his way back onto the track, now he's definitely a contender for a win, a very quick car, and he was right there when he came into the pits. And of course now we won't really know the running order properly until all the pit stops have unwound.
Yeah, he rejoined right behind the 219 there. That's the Terence Dolphin and Matthew Potter Focus Mark 1. So he was just a little bit caught up there, but he's now cleared that little bit of traffic. Now he can press on and see how much time he can gain as well. That means then the 129 moves up into 4th place then. There is the 189. That's Mark Carey in his Honda Integra Type R, that Model for Heroes machine. And yeah, looking to better the 3rd place in class that they got in the tin tops when they raced in Snetterton this year. I haven't really finished higher than that, but this I believe this is their first outing in the Open Series here in 2023 here at the Classic Sports Car Club. They are more known for racing now in the New Millennium Series, I believe. Or yes, in the New Millennium Series.
Well, Stephen Scott Dunwoody's had a difficult year. He's had a gearbox breakage, he's had an engine failure, and I'm afraid he's just done a short pit stop as well. 1:29.427 was his pit stop time. So I make that just over half a second short.
We have a car that's stopped on the run down towards the hairpin. It's Martin Reynolds, who's pulled the car off to the left-hand side and has retired from this race. It's a big shame then for Martin Reynolds. As you said, he was a late entry in the car that's the Ford Escort Mark II. Unfortunately, is no further competing in this race.
Scott Dunwoody goes through after his pit stop, sitting in 10th place, but by my reckoning he will get a short stop penalty, which based on yesterday will be a 30-second penalty.
Yeah, and that's what 0.6 of a second we were short by, was Scott Dunwoody, so that will be an extra 30 seconds. But we have seen them, you know, not necessarily overall, but the driving has been, you know, to drive a little bit faster, 0.2 faster a lap maybe. But if there is some sort of full course yellow, which looking like it, the yellow flags have been withdrawn, but I think Scott Dunwoody would have been a little bit concerned at the very start of that when the yellow flags were first put out. That's your way to cool the engine if you're watching the stream. Put a leaf blower on it. That will do the trick. Ross Irvine there, who is also racing in the slicks as well in that VW Golf GTI Mark 1.
So the order at the moment, the leading cars, none of them have done a pit stop. It's still Dylan Popovich, number 9, who leads in the V8 Ginetta. Second place is number 41, the Lotus of David Harvey. In third place is number 40, the Jasper Sapra Lucky Carer BMW, the grey one. In fourth place is number 129, who's as you've said already, having a really, really good race. And that's come up from, where was he on the grid, did you say?
14th.
14th on the grid. Tommy Grout in his BMW M3, running in fourth place. In fifth place is the Petch and Petch Ginetta, the white one, which we think has perhaps gearbox issues. And then in sixth place is number 771, which is the Claas Kuka BMW M3, which I thought was running as 177, but it's changed to 771 now on the screen. As in comes the Lotus now, so the car that was in second place is in the pit lane, and also in comes the number 16 BMW, which is David Nunes. He had a good race yesterday in one of the other races that he can take this car into, and a really, really good run. Where is he lying pre-pit stops? 9th place for David Nunes. Also in is the number 129 BMW of Tommy Grout, who's been having such a good run so far.
Yeah, really good first stint then, so a chance to take a breather after that start and, you know, get a bit of a system reset and push on for the second part of this race, where if he can get that home, he's got a really good result on his hands after qualifying today. But we can see on the screen there, there is your Petch Ginetta, which is currently in fourth place. Now, we won't be until we get to the line before we discover what the difference is between Petch and Harvey. But what we do know is that they're now rejoined in that one, and well, the simple fact of the matter is that Petch has got to see what he can do from this position. If there are those issues, have they stopped yet? No, they haven't. So
no, they haven't.
And of course, they had that spin that cost a lot of time, and they've still got to make their mandatory stop.
And it's going to be tough getting away from that stop as well if they are stuck in a high gear. The Lotus goes back out on track again. David Harvey, number 41, has done his stop, and he's just over the 1:30 before he exits, so he will not be under the permitted time. In comes the BMW number 40, which was in the hands of either Jasper Sapra or Lucky Carer. Now let's have a look if I can see who's getting in.
At the moment as well, it's just coming in on our race control that the Carer and Sapra BMW has got a 5-second time penalty for track limits. So that's even more woe to them. But we'll see who jumps in to the BMW to take over.
It's Lucky.
So Lucky Carer's got to deal with the 5-second penalty on top of that as well.
Yeah, Jazz Sapra got out, Lucky Carer getting in, which would have been my guess, because I think it's Jazz's car. So there's Jazz just on your live stream, if you are watching on the live stream, just leaning in, talking to Lucky as they wait. And you can see very clearly there the missing bumper, and the damage very hastily repaired by the team to get that car out in this race.
It was fine margins to get that car out as well, but they did. And they're doing a really good job. It's a real commendment for the team, as there's Koika in the 771 who's now come in to make a pit stop there, and he's previously raced in a BMW M235i Turbo. In that he's in the BMW M3 today, at 3.2 litre machine.
We're still owed a pit stop by the leader, Dylan Popovic. He's got another 4.5 minutes to make the stop, but he's coming in now. He's decided to come in now. He's stuck a little bit behind a Jaguar, which looks to be going quite a bit less than the pit lane speed limit, which is quite frustrating for Dylan Popovic, but he stays behind and trickles his way past as they go down to their places where their teams are waiting for them. So the leader in, Dylan Popovic, will start now to see a better idea of the order once we've had another couple of laps and everything's unwound. But looks as though Popovic should come back out into the lead with 12 laps completed by the number 9 Ginetta. Currently in second place, 1 lap down, but of course having done its stop, is the number 40 BMW, now driven by Liqui.
Yeah, and after those pit stops as well, Scott Dunwoody and Harvey are battling on the same piece of tarmac. But if we have a look at our pit stop times as well, we do see that Stephen Scott Dunwoody, as you mentioned earlier, Alistair, 7/10 shy of that minimum 90-second pit lane time. So we are expecting him to receive a penalty later on in this race. The exclamation mark hasn't come up yet, probably because the pit window is still open. So once the pit window closes, that will be assessed, reviewed, and I'm sure the clerk of the course will deem or apply penalties as deemed fit, as the number 40 Safra Kera BMW, Liqui Kera, now behind the wheel, also has a 5-second penalty for track limits. That'll be added to the end of that machine's race time. So in essence, Liqui Kera's got to do even more now.
And that battle you mentioned a few minutes ago, just going over the line and into Redgate, that's the white Sierra RS500, which is now almost with Dylan Popovic, who's come out of the pit lane. I think he went a bit wide at Redgate there, came out of the pit lane, a little bit eager on the throttle. They're going down the hill towards the old hairpin. And right behind is the battle between Stephen Scott Dunwoody and David Harvey, which is for position. They're all on 12 laps. So Popovic, did he lose some time in his pit stop? Because he did a 1:33.623, which is over the permitted time, unless he had a... Did he have a penalty?
It's the Open Series, so there are no penalties.
There are
no winners' penalties. So
the reason I asked was because he's in red on our timing screen, which usually means you're under your time. But
yes.
Anyway, we'll worry about that later.
Yeah, we'll leave that to the clerk of the course.
So good battle for the lead then, and we'll see them come round shortly. They're over, I think, at Coppice at the moment, the leaders, or maybe on their way down into the chicane. Yeah, they're in the chicane. They're coming through. It's 1, 2, 3 for the lead of the race. Down the hill into the Melbourne hairpin. Popovic leads in the number 9 Ginetta. Second place is the 45 Scott Dunwoody Sierra, and in third place is the 41 Lotus of David Harvey. Those three are battling for the lead, although subject to confirmation from the clerk of the course, it may be that, I'm afraid, that Scott Dunwoody gets a penalty for a short pit stop, but we'll have a little marker come up on our screen if that is the case, as they come out onto the pit straight once again, and it is still Popovic leading Scott Dunwoody, and then through to the inside goes David Harvey, trying to outbrake into the right-hander at Redgate, but he doesn't quite make it, so Scott Dunwoody holds on to that second place. David Harvey, good effort there, trying to take the much lighter Lotus down the inside of the powerful Sierra Cosworth. Down through the Craner curves they go, sweeping down into the old hairpin, and still David Harvey snapping at the heels of the Sierra as they go up the hill now through Schwantz curve into McLean's. But this is all letting Dylan Popovic just ease away a little bit in that lead Ginetta as they go through McLean's along the top to the highest point of the circuit up at Coppice, which is a long double apex right-hander that leads onto the long straight down to the Foggy S's. And once again, David Harvey's alongside, and I think has actually gone ahead. No, he has. He's almost ahead, but Scott Dunwoody holding the inside line, hoping to come back through, but David Harvey takes over second place. Good move there, late on the brakes, down into the chicane, and takes over second from Stephen Scott Dunwoody now, down into the right-hander at the Melbourne hairpin.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mixed bag for David Harvey in the Classic Sports Car Club in 2023. He does have a win under his name this season, but there's been a lot of non-finishes as well on top of that. So it'll be great for him, of course, to see what he can do in the latter stages with less than 15 minutes left to run. He's now in a position where he can challenge Dylan Popovic for the lead of this race.
And an extra 5 seconds, I'm afraid, added to the penalty time for number 40, the grey BMW, Liqui, which has now racked up another track limit penalty. So 10-second penalty now for number 40. No indication on the screen yet of any penalty for number 45, so we'll keep an eye on that. But at the moment, he's dropped a place anyway, because that great move from David Harvey on the brakes for the chicane last time around. And as you say, now in a position perhaps to challenge for the lead of the race.
Yeah, that's Liqui, of course, getting those track limits. Of course, they're applied to the car, the entry, not the driver. So it's a case now that Liqui has to, well, be mindful that every time he exceeds track limits now, it's going to be some sort of penalty rather than a warning. So he's got to be careful now. And as you say, 10 seconds now that'll be added to their race time at the end of the race. It'll be tough to see if they can get a podium out of this one, but I mean, take nothing away from the team, what they've done to get that car onto this grid, to take their place on pole position in the first place.
The leader's coming down into the Melbourne hairpin, and where's David Harvey?
Yeah, I was thinking that. Where is David Harvey?
I saw him come out of Coppice, so he must be stopped on the straight down into the chicane.
Yes.
Oh, there he is.
On the back straight, yeah, he's pulled off onto the grass.
Oh dear. So we've got fixed cameras and we're able to see, and now it's picked up on the live stream. If you're watching that, you can see him parked up. Saw him come out of Coppice in second place and about to start talking about him challenging for the lead, but I'm afraid David Harvey is climbing out of his Lotus after some sort of mechanical failure, pulled off to the side of the track on the straight down into the chicane.
Yeah, it's a huge shame. Huge shame there.
Into the pit lane comes Stephen Scott Dunwoody.
He's facing up the track rather than down it.
Oh, maybe so a spin then.
Perhaps a spin, yeah. And I can just see on the fixed cameras there is a little bit of a grass trail that shows that he was already sideways as he went in. So I think he managed to stop the car. I don't think he hit the wall, but there is now a mechanical flag, black and orange flag for the number 40. So Liqui will now have to visit the pit lane because now it does get worse. When it rains, it pours now for that BMW.
And also a retirement straight into the pit garage for Stephen Scott Dunwoody, which was a car we were expecting to see challenging for the podium, although we think was going to get a penalty, but he's pulled into the pits. So a retirement for number 45, Stephen Scott Dunwoody, which leaves number 9, Dylan Popovic, with a comfortable lead now over the grey BMW number 40, which has not only racked up 10 seconds of track limit penalties, it's now got the what David Ashton calls the meatball flag, which is a reasonable explanation, I suppose. The orange disc, which means that you need to call into the pits because the observers have noticed something which may be loose or dangerous on your car. So you must call in. Yeah, and the main point of that as well is that it's an issue that may not be obvious to the driver. Absolutely, so they might be driving around thinking everything's absolutely fine, but they might not necessarily know that something's hanging off the rear of the car. Popovic goes through. We've got 10 3/4 minutes remaining in the race. The pit window is now closed. Everybody has done their pit stops. So everybody has completed the pit stops within the allotted time. So there goes Liqui. Now he's seen for definite the, as you said, the meatball flag. So not only does he have to come into the pits to get that assessed, and they'll have to converse about what is wrong with the car, what they'll have to do to get it back up to standard, to get it back out onto track.
but it also is going to promote that number 2 Ginetta that's had all sorts of issues. The tail steps out in the Petch Ginetta coming out of the final corner, but that car is now going to be up into second place once Kera brings that car in. And also, this could be a really good shout as well for Tommy Grout, who, when he last crossed the line, was in 5th place. He'll gain a couple of positions as well, and he could be in with a shout for an overall podium here, could Tommy Grout.
Very good chance, because even if he doesn't catch the Petch Ginetta, which he may well do, what was his last lap time? 47, Petch Ginetta 46.7, so they're about the same pace. But of course, Kera has got to call into the pits in the number 40 BMW, so that will lose him at least a minute.
Yeah.
If they can get whatever is hanging loose off the car very quickly, probably around 45 seconds or a minute just to drive through and stop very briefly. So this puts Popovic in a very commanding position now in the number 9 Ginetta. He comes round again to complete lap 17. Crosses the timing line, 17 laps completed. He also has the fastest lap with a 1:40.901. Second place should be the BMW, but it's quite likely he'll come into the pits. Yes, he is. So Liqui Kera, being the excellent competitor that he is, comes straight in as soon at the first opportunity after seeing the orange and black flag, and he'll make his way down. The team are ready for him. Let's keep an eye on what's happening with the car, whether they can spot what the problem is. In fact, they aren't particularly rushing around. So I think that... Oh, now they're sending him out again. Okay, so whatever it was on the left-hand side, just ahead of the rear wheel. One of the team just under the car there, and another team member then waved Liqui out again. So he didn't lose perhaps as much time as he might have done.
Yeah, and I think he'll be relieved at that one as well, because he knows there's that 10-second penalty looming over the car once they do cross the line and take the checkered flag. So we'll see what the gap is between the next car when they all come through again.
Well, it was 40 seconds in pit in to pit out for Liqui Kera. He lost on that one, plus the 10, so he's dropped 50 seconds altogether, assuming he doesn't cross track limits again. With 7.5 minutes remaining, Dylan Popovic is about to come out of Goddard's and complete lap 18. So he goes across the line. The next car should be the white Ginetta of Harry and Chris Petch. I don't actually see it yet. Hasn't appeared. Here he comes now through the S's and down into the Melbourne hairpin, number 2. The car, I did notice now it's a little bit quieter and he came through on his own. He is changing gear, but I suspect that he's lost the lower gears that he needs for the Melbourne hairpin and Goddard's. But as he goes along the Wheatcroft Straight, he does actually change up a couple of gears. So maybe got 4th, 5th and 6th or something like that.
Yeah, which is okay for the majority of this circuit where it's quite free-flowing, but once you get to the S's and the hairpin, and then at Goddard's as well, where you really do need the lower end of the gearbox, yeah, that's where the car will start to struggle.
Well, we have an interesting situation now, because your man Grout, who's having a really good run, is 5 3/4 seconds behind the Petch's Ginetta, the slightly disabled Ginetta, with, we think, gearbox problem, and he's running nearly 3 seconds a lap quicker, is Grout now. So should, within a couple of laps, be within challenging distance of second place for 129. And Liqui Kera is in there as well. Liqui Kera, where's he? A further 4.9 seconds behind. Obviously a slow lap last time around because he came into the pits, but capable of perhaps battling for second. And then we've got to add 10 seconds to his time at the end.
We do indeed, and yeah, it's going to be a very interesting run to the checkered flag as we head towards the final 5 minutes of this race. But Dylan Popovic at the moment a commanding lead right now, and looking in a really good place at the moment. And Tommy Grout here, is he closing, did you say, on that
yes,
Petch
he is.
Ginetta? So,
yeah. So coming out of Melbourne hairpin, the second, third and fourth place cars, the white Ginetta number 2, the white and black BMW number 129 and the grey BMW number 40, all challenging for that second place as they come out onto the Wheatcroft Straight and along towards Redgate. A bit of a moment in Goddard's for Lucky Kerr, a bit sideways in there. Just locked up going into Goddard, so lost a bit of time. But looking at our timing screen, the gap second to third is now down to 3.1 and third to fourth is 2.8. So both gaps have closed significantly. We've got 4¼ minutes remaining. So this battle is going to go right to the wire, as it often happens, although Dylan Popovic way out in front with a lead of some 52 seconds.
Yeah, he's in control, isn't he? And he knows he doesn't have to go at full pelt anymore, and that shows and reflects in the lap times. It's just a case now of just get this car home, get the victory in hand as well. And yeah, it was a great opening few laps as well before the pit window opened between the 5 cars, but unfortunately 2 of them have been wounded and out of the race. We've got Lucky Kerr who has got the 10-second penalty, and he's had the little bit of issues with the car. The Petch Ginetta's also had issues throughout this race and since the really early stages, and it's allowed Popovic to really take control of this race, grasp it with both hands.
And coming down into the Melbourne hairpin now, this battle for second, and Grout goes through on the inside, and they're side by side through the hairpin, and he's gone through. So the number 129 BMW of Tommy Grout takes that second place away from the Petches, and now Lucky Kerr is looming behind the white Ginetta as they come out of Goddard's. And he's almost there as well, so the 3 of them go across the line. Second place Tommy Grout, third place is Harry and Chris Petch, and not anymore though, because into Redgate Lucky Kerr takes the place away. Can he hold on to it? Is he going to run wide? No, he doesn't. So change of order there, with Tommy Grout taking second place, Lucky Kerr taking third place, and the Petch, I'm afraid, Ginetta down into fourth.
We've got a car off at the S's there, and that's the 771. So that is Klaas Koike, who spun off on the S's then and has gone backwards into the gravel trap, and as unfortunately he's getting out of the car, he's beached the car, he is out of this race in the latter stages. So unfortunately he is walking away, but his race ends there in the gravel trap and the exit of the S's.
And that is in a position that probably, with only a couple of minutes to... Oh, in fact, the checkered flag has been red. In fact, it's waving, so it's not showing on our screen, but the checkered flag has gone out. So a little bit early, perhaps because of that incident. Rather than having a safety car, they decided to put the flag out slightly early. So checkered flag goes to Dylan Popovic, number 9, who wins with 21 laps completed, and he also gets the fastest lap with a 1:40.901, set way back on lap 3 when there was a good battle going on for the lead, and he was coming through, having perhaps warmed his tyres for the first couple of laps and then really got going. And coming round now to finish in second, third and fourth places, but we think this will change with the penalty to be applied. So Lucky Kerr has got through on the road into second place ahead of Tommy Grout, number 129, so 40.129, and then the white Ginetta number 2 finishes in fourth place. But Lucky Kerr's penalty is applied immediately by the timekeepers, so he drops to fourth. So the actual finishing order, number 9, Dylan Popovic wins, 21 laps completed. Second place, number 129, Tommy Grout, also 21 laps at a gap of 53.8 seconds. And in third place, number 2, is the Harry and Chris Petch Ginetta, which certainly has been carrying some sort of problem for the whole of that race, but managed to get to third, a further 2.6 seconds behind Grout, and then penalised back to 4th place for number 40, Jasper Sapra and Liqui Kera. Also an extra pit stop as well for some damage to be repaired. They were at a further 11.6 seconds back after the penalty was applied. In 5th place, number 189 was the Honda Integra of Mark Carey on 20 laps. And in 6th place, number 11 was the Michael Holt Jaguar. In 7th, number 16, David Nunes in his BMW, and in 8th place, number 771, although he didn't finish, so he will drop out of the result in the gravel. And in 8th place, therefore, number 69, Steve Thompson's Porsche 944. In 9th place is number 39, Rob Hardy's similar 944 Porsche. And completing the top 10 is number 219, Matthew Potter and Terence Dolphin in their Ford Focus. A distinct lack of cars coming into the pit lane for Kieran to talk to. Jasper Sapra goes straight through because he's 4th, but we should hopefully get Tommy Grout's coming through. The Petch Ginetta's coming through, but we seem to have lost Dylan Popovic on that slow down lap. Unless he went through before I was watching, but so yeah, we got 2 cars down there, but Dylan Popovic is not amongst them, which is a shame. Should have a chat with him, being the winner. And Tommy Grout's gone straight through into the paddock. Oh. So I think Kieran is without anybody to talk to, because it would appear for some reason the cars have gone. Oh, Dylan Popovic, Kieran, stay down there. Dylan Popovic is yet to come in. He's just come around the Melbourne hairpin. But the other 2 went straight through and into the paddock for some reason. Not entirely sure why. So hopefully here he comes, number 9, Dylan Popovic in the Chevrolet V8 engined Ginetta will get asked to park up and have a chat with Kieran, and indeed he does. So just before, while he's getting out of the car, just to let you know, the next action on track is a qualifying session, which is for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. It's a 20-minute session, short session, because there's only 1 driver in these cars, and that will be out on track very shortly. And then when that's over, we'll be back to racing with the WOSP New Millennium race, which is the race immediately before lunch. Then we'll have a lunch break, and then we're back to qualifying for 1 session and then racing to the end of the day. So over to Kieran down in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Yeah, I'm down here now, and I've just got Dylan Popovic. As you said, Alistair, the other 2 turned down the road there. I don't think they realised. I don't really know how you can miss me, honestly, but there we go. Dylan, race winner. It looked pretty comfortable towards the end, but you had a 5-car battle at the opening stages, and your competitors all seem to sort of waver, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, I had to work for it right from the start, and yeah, my tyres were sort of not quite kicking in. I think others had a bit of a better setup. I think my car was just a bit soft for the track, but yeah, I managed to kind of reel them in one by one, and like you say, towards the end, everyone sort of started disappearing, so I kind of backed off and cruised it, brought it home. Sorry, I'm out of breath. Yeah, as you can imagine.
No, it's a new Chevrolet engine, isn't it? Installed last year. How was that today?
Yeah, engine is absolutely faultless, to be honest. But everything else seems to be the bit that needs improving. But yeah, the engine is definitely the reliable bit in the whole car. So yeah, definitely here to stay.
And I'm sure you're happier with dry running with that. How was the track out there? Because you were the first race. I think you were one of the first qualifying sessions. So was there any sort of track evolution?
Yeah, well, track was evolving, but the tyres were going the other way. So I think pretty much sort of first maybe 5 or 10 minutes were the quick laps, and I think everyone just started sort of sliding around and overheating and all that. So yeah.
You mentioned your tyres at the start of the race. So how much time did you need to actually get the heat through into the tyres to give yourself the optimum grip out there?
It's a fine line. You can either kind of really have a very heavy warm-up lap and bring the temperature up, and then you probably regret it 20 minutes in. So I was trying to kind of keep it relatively gentle, thinking I'll kind of save it for later. So I might have just missed the mark a little bit, and as you saw, the others kind of pulled off into the distance to begin with. But we got it in the end.
You got it in the end. Congratulations, Dylan. Well done on the victory, and I'll leave you to go and celebrate. And with that, then we'll go to, I believe, our next qualifying session, and we'll leave it. Actually, we might have one more driver. We might have. Let's find out. We had a couple of drivers turn down the access road just before our cameraman. Now we have to figure out: is this going to be a Petch?
Yes.
Is it a Petch? So it's either Chris or Harry. Chris Petch, right? That Ginetta then. I mean, did you start the race, or was that?
No, Harry started.
So Harry started the race, and you took over. So the Ginetta at the sort of before the pit window, there seemed to be some issues with it. What was the diagnosis there?
I think the only issue was he spun.
Oh, because we sort of saw in the commentary box that maybe there was a bit of problems that happened during the race. Is that not the case then?
I don't think so, no. I let 2 people through at the Melbourne loop because concentrated so hard on the back markers. I wasn't looking at my mirrors. And the next thing, oh my God, let them... Anyway, it made for a safe and lovely race.
It was a great race to start with. I mean, 5-car battle for the lead of the race. I mean, what was it like being a part of that?
Well, I wasn't, Harry was.
Watching on then?
Yes, we were watching on the live feed, and it was, fantastic, really good. We're pleased with the car. It's the first time out for it. It's exactly the same as our green one, which is now repaired after brands. But we're pleased, very pleased, thank you.
And on a podium for the checker flag as well, a checker flag that was slightly early. I mean, did you really benefit from an early checker flag, or would you have preferred a couple more laps?
Well, I always prefer a couple more laps. The car felt fine, the tyres were good, but it is what it is, so it's fine.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations on the podium. Well done getting that Ginetta across the line. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris Petch, then, getting the podium there. And now we go to our next qualifying session. So with that, we'll leave you to the lovely track scenery.
Welcome back to Donington Park, where the weather continues. I will say this very quietly, but the weather continues to be very pleasant indeed after a very wet day yesterday. And forecast looking reasonable, I think. We've just had a qualifying session for the Gold Arts Mag 7s, who will be out racing after lunch. We now move into our second race of today. And also this will be the last race, last action on track before lunch. So due to start in about 15 minutes, but I predict that the cars will come out as soon as possible. And the cars that will be coming out are race 8 in your programme, which is the WOSP New Millennium. This is designed for post-2000 production-based cars and racing variants. And it's the typical format of a 40-minute race with a mandatory pit stop with a 1.5-minute minimum time from pit in to pit out. About 20 seconds-ish to drive through, so about 1 minute 10 stationary in the pit lane. If you are a shared driver car, then obviously driver gets out, second driver gets in, but you must turn the engine off for safety reasons. If you're solo, then you don't have to get out and you don't have to turn the engine off. So no real advantage in terms of time because of the timed pit stop, but some drivers say it's an advantage to have been in the car for the whole race because you're used to the car and its handling characteristics and the track. I think when it's dry, like now, it's probably less of an advantage if you know the car well. But yesterday in the wet, absolutely, I would think it was an advantage to be a solo driver because you knew just where the slightly deeper water was, where it was running, I think, down into the old hairpin. Was one driver telling us in the morning there are 2 different streams come in there down the hill, which causes, we certainly had a number of cars in the gravel at the old hairpin yesterday, including the very experienced Mike Simpson, one of the bosses of Ginetta, who obviously an accomplished racer as well, racing 2 weeks ago in Portimao in British GT in a Ginetta. And even he got caught out in a Lotus Cortina. So if you're watching our live stream or if you're watching from the side of the track, you can see the marshals are out there just tidying up some bits of gravel that have got swept onto the track by cars going wide, and an absolutely excellent opportunity to say thank you very much to all our marshals, the Orange Army as they've become known, and it's pretty obvious why when you look at them. And marshals, all volunteers, but they may be volunteers, but they are very professional in the way that they work, all highly trained. And marshals appear in lots of different places around the track that you wouldn't necessarily expect, such as race control, and of course in the pits and the paddock, making sure that drivers are where they should be at the right times, as well as the more obvious positions around the track, waving the flags and looking after any incidents. And if you're interested in getting what's always been said to be the best view in the house from the banking as a marshal, then just all you need to do is get in touch with the Classic Sports Car Club or indeed Motorsport UK through their websites or any of the other clubs that run race meetings. They'll gladly put you in touch with the right people to come on what's called a taster day, which started a few years ago now, probably many as 10 years ago, where you come along to a circuit, you get placed with experienced marshals for different locations so that you can see all the different jobs that they do, and if that whets your appetite and you think, yes, I'd like to do that, then obviously you can then take it further and join a club and become a marshal. As the cars are released from the holding area on the outside of the Melbourne hairpin, they come round across the timing line and then they'll do one full lap behind the safety car, or more correctly, a pace car in its current job. It leads the cars round on one full lap and then will pull into the pit lane at the very end of that lap, and then the control of the grid passes to the pole position car. They will trundle along at reduced speed until they see the red lights go out, rolling start, not a standing grid start, and then they're away for their 40-minute race. The pit stop regulations are the same in this one as the previous race if you were watching earlier, and that is that the pit window opens after 10 minutes and is open for 15 minutes and therefore closes with 15 minutes of the race remaining, unless we're under a safety car, in which case the pit window remains open until the safety car comes in. And we saw a number of cars yesterday getting short pit stop penalties, and one would have got one today, but we think anyway, certainly according to our timing screen, that's Stephen Scott Dunwoody, but he retired the car before the end of the race. But just a matter of a tenth or two of a second short and you will get a pit stop penalty. Rules are rules, and it's 1 minute 30 minimum time. So the grid making its way around, it's slightly different to the times that you might have seen if you were watching the live timing earlier in qualifying, because there were some penalties applied for disrespecting the control of the cars during a recovery of a car in the gravel, and 4 cars have been sent to the back and will start from the pit lane. So pole position is number 23, Nathan Wells, in his BMW. He has a 20-second winner's penalty, so Nathan Wells needs to get going. Alongside on the front row is number 36, which is Mark Smith in his BMW M3, similar car to Nathan Wells. 23 and 36 on the front row. The second row is number 2, the familiar white Ginetta G50 of Harry and Maxwell Petch. So Harry stays in the car, but Maxwell replaces Chris, and it will be Maxwell who starts in number 2. Alongside is number 35, Luke Yeomans. Luke Yeomans in his BMW. On row 3, it's number 85, Danny Cassar and Adam Brown in their Honda Integra, and it will be Danny Cassar who starts, and alongside is the familiar grey BMW number 40, and it will once again will be Jasper Sapra who starts, with Lucky Kera taking over as the cars come round to Goddard's to complete their rolling lap. All those 6 cars I mentioned are there. So the pace car comes in, control passes to number 23, Nathan Wells, who's on pole position on the inside of the circuit. The lights go out and we're racing for 40 minutes down to Redgate for the first time. A good start from Mark Smith on the outside of the front row, but I think it's going to be Nathan Wells who takes the lead, and indeed it is. So Nathan Wells it is who leads from Mark Smith in second place, and was that Danny Cassar got through into third place, I think.
I believe it was, yes.
Yeah, just wait. Yes, on our live stream we've got it now. They're out of our sight, but we've got the benefit of the live stream pictures. So Danny Cassar it is in the Honda Integra, who made a cracking start from row 3 to get through into third place. As they come up the hill now through the left-hander at Schwantz into the right-hander at McLean's, which is unbelievably a good overtaking spot into McLean's there if you get the line right. And it's Danny Cassar who leads the second group with the BMW of, I think that was Luke Yeomans in fourth place. And they're onto the straight, running back towards the left and right at the Fogarty S's, which leads them onto the Grand Prix loop, which takes them down to the right-hander hairpin right at the bottom of the hill at Melbourne. And it's still the pole position car that leads of Nathan Wells down to the right-hander. Second place is Mark Smith. Third, Danny Cassar. Fourth, it is indeed the BMW of Luke Yeomans as they turn through the right-hander and up the hill to Goddard's once again. The first 2 cars have really bolted, and big gap behind them. A big challenge there from Luke Yeomans on Danny Cassar. We can't actually see that, can we? Yes, we can, and he's made it through. So Luke Yeomans, great move there on the run into Goddard's, got through into third place, and in fourth place now Danny Cassar. In fifth place behind the Integra is the number 98 BMW, which is started by Russell Humphrey, number 98.
Yeah, Russell Humphrey doing a good job there, and looks to see if what he can do from that one. Russell Humphrey from Oxford runs Interceptor Racing, and it will be Mark White who takes over from Bristol, and both of them are regulars in the Castle Combe GT series, and here they're looking to put that on display here. But we've got a good battle between, I believe that's Danny Cassar and Jasper Sapra for what is fifth place at the moment. But Luke Yeomans under increasing pressure from Russell Humphrey as they make their way now on through in towards McLean's Den, as they then climb the hill up towards Coppice they will go, and 3 BMWs in this trade, and then you have just simply Danny Cassar in his Honda Integra Type R. So it's a bit of a BMW fest if you're looking in a battle for third place.
And if you think you recognise the name Danny Cassar and the Honda Integra, and you were here yesterday, you certainly do, because he won the race. And the second driver in that car is Adam Brown, who was second in the race behind Danny in his Ford Fiesta. So they've teamed up for today. The two leaders coming out of the Melbourne hairpin up the hill towards Goddard's, and an increasing lead for 23 Nathan Wells over Mark Smith, number 36. Good battle for third place, side by side up the hill. On the outside is Jasper Sapra, on the inside is Danny Cassar. So it's BMW versus Honda Integra as they come through the long left-hander, and it's the BMW that wins out. So Sapra takes a place, moves up to fifth place, and Danny Cassar down to sixth. Danny is just outgunned by these very powerful BMWs in that Honda Integra, but it's certainly a toss-up in terms of which sounds the nicest, because the Honda Integra does really sound very sweet indeed, high revving engine.
And those two battling, though, has allowed a little bit of a twitch there from Luke Yeomans as he tries to wrestle the car back under control as they head their way through in towards the Craner curves. That's allowed Russell Humphrey to really close up onto the back now of Yeomans as they head their way through in towards the Schwanz curve. They're side by side as they head their way up towards McLean's there, and I think, yep, that is going to be Russell Humphrey who moves up now. So the 98 up into third place, and that was a bit of a sketchy moment then from Yeomans as he looked to wrestle that car under control heading through the Craner curves. I mean, there are worse places to sort of try to find you're wrestling the car, but there are much better places.
Yes, it certainly challenges the control as they go down the hill through the Craner curves. Leaders are already into the Melbourne hairpin, but the second place battle just coming out of the S's, and it is the yellow, black and red BMW of Russell Humphrey that's now up into third place. So he's wriggled his way through from 8th on the grid to now third in the race. He does run very wide at the Melbourne hairpin, and that lets back through the number 35 BMW of Luke Yeomans that goes back into third place again. So through Goddard's they come. They're absolutely nose to tail, and it's going to be Luke Yeomans who crosses the line first. And look who's joined them. It's Jasper Sapra in the grey BMW, and not far behind is Danny Cassar in the Honda Integra as they go down to the right-hander at Redgate. A bit of a challenge there up the inside from Russell Humphrey, but he doesn't make it stick. So the order remains the same. The 3 BMWs going through the Redgate right-hander, and then down through Hollywood, and then onto the wonderful Craner curves, the sweeping left that leads into the slightly tighter right at the old hairpin. And it still is Luke Yeomans who remains in third place, with Russell Humphrey just behind, Jasper Sapra, then Danny Cassar in 6th place.
Yeah, we just saw briefly, if you were watching on the stream, that was the number 58 car that had come to a stop, the Vauxhall VX220. Stephen Curtin was driving it at the time, but it's pulled onto the left-hand side of the track on the approach in towards McLean's, and looks like they're free rolling that car back behind the wall. So hopefully no intervention and no full course intervention to recover that car, because it looks like they've rolled it back behind the wall. But it looks like now here, Luke Yeomans, it's a BMW trio at the moment as they made their way through in towards the Fogarty S's. They make their way now onwards towards the Melbourne hairpin, and that looks like Jasper Sapra looking to see if he can, yeah, he's gone for a move down the inside, then in towards the Melbourne hairpin, and tries to find his way past Russell Humphrey, which he has done. So Jasper Sapra up a position, but he's not going to let that lying down, is Russell Humphrey. Looked for a move down in towards the final corner at Goddard's, but I don't think he was quite alongside. No, he wasn't. But on the exit now, a bit of oversteer from Russell, but now he's alongside Sapra then as they make their way onwards towards the first corner at Goddard's with the yellow and red BMW on the outside. Russell Humphrey turning in, looking to carry the momentum through, and they're still running side by side as they now make their way through in towards Hollywood. I think here Jasper Sapra might have to just see the position, which he does. Great battling between the two of them, and this round won by Russell Humphrey.
And it's allowed Danny Cassar to close up on them as well. He's come right back into the picture in the Honda Integra, which is probably a little bit more nimble through the tighter bits of the circuit, but probably loses out ultimately on top speed with the more powerful BMWs. So it's number 23 that leads, Nathan Wells, from pole position. Also has the fastest lap of the race with a 1:38.595. In second place is number 36, Mark Smith, in the similar car. Gap between them last time across the line was 2.6 seconds. Then it's the 35 Luke Yeomans BMW in third place. Jasper Sapra just behind, but battling hard in fourth. Then it's the 98 Russell Humphrey car, and also Danny Cassar in that group in sixth place. Leading the next group is the number 2 Maxwell Petch Ginetta, which we saw in the previous race just an hour or so ago. And that's back out again as into the pit lane before the pit window, a minute and a half early, so definitely not in the pit window, is the leader.
There's an issue, yeah, there was slow going through in towards the final corner there, and that allowed the race change to hand over to Mark Smith as, whoa, that's a little bit onto the grass there for the number 98, Russell Humphrey, as he looks to try and push on, but our former race leader, could be a puncture on the right rear.
Just going to say that, they brought a wheel out. Yes, it's a puncture, right rear puncture for the leader. What a shame. And if this had happened a minute and a half later, he could have counted this as his mandatory stop.
Yeah.
But that's the way it goes. So that puts Mark Smith into the lead now, with Luke Yeomans in second place, as the leaders heading around the far side of the circuit. We can just see them coming up through Schwantz into McLean's. And still another 45 seconds or so till the pit window opens. So it won't be long before cars will start to come in if they choose to stop early in the window. As back out onto the track goes our former leader. That's the Nathan Wells number 23 BMW.
Yeah, 66 second stop to change the tyre then and get that car back out there. Yeah, a lot of time lost, but still the rest of the race, I suppose, to try and make up that time. Meanwhile, further down, Dominic Malone managed to find a way past that Petch Ginetta, and it's Maxwell Petch who's behind that car at the moment, so that's allowed Malone to move up into P7.
And that's from the pit lane as well, because Dominic Malone was one of the cars that had to start from the pit lane, along with so 74 Dominic Malone, 89, 129 and 177 all had to start from the pit lane, and they're making progress through the field, the best of them being the 74 Dominic Malone car, as into the pit lane comes that very car. He must have heard us talking about it. In comes number 74, pit window is open, and he came in after it opened, so that's a good for his mandatory stop. He pulls in down at the far end of the pit lane. He's driving solo, so he doesn't need to get out of the car, just needs to stop for long enough until he can be released back out onto the track with a 1:30 minimum pit stop time. So that takes Malone out of what was 8th place. Also doing well from a pit lane start was the number 89 BMW of Michael Vituli, but he has a 20-second winner's penalty to be included in his pit stop, as does Nathan Wells, but Nathan Wells is pretty much out of the running with that puncture, so we may see him troubling the top end of the bottom end of the top 10, but I think it's probably not really practical to get him back into the podium positions.
Michael Vituli then making his way back past Maxwell Petch then, as they now make their way through in towards the S's then, and the communication is key when it comes to these pit stops then, as Dominic Malone makes his way back out onto the track. He makes his way out of the pit lane. We'll keep an eye. I know Alistair's keenly looking at the end of the pit lane then, or at least at the timing screen. What is it going to be?
Oh, that's short.
That's short.
Yeah,
it is short from Dominic Malone.
I thought he was going to be short, but it's not by much. It's 1.1 seconds short on Dominic Malone's pit stop time.
Code 60 deployed out on the circuit then, and that's why there's a car in the gravel at the Melbourne hairpin, and it's one of the BMWs there who's found himself into the gravel trap. Code 60, all cars around the track have to travel at 60 kilometres per hour.
I think it's Tommy Grout that's in the gravel. Yeah, what a shame. After such a good run in the race earlier on, Tommy Grout had a brilliant run, but he's gone into the gravel on this one. So Code 60 is not frequently used, but CSCC are great users of the Code 60, which means that you've got to run at 60 kilometres an hour, and it basically should not affect the relative positions of the cars, which of course a safety car does, because it allows everybody to close up, so it does affect the outcome of the race. But a Code 60 in theory doesn't.
Well, what the Code 60 will do is it is the equivalent of a full course yellow. We're about to see a very busy pit lane, because even under Code 60 as well, if you pit under this time, you effectively lose less time than if you were to pit under a full course green. So it could be an idea as well for the likes of Nathan Wells to pit in under this time, because they've lost a lot of time, or Nathan has, with that issue with the right rear wheel. If he had to come in outside of the pit window, he'll surely come in this time around to get that mandatory stop underway.
Yep, and he does. You're absolutely right. You should be a team manager. Comes in, as does the 189 Honda Integra, and probably everybody else as well. So second pit stop for Nathan Wells. First one was outside the window for a puncture. This one will count. And in comes another car that's familiar, Richard Bethel in his black Clio, which had a podium third place yesterday in the rain. Back out again today.
So Mark Smith is just obviously at 60 kilometres per hour, making his way towards the Melbourne hairpin, and of course the longer he's out there, the longer that the crew have to, the marshals and the recovery crew have to recover the stricken car that's off into the gravel trap. And as you say, a real shame there for Tommy Grout, who's found himself in that scenario in the kitty litter there.
He's been pulled out and he's moved forward under his own power, so I wonder whether he's going to rejoin or whether he'll just take the exit back into the paddock. Depends whether it was an issue that caused him to go off, I suppose.
He's turned it towards the paddock, that looks like, unless he's turning back on himself, but that looks to me like it's going to be Tommy Grout making his way back towards the paddock, which he is.
Yeah.
So that looks like it's going to be a retirement for Grout.
So that's number 129 BMW, which has caused this neutralisation of the race, and because it's such a slow run back to the pit lane, some of these cars may not actually get back in time to come in under the Code 60.
Yeah, and once the green flags are shown, that's it. We can go racing straight away. In fact, just as I say that, green flags are out. So now we're back under racing conditions. So those that made it into the pit lane under the Code 60 have got themselves a really good advantage here. And those that are pitting in now, i.e. you've got the number 40 car in, so Jasper Sapro handing over to Lucky Carer, they'll have lost out big time there, because now they have to make their pit stop under full green conditions.
And another leading car that came in just too late to take full benefit was the Russell Humphrey handing to Mark Wyatt BMW, which was very much in the mix before the Code 60. Both BMWs in the pit lane now, having their driver changes, and they'll be back out on track. We've just had that one short pit stop that I can see. There is another one in red. I'm slightly confused as to why pit stops show in red when they're over the time, so we'll ignore that. But there is a short one for Dominic Malone, I'm afraid, number 74, who came in just before. So he's had a bit of a double whammy, really. Short pit stop, and he came in under racing conditions.
There you go, that's a proper repair on a car then. That number 40 has been in the wars, and the right wing mirror has now been taped up, but it's yellow tape as well.
And I noticed the front left wing also has lots and lots of tape on it as well, unless that's part of the body. Oh, that's actually cooling fins, isn't it? Look like tape holding the wheel arch on. But yeah, that's been abused, that car today, number 40, but it's up there in the mix. It's in the top 3 at the moment, and will return to the track after its pit stop. And I'm afraid there's another short pit stop, and it's the leader, number 36, Mark Smith. A 1:27.1 for his pit stop, so he's 3 seconds, nearly 3 seconds short on his pit stop. That's number 36, Mark Smith, who was leading prior to the pit stops.
And that Ginetta of Maxwell and Harry Petch has got himself a 5-second time penalty now for track limits. So it's still Maxwell Petch behind the wheel. They haven't stopped yet, and that's Maxwell Petch has got himself a 5-second time penalty that'll be added to the end of the race for the number 2.
And other than the Petch Ginetta, all the leading cars have now done their mandatory stop. So we'll start to see a little bit the order when it all shakes through in the next lap and a half. The cars most likely to return to the top of the timing screens are the Mark Smith car, which question mark over a penalty for short pit stop, and the Sapra Kera BMW as well. And Danny Cassar, of course, who I think, yes, he's been in, so it's now Adam Brown driving the number 85 Honda Integra. Very, very strong pairing, both very quick drivers, first and second in their race yesterday. Danny in this car, Adam in his Fiesta. So that's a very strong pairing, as is the Jasper Sapra Lucky Kera car, which both drivers are quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is, we see there's a little bit of battling going on, although 98 and 23, I'm going to say that's not, oh it is, it's going to be for position then, because the 23, obviously with that puncture earlier on in the race, that's Nathan Wells up the inside now of the 98. That's now going to be Mark Wyatt behind the wheel, so that's now a position gained for the 23, and that moves them now up into 11th place. So it's a recovery that's well and truly underway then for Nathan Wells as he looks to climb his way back up the order.
And he's got every chance of getting his quite a bit further up, because his fastest lap is a 1:38.6 for Nathan Wells, and best laps for anybody. There's only one car under 140, and that is Mark Smith. So everybody else 140, 141, 142 lap times, so he'll be taking chunks out of everybody else. Through goes the 89 BMW, Michael Vituli. He's showing in second place, and his pit stop time was 1:58.5, and his minimum time was a 1:50, so he was okay. He did his 22nd winner's penalty stop. Nathan Wells had the same problem, of course. He had to stop for an extra 20 seconds, and his pit stop time 1:50.263. My goodness, you don't get much closer than that, do you? It's just 0.2 of a second over his minimum time. Excellent stop for Nathan Wells, doing everything he can to get himself back up as high as possible. As in comes the number 2 Ginetta. Maxwell Petch will be handing over to Harry Petch. Harry did part of the first race as well. Handed over to Chris, Chris is down there helping with the changeover. Maxwell gets out of the Ginetta. Chris running round with the tyre pressure gauge, just checking the pressures. So that car still shown as in the lead, but of course it's now stationary in the pits, so we'll start to tumble down the order as the leaders come through.
Battle for what is right now third place. It's now making its way on towards Goddard's then. That's going to be the 85 of Adam Brown, and we've also got the number... Here they come around the final corner. It's the 36 then of Mark Smith, and Mark Smith powers down the start-finish straight down the Wheatcroft straight and gets himself ahead now of Adam Brown, and that will move them then up into second place. And well, the next target then for Smith is going to be Vitulli in the number 89,
who was around 8 seconds ahead, just going into Redgate as those two came over the line. So the red BMW with the black roof, number 89, is now leading. Michael Vitulli, despite having a 20-second winner's penalty, which he served in his pit stop. So its positions are now as you see them on track, other than query a penalty for Mark Smith for a short pit stop, which we'll be told about later on. If that is to be applied. If not, then he's in second place, having a good battle with Adam Brown in the Honda Integra.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how quickly Mark Smith can close in now on Michael Vitulli as we head now at 17 minutes to go. There's the treble 8 car of Andrew Windmill, and this is going to be a battle for position between himself and Frederick Lynch as they now make their way through in towards Coppice. Battle for 9th place overall. They're not in the same class, but I don't think it really matters if you're not in the same class. You want that position regardless. They were running side by side down the back straight, and as they made their way now towards the S's, that is now the treble 8 that takes over the position. Then Andrew Windmill moves himself now ahead of Frederick Lynch and moves the treble 8 then up into 9th place.
And the lead gap was slashed by 1.5 seconds on that lap by Mark Smith. So Michael Vitulli, number 89, now 6.6 seconds ahead of Mark Smith in second place, who in turn is 1.8 seconds ahead of Adam Brown in the Integra in third place. So battle brewing for the lead. Then we've got the Jasper Sapra BMW number 40, which is a further 19 seconds back, except it's now Lucky Kerrer, of course, on board that one. Lucky Kerrer on in number 40, 19 seconds back, and he's just done the best lap for that car, 140.082, which is faster than everybody ahead of him, including Mark Smith, who did a 140.4. So in this last 15 minutes or so, we've got the lead 4 cars closing up.
We do, and that provides us with a good time going into the last 15.5 minutes, although someone might not be having a good time is Adam Brown, because the 85 car has now got a 5-second penalty for track limits. So Adam Brown's going to have to work even harder now to try and reduce the effectiveness of that penalty given to him by the clerk of the course for those track limits. And once you start to get the penalties there, your first one is free, if you like, your second one is the warning, and then from then you get the 5-second penalty, then you get a 10-second penalty, and the punishment gets more and more severe, and we don't really talk about the 6th time either.
Well, Michael Vitulli's got the message. I think he might be listening to our commentary in his car there, because he took 2/10 out of Mark Smith, although Mark, of course, may have got a little bit balked somewhere around the track by a slower car. But it's 6.8 first to second now. And Adam Brown, despite trying very hard, that Honda Integra is outgunned by the BMWs. He's dropped another second or so. He's now 3.5 seconds behind Mark Smith. And, of course, as you've just said, he's also got that 5-second penalty to be added at the end of the race.
That's a bit of damage there to the back of the number 35, Luke Yeomans, and that's that bumper hanging off. And I assume that the they'll be looking at it, yeah, and they've just thrown the black and orange mechanical flag for the number 35 of Luke Yeomans. So he's going to have to come in, and I assume they're going to take a leaf out of the book of the number 40 BMW of Jasper Sapper and Liqui Care, and probably that rear bumper will be no longer on the car soon. Because there is a bit of debris on the back straight as well, and I wonder if that's related at all. But it looks like it was off the racing line at the time. But Luke Yeomans here, I think he realises there's probably an issue with the car. It might not be something he can probably see, but you know, he's got the bumper hanging down, the exhaust is hanging down as well. So that's more of an issue than just simply ripping the bumper off.
Yeah, and the exhaust hanging down is more of a concern to the officials as well, because that's a heavy lump of metal. At least the bumper is plastic. But that will necessitate a stop at the pits. So Nathan Wells in the 23 BMW is currently in 6th place, having just got past the Yeomans BMW. His next target is Dominic Malone. Dominic Malone's just going into Redgate as Nathan Wells comes out of Goddard, so it's the full length of the Wheatcroft Straight. He's behind.
No, he hasn't realised there's an issue then, so I maybe thought he sort of let through that number 23 of Nathan Wells, but perhaps there was another reason. Maybe he was realising that's not my fight, rather than there's something wrong with my car. Now he's gone through and seen the black and orange mechanical flag. Now he will realise there's possibly an issue with the car.
So the running order with 12 and a quarter minutes remaining, with all the pit stops that we're expecting have been done. And it's Michael Vituli, number 89, with a 20-second winner's penalty at his pit stop. And despite all of that, he is leading by 6.3 seconds. Number 89 leads by 6.3 seconds from number 36, Mark Smith, in similar BMW. Slightly earlier one, the E36 shape, whereas Michael Vituli's is the later E46 shape. In 3rd place is the number 85 Honda Integra of Adam Brown, ably started by Danny Cassar, which is at a further 5 seconds back, but does have a 5-second penalty to be added. But at the moment, they are sufficiently far ahead of Liqui Care. Well, at least they were last time around. We'll check this time around. Brown has gone over the line. See the gap to Kera. Goes through number 40. The gap is 13.8. So even with the penalty, Adam Brown and Danny Cassar would finish 3rd at the moment. But Liqui Care is going not much. In fact, that last lap, yeah, Kera, I thought he would be going quicker. He's 2 seconds a lap quicker than Adam Brown, so the gap is likely to close, if not Kera getting by on the track, but probably close enough for the 5-second penalty to push Kera up onto the bottom step of the podium. And the number 35 BMW has now come in after seeing that orange disc, black and orange disc flag, and the team will go to work to see if they can do anything with that car in the short space of time they have. The bumper is being manhandled, and they've got to do the exhaust as well, which would be pretty warm, I would think.
Yeah, they're using bits of machinery to handle that exhaust with a good idea, that one, I think. You won't want to touch that with your bare hands 30 minutes into a race.
And I notice on our live stream pictures that the Dominic Malone is right behind Liqui Care. That's down at the Melbourne hairpin. Coming up the hill now towards Goddard's. And that is for 4th place. It was 1.5 across the line last time, but Dominic Malone's closed it down now. That's certainly not 1.5 seconds. They go through, and it is indeed 0.7 of a second between them. And then next up is Nathan Wells, who of course is trying to recover from that puncture earlier, which caused an additional pit stop. He's running in the very low 141s, Nathan Wells. Dominic Malone's last lap was a 1:40.9, so he's slightly quicker. But the quickest car on the track last time around was Mark Smith with a 1:40.0. So Mark Smith is once again closing the gap to Michael Vituli, but it still sits at around 3.5 seconds. So Michael's done a good job of holding that lead gap. They're down at the Melbourne hairpin. Visually it looks closer, but they are going slower there, so the gaps tend to close up, concertina up when you're going slowly. But Michael Vituli needs to keep an eye on his mirrors.
Someone who also needs to keep an eye on their mirrors is Liqui Carer, making their way through in towards the S's, and now as they make their way towards the Melbourne hairpin, and they're being chased, Liqui Carer, by Dominic Malone, heading our way through in towards the Melbourne hairpin. Back on the power they go, and making their way on towards Goddard's. And Dominic Malone is just filling the mirrors for now of Liqui Carer, and happy to do so at this point. Also, there's a bit of an issue there for one of the Integras, I think, coming across the line, which...
That was the blue Integra.
Yeah, it's the 189, isn't it?
It sounded like the engine went as he came across the line, a great big puff of smoke, and he's pulled over to the left-hand side. There's an escape road there at Redgate. He can be pushed through into the paddock.
That sounded like then it was Mark Carey and that Honda Integra Model for Heroes. There it is on our stream, and that is definitely Mark Carey, and he's pulled it off onto the side. As you say, he's on the escape road, and Marshall's there. We'll have to see if they can open up that road to see if they can pull the car in, but it's sort of right at the braking zone, heading our way through. I wonder what the decision will be there.
They should get, yes, they've got it open now. It's on a swing gate with some tyres in front of it. There's a battle brewing now for the lead, because Mark Smith took another second out of Michael Vituli last time around. So the gap first to second across the line was 2.1 seconds. And third place is Adam Brown, Liqui Carer in fourth, and Dominic Malone in fifth. And Liqui Carer at the moment is holding off Dominic Malone, holding the gap at just below a second. Here come the two leaders. The red BMW leads, number 89 Michael Vituli, being closed in by Mark Smith, and that was another 0.6 of a second taken out of the lead, so it's 1.4 now between first and second across the timing line down into Redgate. And Adam Brown in third place. Now the penalty marker has now come up on Mark Smith, so as we feared, that short pit stop means that Mark Smith will be getting a penalty. We think, based on yesterday, short pit stops were getting 30-second penalties. In third place, also penalised, is Adam Brown. Now we were shown on the screen that's 5 seconds for track limits, so Adam Brown a 5-second penalty. And also penalised Dominic Malone as well, number 74, and that was also for a short pit stop.
Yeah, it's just to go through those, as you say, the 85 has got itself a 5-second penalty, which Adam Brown is taking to the end. You've got it's 32.8 seconds for Mark Smith, which makes up the 2-minute minimum pit stop time, plus a 30-second penalty on top of that. And then you have Malone in the 74, 31-second penalty.
So it's 30 seconds plus the time you were short in your pit stop is the penalty. Either way, it ruins your race when it's as close as this. So that really puts Michael Vituli in a very, very comfortable lead indeed. But we'll have to see, is Mark Smith far enough ahead? No, he isn't, of Adam Brown, because here comes Adam Brown in third place on the road. And the gap between Smith and Brown is 17.5. We know that Brown's going to get a +5, so that's 22, but 31 for Smith. So at the moment, Adam Brown is actually in second place.
Yeah, it's going to be jumbled up at the end of the race, that's for sure. Kassar, as you say, Adam Brown at the moment finishing ahead of Mark Smith as it stands. You've got Jasper Sapper and Liqui behind the wheel, 30 seconds back from the leader, and even if Malone was to get past there, he would struggle to try and get away from Liqui in the time remaining, 4 minutes to sort of get rid of 30 odd seconds.
Yeah, not going to do it. No. It's a shame, but the rules are quite clear. And a spin for the Bethel Clio and straight into the pit lane. So question mark if there's a mechanical failure there that caused him to end up stopped in the road. 318. The Renault Clio comes into the pits right at the end of the race. 3.5 minutes remaining in the race. The fastest lap, just to remind you, sits with the pole position car, Nathan Wells, number 23, who after an extra pit stop to change a puncture is sitting in 6th place at the moment, but will move up with all the penalties that will be applied ahead of him.
Dominic Malone looking for a move then down in towards the Melbourne hairpin. It might not mean much towards the end of the race, but I don't think Dominic Malone will care. He went down the inside, but the Liqui is still coming back at him. They're running side by side as they make their way on towards Goddard then, with Malone on the inside, Kara on the outside. Who will get the better run out of the final corner? Well, I've seen Malone come through, but not Kara. And Kara, that's why he's into the wall, into the final corner. And again, the BMW finds itself into a wall for the second time today.
Well, they were running so close, weren't they? I wonder whether Liqui just missed his braking point in his efforts to stay ahead of Dominic Malone, who was on his inside. Michael Vituli it is who leads, and he is coming under pressure from Mark Smith, who's driven really, really well and has closed the gap down. At the timing line last time it was half a second, but in fact we know that he's got this penalty, but that doesn't matter. He's having a great race, really well driven. Here they come through the S's and down into the Melbourne hairpin, and it's almost nose to tail now for Vituli and Smith as they come down into the tight right at the bottom of the hill. Adam Brown and Danny Cassar in 3rd place, yet to come through the S's. Here they come, and down the hill towards Melbourne Loop. Meantime, the two leaders with 1 minute 39, so this is the last lap of the race. In fact, the flag's gone out, so yeah, once again, because of that incident at Goddard's, the clerk of the course decided to put the flag out just 1 lap early. It would have come out next time anyway, but that avoids the need for a safety car right at the end of the race. So the checkered flag has gone out slightly early, and that confirms the top 2 positions, but we'll start to see now the penalties applied by the timekeepers. So let's wait until Malone comes through, because he's got a penalty as well. Richard Bethel got back out again in that Clio, and then it's Nathan Wells, that's the one I was waiting for. Yes, he does go ahead of Malone. So with penalties applied, the finishing order is number 89, Michael Vituli takes the win. It was by less than half a second, but with Smith's penalty he drops down to 3rd. So Vituli wins by 26.454 seconds from car number 85, started by Danny Cassar, finished by Adam Brown, the Honda Integra from Hillwood Autos, which is owned, and the car owned and prepared by Nigel Ainge, who is a regular racer, but asked Danny yesterday whether Nigel was going to be out, and he's just taking a break from racing at the moment. So Danny driving the car solo yesterday, and with the able assistance of Adam Brown today, and they finish in 2nd place in with 21 laps completed for all the leaders. In 3rd place, penalised Mark Smith, number 36, after a rousing drive from Mark to try and wrest the lead on the track. In the end, he finished 6.6 seconds behind the Cassar Brown Integra. So 36 in 3rd place. In 4th place, number 23, Nathan Wells, who had a very up and down race. Started on pole, led a good battle at the beginning, but then got a puncture, came in and fought his way back up to 4th place for number 23, Nathan Wells, and the fastest lap of the race with a 1:38.595. In 5th place, number 74, Dominic Malone, after the penalty applied for the short pit stop. 22.3 seconds behind Nathan Wells. And in 6th place was number 271, Steve Williams, in the GTA Ginetta. 271, Steve Williams in 6th place. In 7th place, number 2, the shared Ginetta of Maxwell and then Harry Petch in 7th. In 8th place, the solo-driven Honda Civic number 888 of Andrew Windmill. In 9th place, number 176, which was the shared BMW M3, started by William Lynch, finished by Frederick Lynch. And in 10th place, number 98, another shared car, and that was another of the BMWs, Mark Wyatt, finished the race. Russell Humphrey started. They finished in 10th. So despite the penalties, which we kind of mention but try and ignore as best as we can during the race, the actual on-track racing really, really good in New Millennium, as always. Lots of BMWs fighting against each other, and they're also beautifully prepared as well, although a couple of them looking rather second-hand, particularly the Jasper Sapra car, which ended up in the wall at Goddard's. So shortly, Kieran McGinley will be down in the pit lane talking to, hopefully, we've got one car. We've got Adam Brown down there. Can't see any others. Don't know what's happened to them. But after the interviews, we're moving into the lunch break. And news for you, if you're going off to have some lunch, and of course Garage 39 is open and serving food, the lunch break will be 30 minutes. So marshals, please, back on post at 13:50. 13:50, marshals back on post. And our next session on track is a qualifying session. That will start at 2 o'clock. Or earlier if possible. I like that, clerk of the course, or earlier if possible. So we may well be starting qualifying slightly before 2 o'clock. But marshals, please, back on post at 10 to 2, half-hour lunch break. And we've got the 3 winning cars down on the pit lane now, so I'll hand over to Kieran for the interviews.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Yep, down here in the pit lane here, we've got just the 3rd and 1st place cars have just joined up, but I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Danny Cassar and Adam Brown. Adam, I'll start with you because you took the checkered flag. You were sort of racing against each other yesterday. You've joined forces today. How was it out there, P2?
Yeah, it was great stuff. It was great stuff. I mean, Danny made a fantastic start. We qualified 7th, pushed up to 5th due to some penalty for somebody else, and then we were up to 3rd after the first lap. So awesome start by Danny. By the time the tyres were coming, he dropped back down to 5th again. So, but then we came in, excellent call again by Danny to come in during the Code 60. And then I went back out, and it was sort of quali lap after quali lap just to try and keep the time going. And we somehow managed to come out 2nd overall.
Yeah, somehow, I'm sure that's the not the right word, but obviously coming towards the checkered flag, was there any chance of a race victory? Did you sort of have that feeling when you jumped in the car?
I think, to be honest, if we were on the national circuit, I think we'd have been up there. But it's, the traction zones coming out the hairpins, the high-power BMW has just got more traction than us. We're only a front-wheel drive car. So I think if we're on the national, we could have been knocking on the door, but I think P2 is an excellent result. A big thanks to Nigel from Hillwood Autos. I mean, it's an awesome car to drive, and I'm just lucky to drive it.
It's an awesome car to look at as well up in the commentary box. Congratulations. I'll come over to Danny Cassar now. Danny, obviously you did the first in. It was your call to come in under the Code 60. How much was that, was the difference in your race?
It was huge. It sort of put us from the back foot and cleared a load of people who missed the opportunity to get in. So it was a no-brainer for us. We got nothing to lose. You know what I mean? We're 2 classes below most of these cars. So, yeah, you just got to roll the dice and we either win or lose. It don't matter.
You were racing against Adam yesterday. I think you managed to come out on top against him yesterday as well. But you've joined forces today, and a runners-up spot goes your way.
Yeah, Adam's super quick. He's super consistent, as he proved again today. And it's great. I mean, to be fair, me and Adam, it's Nigel's car, and we just want to sort of do the best for Nigel and his crew at Hillwood Autos, who put so much work into these cars. And this car, we've been fighting the rear all season long, and we've finally got it back where it should be. And today proves exactly how quick this car is.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on P2, and I'll leave you alone to go and enjoy your lunch break.
So you have a good day.
Thank you very much, Danny. I'll go and find our race winner now in Michael Vitulli. Let's see if we can find him in amongst the crowd here. Michael, where's Michael? Michael Vitulli. Congratulations on the victory, Michael. I think it's fair to say that was a very good victory for you.
Yeah, really pleased. I had no idea where we were running. but you know what it's like. You just keep going until you see the checkered flag. Really, really pleased actually with the with starting from the pit lane, and with the 20-second time penalty from Brands, from the win from Brands. So over the moon, actually, over the moon. Really pleased.
I was going to say, you had that penalty, you had the start from the pit lane as well. I mean, what were your expectations coming into this race with all that combined?
Well, I was just pleased to, you know, get in the top three, you know, if we could. Yeah, just do as best we could, really. I didn't really come with any expectations, but yeah, really, really pleased, actually. I'm a bit surprised that we managed to get the victory with all that considering.
Yeah, and obviously, off the back of that, that's 2 wins out of 2 so far. Well, 2 wins in a row for you, as you said, at Brands Hatch. So I think that's a 42nd success penalty next time.
I hope not. I think the rules have changed now, so I think it's just 20 seconds still. Otherwise, who knows, we might be a couple of minutes behind by the end of the year, but if all being well. But yeah, no, the car was great, engineered well, so really, really pleased, really, really pleased.
Well, Michael, go and celebrate. Enjoy that one. You've earned it. Congratulations on the victory. Let's see if we can find now Mark Smith, who finished in 3rd place. I'll see if I can slip a microphone underneath his nose. Mark Smith, congratulations, 3rd place for you.
I didn't know where I finished, actually. I'm glad I finished.
Glad you finished, and you've got a podium as well. I believe the last time you came here, you got 3rd as well, so you've got a good, consistent pace.
Yeah, I'd like the higher steps, though. I prefer them, but I'll settle for 3rd. Yes, yeah, for an old man, I'll take it, yeah.
So you prefer the first step. I mean, what was it like out there? Did you rate your chances of winning today?
Well, I thought I might have half a chance because the 2 guys had to start from the pit lane, Michael and Dom, so they would have been competition. And then I don't know what happened to Nathan Wells, because he was probably the strongest one. He's got a very well set up car and he drives it well.
Yeah, I believe it's a right rear puncture he had.
Was it? Oh, I saw him pit early. And then after that, I was a bit confused, to be fair. And then I saw Michael out there. I thought, well, I don't know if it's replaced or not. I better start chasing him. Thoroughly confused. We've got 2 slick races to do. Maybe I'll engage the brain then.
Oh, absolutely. And
fantastic circuit, though. It really is.
Absolutely. And obviously, coming up with your slick races, what can you take from this race into the slicks?
Just really, you know, the Melbourne Loop. What I've learned from there today, so we don't come here often enough. But of course, what I've then got to retune my brain to realise that I'm on slicks. Otherwise, I'll only be driving as fast as I'm on the road tyres. So I have to recalibrate.
Recalibration. We've got the lunch break to recalibrate, so that'll be all right. Mark, thank you very much for your time, and congratulations on P3. And with that, I believe we go into our lunch break. So hopefully enjoy the scenery, and we'll see you after lunch.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Get it, boys.
You owe everyone a favor. Watch the population rise, and if you want them to like you more, that only cost you who you are. Keep I've been thinking lately about the writing on the wall, how I died for your approval, like this for far too long. It's like a nightmare, doing what you want, just like a nightmare. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep away from the Have you ever felt this free? Like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off.
I'll wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I'll reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. By your charm, enchanted by your ways, in the magic of your eyes, I've become lost in their spell. So come closer, my dear, because all is well. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts until the ocean
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
You owe everyone a favor. Watch the population rise, and if you want them to like you more, that only cost you who you are. Keep away from the I've been thinking lately about the writing on the wall, how I died for your approval, like this for far too long. It's like a nightmare, doing what you want, just like a nightmare. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep away from the Have you ever felt this free? Like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep
When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off.
I wake to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Turn to glass, and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun. This feeling moves me every single day. I'm captured by your charm, enchanted by your ways. In the magic of your eyes, I've become lost in their spell. So come closer, my dear, because all is well. Till the oceans turn to glass and the world
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
felt this free, like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep
When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go. I'll wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I'll reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Captured by your charm, enchanted by your ways. In the magic of your eyes, I've become lost in their spell. So come closer, my dear, because all is well. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts till the oceans turn.
Welcome back to Donington Park, where this weekend's racing, organised by the Classic Sports Car Club, who are celebrating their 20th year in organising excellent motorsport race meetings, which you can see if you're watching the live stream, top right-hand corner, the 20 there, 20 years of Classic Sports Car Club, and always not just good racing and big grids, but varied as well. Amazingly, the number of different cars we get in the races. We've just had a qualifying session out on track for the Liqui Moly Slicks series, and cars ranging from Ferraris through Lamborghinis, Porsches, BMWs, all sorts of things. Having said that, the next race is actually for virtually one type of car, although there are different makes within it, but it's the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, which principally caters for Caterhams, which themselves are like the original Lotus 7, so Caterham 7s, and but a couple of other types of car in there as well, the MK and the Pro Comp LA Gold, another type of car, but the rest of the field all Caterhams. So not quite so much variety in types of car, although lots of different types of engines. Some have motorcycle engines, others a more traditional four-cylinder inline car engine, some of them turbocharged or supercharged as well. So that will be coming out on track very shortly. If you weren't listening to the live stream earlier, or you've just arrived at the circuit for a nice Sunday afternoon in the sunshine here at Donington Park, this is Alistair Douglas talking to you from the main commentary tower, which overlooks the Wheatcroft pit straight. And I'm joined today, as I was yesterday, by Kieran McGinley, who today is covering mainly the interviews with the drivers after the races, but he's up here in the box with me for the races. So, Kieran, we're looking forward to a typically frantic Gold Arts Mag 7s race.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I know Mag 7s, they were a lot of the time trying to use each other's slipstream, which we've got quite a few straights here where we can see that in action. Of course, the Wheatcroft straight, I think the Melbourne hairpin is going to be quite an overtaking opportunity for some of these drivers, especially as they try to attack through the Fogarty S's, and on the exit of Coppice as well, where they try and line up. You know, it's all about trying to make sure you grab that little bit of toe from the car in head when they're punching a hole through the air. Expect to see lots of slipstream action from these Mag 7s.
Yes, indeed. At some circuits where there's a long straight leading into the final sequence of corners, you definitely do not want to be leading at the beginning of that straight. Here at Donington, a little bit different, because, as you've just said, the long straight down into the S's, the Fogarty S's at the end of the long straight, takes you into the Melbourne Loop. That's really where the big slipstream opportunity comes in. But then you've got another straight down to Melbourne hairpin, and then another straight up to Goddard's, but not quite such strong slipstream there because they're shorter. But it'd be interesting. Interesting to talk to when you interview at the end of. Perhaps ask one of the drivers where do you not want to be leading at Donington Park. We've got some track furniture being repaired after an incident earlier in the. Probably in that last session. Didn't actually see it on track, but where is that? Down through the Craner curves.
The old hairpin.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, the exit of the old hairpin. Yeah, we had a car off there in another session, didn't we? Sliding out onto the grass there. So a little bit of a delay. We were hoping to get underway straight away, but there's obviously some work being done there. But I can give you the grid for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, big grid of 29 cars. And in the Mag 7s, unlike the couple of things that are different from the other races, number one, it's a 30-minute race, not 40. Number two, there's no pit stop. But you can share a car, so race one driver can drive the car, and race two, another driver can drive it. So you will see, if you've got a program or you're looking online at your program, you can see some cars with two drivers. That's not a pit stop driver change, that's a shared car over the two races. And the other thing that's different is that instead of winners' time penalties, they get grid drop. So in this particular first race, based on previous wins this season, and everything goes back to zero at the end of the season, there are 3 drivers with grid drop winners' penalties. Number 15, Stephen Trinder, is plus 10. He actually starts right at the very back in 29th position, and he hasn't got, has he got a time? Not on my grid sheet. For some reason, the times aren't on the grid sheet, don't know why. Stephen Trinder starts right at the back. Luke Zaru, he has a 15-place grid drop, and Luke starts 26th on the grid. And finally, number 3, Jeremy Adams, has a 10-place grid drop, puts him 20th on the grid. So you can look out for those cars coming through to perhaps challenge near the front by the end of the 30-minute race. No pit stops, I remind you, in this one, so just a straight 30-minute race. On pole position, a name we see at the front very often is Christian Pittard, number 51. Christian Pittard in his 2.5 litre Caterham 7 CSR, and alongside is Johnny Pittard in car number 81, which is the also 2.5 litre but supercharged Caterham 7 CSR. So you take a car that weighs about the same as a cup of tea, and then you put a supercharged 2.5 litre engine in the front of it. That's interesting.
I like that turn of phrase. It's like it's a cup of tea.
Well, Marcus Pye was saying earlier that the power to weight ratio of that car, I think he said it's well over 500 brake per tonne, so it's about 350 horsepower, so it weighs about 3/4 of a tonne, so that's 500 brake per tonne. That's very, very quick indeed, Johnny Pittard. So 51 and 81 on the front row. On the second row, number 88 is Rich Webb. If you have got your online programme or you've printed it and you're looking at it here at the circuit, Rich Webb appears as number 48 in his MK Cup 200 with the 1340 motorcycle engine. He appears as 48, he's running as 88, and he's on the second row of the grid as the cars are released from the paddock. Alongside is number 68, Andrew Grant. So 88 and 68 on the second row. The third row is 10, Tim Bishop, and 92, Colin Watson. 10 and 92. The fourth row is 30, Stephen James, and 42, Richard Carter. 30 and 42. The fifth row, 85, David Watson, and 89, Bruce Wilson. 85 and 89 on row 5. Row 6 is 553, and that will be driven in this race by Ashley Haig-Boyles. 553 is driven by Ashley, and alongside is 188 Robert Forsdyke. 553 and 188. On row 7 it's 241 William Redman and 69 Stephen Collins. 241 and 69 on row 7. Row 8, number 54, which will be driven in this race by Simon Lanyon. Simon Lanyon drives number 54, alongside 114 Alex Harbour. 54 and 114 on row 8. Row 9 is 35 Charles Holroyd and 50 Chris Biglin. 35 and 50 on row 9. Row 10 is 52 Robert Grant and 3 Jeremy Adams. 52 and 3. Row 11, 34 Richard Green and 36 Andy Yeomans. 34 and 36 on row 11. Row 12 is 73, which will be driven in the first race by Andrew Morgan. Andrew Morgan will drive number 73. And in 28 alongside it will be Jack Andrews who takes the wheel for this race. Jack Andrews. 73 and 28 on row 12. Row 13 is 63 Pete Basterfield and 27 Luke Zaru, who has that grid drop, so watch out for the number 27 car. 63 and 27. Row 14 is 16 Martin Ledbetter and 95 James Milady. 16 and 95, and all on his own on row 15 is number 15 Stephen Trinder, who has that 10-place grid drop. So it's 15, 27, and the other grid drop was number 3, which is on row 10, Jeremy Adams. So that's the full grid of 29 Mag 7s, and they're currently up at Coppice. And for those of you who weren't watching this morning or weren't here this morning, all the race starts are rolling starts, which means that the pace car takes the cars round a full lap, plus the bit from the paddock out to the timing line. They come round again, and the pace car will pull in if the clerk of the course is happy with the way the grid has been formed and is moving along. The clerk of the course will call the pace car in to the pit lane, and then control of the grid passes to the pole position car, which in this case is Christian Pittard, number 51. And pole position is on the inside of the circuit, so the right-hand side of the track. for a rolling start. And they're coming along now down to the Melbourne hairpin. We are using the full Grand Prix circuit for only the second time in the history of Classic Sports Car Club. And the last time was in 2017. So second time using this circuit as little drops of rain start falling onto our window. Now that will make things a little bit interesting. So the front row is the Pittards, Christian and Johnny. Second row, Rich Webb and Andrew Grant. Coming up to the line. Lights go out, so we're racing for 30 minutes, and a good start from the outside, which is Christian Pittard, who's taken the lead. Was he on the wrong side then? I should have been on the inside, but anyway, I wasn't actually watching as they came up. One car has pulled off at Redgate, I'm afraid. There is a gate there. The marshals can open that and get that car pulled out of the way. May even be able to do that before they get round. So down through the Craner curves they come into the old hairpin, and it looks like it's Christian Pittard leading, but through into the lead goes Rich Webb, number 88, and Johnny Pittard is behind in third place as the rest of the field stream through. But already those three have just opened up a little bit of a gap as they come up to McLean's. And it looks to me as though it's Rich Webb who's leading from Christian Pittard, from Johnny Pittard in third place. As they come round Coppice, which is the highest point of the circuit, and then down the long straight into the Fogarty S's, which leads them onto the Grand Prix loop. And that's the first time we get a proper direct sight of them as they come down the hill towards Melbourne. And it is three cars in the lead group turning through the right-hander. In fourth place, leading the next batch, it looks like Andrew Grant in the white car with the blue hoop. But leading up into Goddard's for the first time from the second row, Rich Webb. Rich Webb in his MK rather than the more popular Caterham, with the 1340 motorcycle engine as he goes across the line down into Redgate for the first time. And turning into the right-hander. And those three leaders, I think, are being slightly caught now by Andrew Grant, who had dropped back a little bit, but he seems to be closing now as they go down the hill towards the old hairpin. So across the line for the first time, it was Rich Webb leading from Christian Pittard, from Johnny Pittard, from Andrew Grant in fourth place. Then it was 92 Colin Watson, and completing the top six here was the 553 car. That's up from 11th. That's Ashley Hake Boyle. So a good start for the 553 to be up to sixth place. Looking over at the far side of the circuit as they go up to the highest point at Coppice, the leader, which is Rich Webb, is pulling away from the two Pittards, and it's still the orange car leading. So that's Christian Pittard leading Johnny Pittard as they come down the long straight once again towards the Foggy S's.
Yeah, the car that pulled off at the side there, David Watson, at the very start of this race, but yeah, almost side by side going in towards the S's there, but I think both of them thought better of it, of battling through there. Yeah, such a shame for David Watson, couldn't quite make good of that ninth place start on the fifth row of the grid, but our top five now making their way through in towards the Melbourne hairpin, and our leader makes his way through now on towards Goddard's then, as he makes his way, negotiating his way through, back onto the power he goes to complete a lap in the lead then, and that is Rich Webb who does lead the way. So really good start for Rich Webb to get ahead of the Pittards, which is no easy feat at the best of times.
Well, the fastest lap sits with the leader at the moment, which is perhaps not surprising at this early stage of the race, 138.149. But the two Pittards, well, Christian is 138.4 and Johnny is 139.7. So just losing a fraction of a second on that first full racing lap. And the leader's now down and through the old hairpin up to McLean's. And it looks to me as though Christian Pittard might be starting to nibble away at that gap to the leader, Rich Webb, as they go up the hill to the double apex right-hander at Coppice. So important to get that corner right because it leads on to that long straight. If you get that one wrong, you're slower all the way down the straight before you hit the brakes for the Foggy S's. And then they'll reappear.
Yeah, another retirement there. It's Andy Yeomans who's pulled the car off into the escape road there on the run between, that's McLean's and Coppice. So he's in that escape road. So I don't think there are any local yellows anymore. But yeah, unfortunate then for the local at Donington, as he's going no further in this race in his Caterham 7.
Well, your weather prediction was pretty accurate, Kieran, because...
Don't say that, don't jinx it.
Well, yeah, it's, you said it would pass behind us, and it has, so far.
So far.
So leaders go through, and a change. Is there a change? No, Andrew Grant's still there in 4th place. Then it's Colin Watson in 5th. But Rich Webb still leading, but the gap is down to 0.2 of a second. Now, Christian Pittard, I did say he was nibbling away at the lead, and he certainly was, because it was down to 0.2, and he set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:34.1.
Yeah, they're making their way now out of the old hairpin now in towards the Starkey's Bridge and Schwantz Curve, and Rich Webb holding on to the lead for now as they head their way through in towards McLean's, and as they climb now up towards Coppice then, I think Rich Webb's just about got the upper hand against Christian Pittard at the moment, but as you said, fastest lap of the race for Christian Pittard with that 1:34.1, closed that gap down, and on the exit as they make their way coming out of Coppice now as they head down the long back straight towards the Fogarty S's.
And Johnny Pittard was also quicker than Rich Webb in the lead on that last lap, so that all the leaders are closing up. In fact, Christian Pittard has taken the lead. That must have been on braking for the S's, which is out of our sight. And down to the Melbourne hairpin they go, and it's the orange car of Christian Pittard that leads. 2nd place is Rich Webb in the motorcycle engined MK, as opposed to the 2.5 litre engined Caterhams behind and in front of him, one of which, one behind, is supercharged, and they come out onto the Wheatcroft straight once again, and Christian Pittard now leads from Rich Webb from Johnny Pittard in 3rd place, and those three really in a race of their own, because the next car through, a good battle for 4th place, which is between 68 Andrew Grant and 92 Colin Watson, and they're close for 4th and 5th places. Then it's 3 cars for 7th place, and that's currently held, sorry, 6th place is currently held by number 3, which is the car coming up from 20th on the grid, Jeremy Adams, who had that grid drop. Talking of the cars with a grid drop, let's have a look who else. So Stephen Trinder started right at the back. Car number 15, well, he's only made his way up to 24th so far, so Stephen Trinder not making massively quick progress up through the field. The Luke Zaru, he had a 15 place grid drop. He's doing a little better. He's up to 14th now. Number 27, Luke Zaru, up to 14th place. But the best of the cars that had a grid drop was Jeremy Adams, car number 3, and he's up to 6th.
Johnny Pittard now knows he has to be on the ball here, as we see battling away down the back straight, heading away towards the S's then, as who will be the last of the late breakers then, as that looks like it is Jeremy Adams trying to make his way back through the field after that success penalty that he had, which was the grid drop there. Christian Pittard then a new fastest lap of this race then, a 1:34.087. And that was nearly 6/10 quicker than Rich Webb behind him. How was Johnny Pittard doing then? He said a 1:35.0, so he lost ground on Rich Webb last time around.
And the battle for 4th place has changed, because Colin Watson has managed to get past Andrew Grant on that last lap, so they're having a good old dice, the two of those, for 4th and 5th places. Watson now 4th, Grant 5th. 6th place is the number 30, which is Stephen James, who's managed to get past Jeremy Adams, who made good progress up to 6th from his starting position of 20th, but just been pipped on the line by James in car number 30.
There's Robert Grant, who was on a charge but seems to have an issue going down the Wheatcroft straight, possibly a missed gear, and all that hard work he put in gaining all of those positions to be second in that train, unfortunately now is all lost and he has to go all over again. But Christian Pittard at the moment looking like he's in control right now, and especially if he's lapping 6/10 quicker than those behind him. He's on the charge here as we see more battling making their way down towards the S's. If you watch along on the stream, it is Jeremy Adams who's got his way past then the number 42 car, and that's going to be against Carter. So that's Adams now back up into 7th place. So Carter got the move done on the previous lap. They're still squabbling away down at the Melbourne hairpin, and I think that is Carter actually back through the number 42, Richard Carter, and it is. So they are really squabbling over 7th place right now, and Carter's back ahead. Over they go on the Wheatcroft straight and heading their way towards Redgate then, and a chance for Jeremy Adams to have maybe a system reset and go for the move again. But it was great battling between himself and Richard Carter in that battle for 7th place, and they are just in a race of their own at the moment, but for that all-important 7th.
And Jeremy Adams lost a couple of places then on the last 2 laps because he got up to 6th. He's now down to 8th. 9th is car number 188, Robert Forsdyke, and completing the top 10 is 553, Ashley Haig-Boyles. Meantime, the leaders very much out on their own, coming through the Melbourne hairpin. They're in amongst slower cars, so another opportunity perhaps to close the gaps as you lap other cars, but Christian Pittard made his way through there like a hot knife through butter. He's straight through and out, and now he has a completely clear track in front of him. 2nd place is the 88 Rich Webb car, and then still working his way through the lapped cars is the 3rd place Johnny Pittard in number 81. Now we wait for this battle that's been going on, and in fact it's now in the hands of Colin Watson, and he's opened up a gap on Andrew Grant. So it looks as though Colin Watson might have the measure at this stage of the race on Andrew Grant. Then in 6th place is number 30, Stephen James. And then Carter and Adams go through, still reasonably close, but Adams not able to close down on Carter as they go into Redgate. They've got a slower car they've just lapped going into the corner. And then Forsdyke and Haig-Boyles completing the top 10.
Yeah, Robert Green's on a charge because he's just made his way through the field. Sorry, Robert Grant, my apologies. He's made a move on Richard Green to get himself now up into, that will be 14th place. But that was a really good battling away there between them. Oh, a spinner. Robert Grant again at the final corner has lost the back end. He gets going again and rejoins then, and again that hard work he put in has once again been lost. Oh, you know what they say, 3rd time's the charm. For Robert Grant's sake, I hope that's true.
Leader completes another lap. We've got 17 minutes remaining, so coming up to halfway next time around. Christian Pittard leads from Rich Webb, Johnny Pittard in 3rd place. Gaps between them. In fact, Johnny was a little bit quicker than Rich Webb that last time around, so closed the gap down to 2.3. But Christian easing away now with a lap time of 35.1, which was full second quicker than Rich Webb. So the gap opened out now to 4.5 seconds first to second. 42. Richard Carter comes through in 7th place, pulled away now from Jeremy Adams in number 3, who's 8th. They were battling hard earlier on.
There on the screens then, making his way through the S's, is your race leader Christian Pittard, who's looking to just extend that gap bit by bit
And he's doing exactly that. I mean, last lap he was a second quicker almost than Rich Webb on the last tour of the circuit. In turn, as Asta was mentioning, Rich Webb is opening up the gap against Johnny Pittard. So the top three starting to extend their own gaps to each other. As here comes Christian Pittard across the line to start another lap in the lead of this race. We start the 10th lap of this race with just under 15.5 minutes left to run.
Well, Johnny Pittard is closing in now, so he's reversed the trend. He's now got the gap down to 1.2, so once again, well, that lap was actually 1.1 seconds quicker than Rich Webb. So second and third closing up, but still the relentless charge of Christian Pittard goes on. He's now 6.1 seconds in the lead, and going through Schwantz up into McLean's, just sliding past a slower car on the exit of McLean's. Looking out now for second and third going through McLean's, and it looks like they're still about the same distance apart.
And we've got a slow-moving car heading towards the first corner, which pulls in the wrong way down the pit lane. We'll get the binoculars out and see who that is. They've just parked behind or in front of the safety car, I should say.
We'll see who starts to drop down eventually on our timing screen. The leaders coming back into, well, the leader singular now, definitely into Goddard's, but let's turn right and see what's happening in second place. Well, it's very, very close now, about 5 lengths, I'd say, 4 or 5 lengths into Goddard's, with Johnny Pittard catching second place Rich Webb as they come out onto the Wheatcroft straight. And Johnny Pittard quicker down the straight. He's gone for the inside at Redgate, but I'm not sure he's close enough. Yes, he is. He's got through, but can he hold it? Will he slide wide and allow Rich Webb back through on the inside? That's a move that often happens at Redgate, but I don't think it did on this occasion. We'll pick them up again if we don't. I think we're going to get them on the live stream, so we'll have a look there. Yeah, Johnny Pittard still in second place, coming down into the old hairpin. So he made that move stick, but Rich Webb hasn't given up. He's right under the back of the Pittard car, the black car, as they come up the hill through Schwantz and up to McLean's. But no way through at McLean's, and now the drag up the hill, and you can see straight away that Johnny Pittard's more powerful car pulls away as he goes up the hill towards Coppice. But Rich Webb perhaps a little bit quicker through the corners, and maybe we'll be able to brake later for the foggy S's. Wait and see when they come out. No change of order though, so Johnny Pittard is still in second place, going down into the Melbourne hairpin. Rich Webb trying to keep up with him.
Important move though for Johnny Pittard to get himself now up into second place and see if he can make any inroads in catching Christian Pittard, our race leader, who incidentally has just passed through. Johnny Pittard now in second place, Rich Webb in third, and the race leaders in a bit of a race of their own at the moment. It's then the number 92 in fourth place, that's Colin Watson, and fifth place is the number 68 Andrew Grant. There on the streams then is race leader Christian Pittard making his way out of the old hairpin, still doing a job then, still, what's that, 6 tenths quicker than Johnny Pittard, although Pittard and Webb were battling on the last lap. But it's all about making your way through this bit of lappery now for Christian Pittard. He's got the inside line going in towards the Coppice then, and makes it look easy, negotiating the traffic, and continues to extend his lead at the top.
It looks like the car that pulled into the pit lane that we couldn't see, we saw it come in but we couldn't see the number. It looks like it might be number 30, I'm afraid, Stephen James, who's disappeared off the lap charts. So Stephen James, mechanical problem forced him into the pits.
Just over 10 minutes to run then, and Christian Petard then makes his way across the line. A new lap in the lead. He did lose a bit of lap time because it's a 1:39.7 he posted that time around, so that little bit of lappery he had to deal with has lost him a bit of time to Johnny Petard, and that's about 2 and a bit seconds, isn't it?
3.6 he lost.
3.6.
Yeah, 3.6 seconds on that lap. A 1:39.7 for Christian and a 1:36.1 for Johnny. So I think you said that was lappery, did you, somewhere? So he should be able to maintain the gap, but we'll see. Johnny Petard might now be, perhaps he's turned his supercharger on, wound it up. The leader's over at Coppice, or approaching Coppice. No changes to the order behind the leaders. Still Rich Webb third place, although he's now dropped back 6 seconds behind Johnny Petard. Rich Webb third, fourth is Colin Watson, fifth is Andrew Grant, sixth is the Richard Carter car, number 42. Then it's Jeremy Adams in seventh, number 3.
Now I think the point for Christian Petard is that Johnny Petard and Rich Webb will also have to go through the same bit of lappery he has to go through, as Johnny Petard is now making his way on towards Goddard's, and they are sharing the same bit of track pretty much. They've got 2 cars between them, both lapped traffic, and we'll see as they cross the line what the lap times are. Yeah, another faster lap from Johnny Petard, about half a second faster for Johnny Petard, so he's brought that gap back down to 4.2 seconds.
And extends the lead over Rich Webb to 11 seconds, so some 5 seconds difference. And Rich Webb, is he falling back into the clutches of Colin Watson? There's 11.5 seconds between them, but Colin Watson's lap time was 4 seconds quicker. So I suspect that Rich Webb had just a poor lap, maybe lappery, maybe even a slight moment for him somewhere. We'll keep an eye on Rich Webb. Fastest lap sits with the leader, Christian Petard, with a 1:34.087 set on lap 5.
There's the 92 on the streams, Colin Watson making his way through as well, as Colin Watson looking to see what he can do in this 4th place spot. He's got a gap of 6.2 seconds between himself and the number 68 of Andrew Grant, and the lap times are in Watson's favour, so he's looking to see what he can do, wrap up this 4th place. He's 11.4 back from Rich Webb, but we are keeping an eye on Rich Webb. Here comes Christian Petard across the line. There goes Johnny Petard across the line, and the lap times between them, and again Johnny Petard quicker on that last lap. Gap's now down to 3.8 seconds.
Yes, it's closing up, and we've got, what, 7 minutes to go, so there's plenty of time. Rich Webb, his last lap time, 1:40.0, so he's back on the pace again after that very slow lap last time around. So that probably answers the question. Colin Watson only 8.8 behind, though. His lap time, 37.3, really good time.
Speaking of Colin Watson, it's a number 92 black and orange mechanical flag, so he's being called into the pit lane for an issue with the car.
Just as we get excited about how he's catching, he's got to come in. The black and orange flag means that the officials have spotted something on the car which is loose or potentially dangerous, which the driver wouldn't necessarily know about. And it requires the driver to come in and have that fixed. They don't need to get out and go to see the clerk of the course, which a black flag means, but a black and orange flag means they need to come into their pit box, and if they have helpers, for them to have a look at what the problem is.
Yeah, that'll be hugely frustrating for Colin Watson, because the sort of lap times he's doing, he's quicker. He lapped quicker than the top 3. So he'll be hugely frustrated, but
If the car's not in ship shape, then you will be called in, and you'll be instructed what exactly on the car is not playing ball and what you have to do to rectify it.
Leaders go over the line again. It was 3.8 seconds last time. What does Johnny Pittard do this time? 3.5 seconds. So he's taken another 0.3 of a second out of the leader. The gap now to 3.5 seconds. Rich Webb hasn't yet been through. So where is he? There goes Colin Watson. So we've lost Rich Webb. We will have a scan around, see if we can spot the car.
That's Rich Webb heading across the start-finish line, but it's a ginger pace if I've ever seen one.
So mechanical issue for car number 88 and car number 92, which has gone into third, Colin Watson. We know he's just seen the black and orange flag because he's just passed the timing line, so he will come in next time around, or should do anyway.
Yeah, what was the last time for Rich Webb then? Yeah, 1 minute 55. So there's definitely something that's getting worse on the car, unfortunately. And for Colin Watson, he'll be called into the pit lane. Who could benefit from that? Well, the 68 then of Andrew Grant might be rubbing his hands together. This might be a chance for him to get onto the podium. There's the black and orange flag being displayed at the start-finish line, if you saw it on the stream, for the number 92 of Colin Watson. So yeah, keep an eye on that 68 then of Andrew Grant to see if he can really take advantage of this. How far is he behind then? He's about 29 seconds back from Colin Watson. Depending on what the issue is and how quickly they can get that car turned around, this could be a chance for Andrew Grant to really get up those positions and see if he can grab a late podium.
Colin Watson due round shortly. The leaders have been over the line. The gap has just gone out marginally to 3.8 seconds, so it's hovering. 92 goes through again, so Colin Watson either didn't spot the signal to come in or decided to go one further lap. So he may have missed it last time, perhaps if he was lapping somebody. Didn't quite see it, so come around next time. So that leaves him in third place. Through goes 88, Rich Webb, 152. So Rich Webb clearly in some mechanical problem. He's keeping going because he's still well placed, but much slower pace than he was at the beginning of the race when he led, of course, for the first couple of 3 laps.
And of course, with Colin Watson, he'll feel that the car's probably absolutely fine because he's, as we've mentioned before, he's lapping pretty much on the same pace as the leaders at the moment. So in his mind, everything's absolutely fine. But that's why the black and orange flag is there, is because these spotters have spotted something that isn't right on the car. Now, it's probably a loose exhaust, which is, your driver will never know about that one. And if it's if the exhaust is dragging or something's dragging on the car that weighs quite a bit, then the officials will put out that black and orange flag to summon them into the pit lane at least to get that issue rectified. But this late on in the race,
he's carrying on.
Yeah, he's carrying on. So
there's nothing obvious from where we're standing, quite high position, so we're looking down on the cars, but there's certainly nothing obvious, is there?
Yeah.
When we had that before, the BMW had its back bumper hanging off and its exhaust pipe, so that was obvious, but not so with this. So Colin Watson continues.
Yeah, I wonder as well, because you do have to pit in. It's not optional, the black and orange flag. You are required to go to the pit lane.
I think it changes to a black flag if you
It does,
Yes,
yeah.
it's gone to a black flag now. So that's it. He has to come in and go and see the clerk of the course. So it's changed from a quick stop, try and fix the car, to a come in, get out, go and have a chat with the boss. So you get 2, or was it 3 laps did he go past it?
I think it was twice he went past.
We saw. Maybe he came past the first time, we didn't see it. But,
at least twice then.
At least twice.
That's an accurate fact.
Yeah. So that puts Colin Watson out of the running effectively, because if he doesn't come into the black flag, he'll get disqualified anyway. That puts Andrew Grant up into 3rd place. Quite close behind, big gap behind Andrew Grant to number 42, Richard Carter. But Richard Carter has very close attentions from Rich Webb. But we know that Rich Webb is running some 13 or 14 seconds a lap off the pace, so he'll just fall backwards, possibly into the clutches of Jeremy Adams, who is 20 seconds behind in 7th at the moment, so he'll move up effectively to 5th if he can pass Rich Webb. Sorry,
I was just going to say this is the final lap of the race for Christian Pittard as he makes his way up towards Coppice then, and it was a good 3-way battle to begin this race. It was a good start from Rich Webb, but Christian Pittard reeled him back in, got the move done, and has looked like he's in control of this one. As on the stream there we can see Colin Watson making his way through, but Christian Pittard now making his way towards the Melbourne hairpin.
Down to the bottom of the hill, back up again to Goddard's for our leader, number 51, Christian Pittard. Didn't lead the whole race. Rich Webb led the first couple of laps, but once Christian got ahead, he's extended his lead. It did come down as low as 3.2 last time, but Johnny Pittard not able to keep up, and the gap at the flag, 4.1 seconds between 51 Christian Pittard and 81 Johnny Pittard. 4.1 seconds between them, 19 laps completed. We're waiting for 3rd place, which I think will be Colin Watson will cross the line 3rd, but the clerk is down there with the black flag and the board showing the 92 on it, so because he didn't come into the pits for the black and orange and then it got changed to a black flag, I fear that Colin Watson will be excluded from the race, or at least given, if not an exclusion, then it'll be a severe time penalty, which will put number 68 Andrew Grant up into 3rd place and onto the podium. So it'll be an interesting chat you'll have with the 3rd place, whether the marshals will call in Andrew Watson, Colin Watson or Andrew Grant. We'll wait and see. At the, just to make absolutely sure that Colin Watson knows he was being given the black flag, it's being shown to him in the pit lane when he comes in as well. So no doubt about it. And in 5th place on the road was number 42, Richard Carter, but that will change, I think, to 4th place in the results when they are issued by the timekeepers and the clerk of the course. But already back into the pit lane, hopefully to be waved in. Yes. Christian knows what he's doing. He pulls in, so Kieran will be down there in a few moments to talk to Christian Pittard. Johnny Pittard should be round shortly. Not arrived yet. Here he is. Comes through in the supercharged Caterham. So where did I get to? 5th place, which will be net 4th for Richard Carter, number 42, and then behind is number 88, Rich Webb, who managed, with all his problems, to struggle round, and I think will be credited with 5th place for number 88, who led the early stages of the race. And then behind Rich Webb is number 3, Jeremy Adams. In 6th place, in 7th, number 188 is the Robert Forsdyke car. In 8th place, number 553, which is Ashley Haig-Boyles. 9th place, number 89, Bruce Wilson. And completing the top 10 will be number 69 once the penalty has been applied. '69 being Stephen Collins. Luke Zaru, out of interest, who had that grid drop for previous wins. Number 27 finished in 11th place. So we've got 3 cars down in the pit lane for Kieran to talk to, one of which is the 92 car of Colin Watson. So we'll see. He did finish 3rd on the road.
So it's sorry, Alistair, it's a very busy pit lane, so I'm apologies if I've cut over you, but I'm here with Christian Bittard, the overall winner of the race. Christian, that was a good opening few laps, and then Rich Webb got past you, you got back past, and...
Yeah, it was a great few laps, because the rain was coming, didn't know which way it was going to go. It was really exciting, so I don't know what happened to Rich, but that was the highlight. The first 5 laps were looking really interesting, and then it got a bit lonely.
Now, obviously, you mentioned the rain. There were the spits of rain on the green flag lap at the very start. Any changes of mind about what your strategy was going into the race?
Oh, yeah. Because it's a 30-minute race without a pit stop. We can pit right at the start and swap for wets, but that window's probably first 10 minutes. So we were looking to the heavens thinking, which way do we go? And you could see some guys had wets at the ready. So it was just lucky it dried, and so it was fine because we've got a dry setup as well. So even if we gone to wets, it would have been a handful. So no, we were lucky. The weather was consistent. So thank the weather for an easy afternoon.
And Johnny was catching you midpoint in the race. You extended that gap again. You said it was a lonely race. So what's your expectations for a second race of the day?
Well, hopefully it's dry. Although we had an amazing race at Snet earlier in the year in the wet. So as long as we're on the same setup, then we can have fun. That doesn't matter.
That's the main point of the day. I believe there's a trophy ready and waiting for you there. So I'll go and let you have the glory of being presented the trophy. So congratulations, Christian Bittard. So congratulations there to Christian Bittard. So let's go and find, let's see if Johnny Bittard's still around. I hope he is. His crash helmet's here. Ah, Johnny's over there, that's why. Let's go and have a chat with Johnny Bittard then, second in the race. Johnny. Johnny, can I grab you for a second? Sorry, that's second place in that. Bit of an interesting start as well with Christian Bittard. Yes. So how was it from your point of view?
I thought I'd do better at the start, but it was actually very slippery in a lot of places. It looks bone dry, but it was actually much more slippery early on. So I thought better of doing a risky lunge, but I was hanging with Christian for the first bit. And then, of course, Rich came through and into the lead. So we thought we'd kind of let him make any mistake, be the first to make a mistake if it was going to get slippery. But the grip came pretty quickly into the track. And then it was just bone dry for the rest of it, but I just didn't quite have the pace I was after today. A bit too much understeer in the car, so we might make a few settings, tweak the dampers a bit, and hope we can go a bit better this afternoon.
Yeah, you were catching Christian sort of the midpoint in the race, yeah, and then towards the end, Christian started to open up the gap. So any changes of strategy going into the second race of the day?
Yeah, I think I will try and dial out some of the understeer, and we'll see. But the tyres have worked very hard today already. So we'll see. Who knows? It might be wet, so it could be interesting. But yeah, I'll try and keep him in sight for the whole race next time.
Absolutely. Johnny, thank you very much for the chat. Congratulations on second place. See how you do in the second race. Let's see if we can have a chat to Colin Watson before we hand back over. I'll see if Colin's still around. No, he's not around. Okay, so no Colin here then. So I will hand that back up to the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Kieran. Yes, Colin may have popped upstairs to see the boss after ignoring the flag to come in. And next out on track is the Liqui Moly Slicks series. And just had a late amendment that the Nigel Mustill Craig Dolby car number 39 has withdrawn. We did know they weren't doing the second race, but they've withdrawn from the first race as well. So we saw the qualifying session not that long ago, but unfortunately the car we were watching in qualifying get pole position is actually not going to start the race. So the grid, I haven't been given an amended grid, so I'll just move everybody up one. I assume, therefore, onto pole position will go number 21, Andrew Christopher, in his Ferrari. And alongside will be number 5, David Harrison, 21 and 5 on the front row. The second row, 666, Rob Fenn, and 74, Malone. And Dominic Malone's got Chris Boardman with him for this race. So 666 and 74 on row 2. Row 3 will be 88 Stephen Osborne and 23 Nathan Wells, 88 and 23. Row 4 will be 15 the Cresswells and 115 Luke Sargent, 15 and 115. Row 5 is 36 the Smith and Moulton Smith BMW, and 54 Nigel Jenkins, 36 and 54 on row 5. Row 6 is 6 Johnny Haynes and 132 James Card, 6 and 132. Row 7 is 199 Mark Lee and 11 Peter Chalice, 199 and 11. Row 8 is 9 Dylan Popovich and 32 Tim Davis, 9 and 32. Row 9 is 68 the Severs and 97 Steve Griffiths, 68 and 97 row 9. Row 10 is 162 John Saunders and 10 John Cockerton, 162 and 10. And row 11 is 95 Matt Eddles and 176 the Lynches, 95 and 176. Row 12 is 143 Steve Cheetham and 37 Ross Irvin, 143 and 37, and completing the grid 33 Dale Albert, who didn't get a time in qualifying. Number 33 completes the grid. So cars are not yet, just coming into the Melbourne Loop. So in pole position is the number 21 car of Andrew Christopher, which is the Ferrari 488 Challenge, the slightly later car. And alongside number 5 is David Harrison, who's driving solo. If you're looking at the programme, Nathan Lucky not driving, David Harrison solo in the Porsche GT3. And then Rob Fenn in the Lotus, car number 666, and alongside the familiar BMW that we saw racing earlier, Dominic Malone. Now, do I have start drivers for this? I do, and who is Dominic Malone to start in the black BMW. I have got start drivers for the other, there's a few shared cars, so I'll give you the start drivers as we're going through the race. Oh, in fact, they're going round again. So the pace car, now do they get 2 laps because they're running on slicks? Possibly. Anyway, they're doing a second green flag lap, which may be because the giveaway is in the title. The giveaway is in the title, Liqui Moly Slicks series, so it being dry, they will be on slicks if they have them. But there is a car, that's the answer then. The clock has started ticking down, so we are in the 40-minute race, which is quite normal for a second green flag lap. And the reason is that the Aston Martin, which I think came in on a tow rope in the qualifying session, has come in again on well, I suppose technically it's a tow strap rather than tow rope, but it's come in again.
Yeah, you're right.
Towed.
Yeah, you're right. It stopped on the approach towards Goddard's and qualifying. And unfortunately, it's not made much further progress in this race. So unfortunately for the number 95, that's Matt Eddolls, who was due to start in 22nd place. He is not going to take the start of this race, and that's being towed well and truly back to the paddock.
And something you may not have heard, Kieran, you were coming upstairs, is that unfortunately the pole position car is not starting. Number 39 has withdrawn from both races, which is a shame. In terms of success, winners' penalties, the only car with a winner's penalty now that the Mustil Dolby Volvo has pulled out is Dylan Popovic, who has a 22nd winner's penalty. Number 9, Dylan Popovic, in the 7-litre V8-engined Ginetta G50. Will have to serve an additional 20 seconds when he does his pit stop. Cars coming back down to the Melbourne hairpin. I gave you the start driver for number 74. In car number 15, which is next on the grid, it's Thomas Cresswell who starts. And the car's coming back round. Yeah, lights are out on the pace car, so we will be getting a start this time. So it's Ferrari versus Porsche versus BMW versus Lotus, and through they go. And a great start from the second row from, sorry, the fourth row from Nathan Wells, who got through. I think he's got boxed in, so he was making great progress down the outside, but I think he's ended up getting boxed in about 5th place as they go down the hill. And it's the red Ferrari of Andrew Christopher, the 488 challenge car, that leads from Rob Fenn in the very, very quick Lotus, which is right up behind him. Then it's the Porsche of David Harrison in 3rd place, and off goes Dominic Malone into the gravel, number 74, but gets back on. He had enough momentum to keep going, but he's lost probably about 5 places.
Yeah, he clattered the curb of the old hairpin, and that sent him straight into the gravel trap on the outside. So he's lost a bit of ground there, and his attempt to move down the inside at old hairpin has come back to bite him, unfortunately. But he'll be looking for the rest of the race now to try and recover. There's the number 54 machine, then that Ferrari of Nigel Jenkins, who's looking to try and make his way up the order. He started 9th place in this race, but as our leaders now make their way down towards the S's, then it is still Andrew Christopher leading the way then down towards the Melbourne hairpin. And then it's the 666 of Rob Fenn, who started this race in 4th place, my apologies. He's now up into 2nd.
Through the Melbourne hairpin they come, and the 488 Challenge Ferrari comes up the hill into the left-hander at Goddard's for the first time. Rob Fenn right behind. Then it's the number 5 Porsche of David Harrison, which is the GT3 Cup car, as they come out of Goddard's. And then behind David Harrison, sorry, is the second of the Porsches, the very nice kind of Rothmans livery, but with not Rothmans written on it, but those colours in 4th place, which is Stephen Osborne.
Nigel Jenkins getting past Luke Sargent then in towards the first corner, and that's Jenkins now putting himself up to 7th place overall, and now he'll start to try and chase down, if he can, the next car, which should be the number 15 car, which is a shared car there. It's Thomas Cresswell in that one. He'll be sharing with Nick. Nick will be jumping in later. There's the 199 Ginetta trying to make some ground up. Mark Lee, who started in 14th place. And I said Nigel Jenkins wanted to focus on the next car. Well, the car behind him, Luke Sargent, wants his position back as they now make their way up towards Coppice. He's right behind the Ferrari now, is Luke Sargent. And Sargent here driving his Hyundai i30N, looking to try and pass Nigel Jenkins' Ferrari.
The 4 leaders coming down into the Melbourne hairpin, and a good start from number 23, Nathan Wells, has converted into 5th position, although he's off the back of the lead group of 4 cars. Coming into Melbourne now is that group, so Nathan Wells leads it. Then it's the Ginetta next up, and then the second of the Ferraris, Nigel Jenkins. Leaders cross the line, and it's still Christopher from Fenn, from Harrison and Osborne Ferrari, Lotus, Porsche, and then in 5th place Nathan Wells in the BMW, then Thomas Cresswell next up, number 15 in his Ginetta.
Yeah, Dylan Popovic is still down the order at the moment. He's currently 15th overall, and got to be looking to see what he can do here, because he's also got that 20-second success penalty. Now, earlier on today, he was speaking to me, and he did say that the tyres can take a couple of laps to warm up. He's got that new engine in, the new Chevrolet. I believe it's 7 litres underneath the bonnet now, installed last year. It does take a couple of laps for the car and the tyres to warm up so that he can start pushing through the corners.
We certainly saw that earlier, didn't we, in the race he did there, where he started off relatively slowly in about 4th, 5th place, but then gradually speeded up and took the lead and the win. So the Ferrari is making its way down to Melbourne hairpin now, not under pressure from Rob Fenn anymore, but Rob Fenn is now starting to come under pressure from number 5, David Harrison's Porsche, as they turn into the tight right. And then the second of the Porsches in 4th place, slightly losing touch now with the number 5 car of David Harrison. Into Goddard's they go. So the black Lotus 666 of Rob Fenn, the Lotus Elise, down into the right-hander at Redgate, coming under increasing pressure.
And Nigel Jenkins making more progress as well in his 458 challenge. He's moved up to 6th place now. He's got past then Thomas Cresswell and moves himself up another position. So Nigel Jenkins on a charge. What's his lap times like compared to the rest of the field in front of him? He's sort of matching the pace to cars ahead of him at the moment. So let's see what he can do with a bit of clear track ahead of him.
Fastest lap at the moment sits with the leader, number 21, Andrew Christopher, for 1:33.329. And that was done on the last lap, the 3rd lap of the race, so his 2nd flying lap. And best time of the race for the Porsche of number 5, David Harrison, in his charge to try and catch and pass Rob Fenn. Let's see how he's getting on. Well, he's actually dropped a little bit of ground to Rob Fenn as they come down to the Melbourne hairpin. But battles going on into the Fogarty S's as the BMW, and I think that's Mark Smith, isn't it, number 36. So Mark Smith started the BMW number 36, and Aaron Moulton-Smith will take over.
Dominic Malone down the inside then off Sargent as he makes his way in towards the Melbourne hairpin, and he gets the move done, but Luke Sargent here right on his tail goes for a little bit of a switchback, perhaps in towards Goddard. No, and Dominic Malone covers off that inside line in towards Goddard's, gets back onto the power. Luke Sargent is chasing him all the way though as they make their way onwards now to the Wheatcroft Straight. And is there an attempt here going in towards the first corner at Redgate? No, there is not. So that's a position gain then for Dominic Malone.
It's an interesting comparison, isn't it, to see a TCR car racing against what are modified saloon cars. And when we see them race in their own races, they're all to a similar specification. So it's difficult to tell, relatively speaking, how quick they are, but actually here it is up the sharp end of the field up against M3 BMWs and Ginettas.
Stephen Osborne has been given the black and white warning flag for track limit, so the next time he exceeds it, that will be a penalty. It'll be a 5-second penalty, so he's got to be careful now in his Porsche 911 Cup. And the pit window is now open for drivers to come in.
So it'll be open for 15 minutes.
I wonder who will be the first to blink here, because there's all sorts of strategies when we come here. If you're a solo driver, I suppose you're maybe waiting until the last possible moment so that you can pit in under possibly a full course yellow. Dylan Popovic now, you can see if you're watching on the stream, has now got ahead of John Saunders, and so that now moves himself up another position, or at least in front of him, into 15th place. And Saunders then, perhaps, no, Dylan Popovic actually I say that, he posted a 141 last time around. Saunders a 139.1. So, if anything, Saunders was actually catching Popovic. That could be a chance for Saunders to get a position.
And Popovic loses a place to the 162 Ferrari coming out of Goddard's. So Saunders did get ahead, as you predicted, on the run down the Wheatcroft Straight into Redgate. The Saunders Ferrari, the earlier 458 Challenge car, which preceded the 488, which is the current car that's used in the Ferrari Challenge. 458 used up to about 4 years ago, I think it was. It changed to the 488.
Yeah, Dominic Malone's now got himself a black and white warning flag for track limits. Again, next time he exceeds the track limits, that will be a penalty. So quite a few, maybe on a little bit of thin ice here on the track limits. But there goes Andrew Christopher across the line, leading the way. The treble 6 then of Rob Fenn in second place. Gap between them 3.3 seconds, with Andrew Christopher lapping about 2/10 quicker on that last lap compared to Rob Fenn. And rounding off the top 3 right now, it's David Harrison, who's lapping in the low 134s and is now 5.7 off the lead.
Nice sound as the Lamborghini Huracan goes through, just ahead of the second of the Ferraris. The Lamborghini in 6th place, number 6, just got ahead. Johnny Haynes in the Super Trofeo Huracan.
Possible issue for Peter Chalice here in the Porsche. He's going at a steady pace as he makes his way now through in towards Goddard's. He's got the left indicator on, so I'm assuming he's pit lane bound, but he's been at a steady pace after the S's. Let's see what happens with Peter Chalice then as he makes his way back into the pit lane.
I think that either a puncture or an engine issue, because I thought I saw some smoke at the back of the car. Can't really see anything as he comes down the pit lane. But it is within the pit window, so if he can fix it, then he can do his stop and get out again. But that looks to me, like you say, it's too slow, isn't it? He's trickling down. He's got the door open. He's telling the team he's going straight into the paddock. Yeah, he's pulling to the right and swinging round to the left. So that's the end of the number 5 GT3 Cup Porsche of David Harrison, unfortunately with an unknown mechanical issue.
There's also Ross Irvine going slowly now down towards the Melbourne hairpin. He did start this race on the back row, 25th place. And as he makes his way through, possibly another one pit lane bound. And that's the 162 Ferrari, which is John Saunders. And that's the 199 Mark Lee, who've just passed him, battling for position. Yes, so Saunders has got another position as he moves himself up into P13. So it's good progress being made here by John Saunders. As into the pits comes Ross Irvine.
And Dominic Malone came in as well. So he's doing his stop. And my apologies, I said David Harrison in the Porsche pulled in. It wasn't. You quite rightly said Peter Chalice. And then for some reason I said David Harrison. So it was Peter Chalice, number 11, in the 997 GT3 Cup car that retired to the paddock. And Dominic Malone, should be a driver change there. I didn't... yes, there's one of the drivers out. That's presumably Dominic Malone. Getting out, and into that car gets Chris Boardman, number 74, doing its mandatory stop. Now he had a short stop penalty, didn't he, in the earlier race, so let's hope they get it right this time.
So there's Ross Irvine in the stream pictures, who's come into the pit lane. He was at a steady pace coming in, but he's serving that mandatory stop. And if they can rectify the issue during the mandatory stop, they've sort of dealt with 2 birds with 1 stone, really, haven't they? They're sending him back out, and let's see if Ross Irvine can get that pace again. No, he's decided not. and pulled it into the paddock and the left-hand side just on the exit of the pit lane. 5-second penalties being awarded now. Stephen Osborne has got a 5-second penalty, so too has Andrew Christopher. So both of them have 5-second penalties for track limits.
Meantime, Dominic Malone, or the new driver in the Dominic Malone car, Chris Boardman, is sitting there in the pit lane. And it's well over its time now. 74, it's on 2 minutes. Does he have a penalty? No, he hasn't. No, I thought, no, he hasn't got a penalty. So, a success penalty. So, no reason why that car should be sat there. It's 2 minutes 12 now for number 74. Quite sure what's going on there.
Yeah, I just see on the stream pictures that someone is jumping into that car.
Well, we saw the driver out, didn't we, quite some time ago, so I don't know why. There goes the Porsche. With, you certainly don't miss that stopwatch, do you? The great big box with numbers on it.
Yeah, Steve Cheetham, I think, will be appreciative of that as he leaves the pit lane. And it's 1 minute 36, so over by 6 seconds, but you'd rather that than taking a 30-second penalty. David Harrison's got himself a track limits warning. So to the number 68, and that is 68 is Jake Severs.
And into the pits comes Mark Smith, who will hand over to son Aaron Moulton Smith in the BMW. And Aaron just waiting for Mark to get out. Of course, Mark managed to get himself a short stop penalty in the first race that he took part in solo. And he joked with Kieran, didn't he? He'll have to get his brain in gear for this one. Just a few tenths short on his pit stop. The Dominic Malone car, I think, has gone out again. Let's have a look. Yeah, 3 minutes 23 stop for the Dominic Malone to Chris Boardman changeover. So clearly some issue that needed to be dealt with during that pit stop. In comes the leader, Andrew Christopher, number 21, into the pit lane. Also in is the TCR Hyundai, Luke Sargent, number 115. He's in as well for his mandatory stop, as is the number 5, David Harrison, Porsche DT3. So the leading cars choosing to come in with about 6 minutes of the window remaining. Also in the number 6 Lamborghini, Johnny Haynes. And out goes the Hyundai, Luke Sargent, number 115, back onto track again. Comes out and just gets pipped to pit exit by the Ferrari. That's Nigel Jenkins' car, isn't it? The 54. Yes, the yellow Ferrari. So Nigel Jenkins gets out just ahead.
You can see on the stream tyre pressures being adjusted to Andrew Christopher's car. Just make sure everything is in working order, letting air out of that tyre at the moment.
Surprising that he got a track limits penalty, because he was quite comfortably in the lead, wasn't he? Didn't need to push on.
Well, press on he must as he leaves this pit box and makes his way onto the track then, coming out of the pit lane. And have a look and see what those pit lane times are. I think you have mentioned already, David Harrison is that, in the number 5. Is it short by 9/10 of a second, but yeah, everybody else that's been into the pit so far.
Yeah, spot on for Christopher. In fact, 10 seconds over, 1:40. Closest to the minimum time. The award for getting it right goes to number 36, which is the Smiths, Moulton Smith. they were over their minimum time by 0.8 of a second. So Mark Smith listened to you in that interview, and he did get his brain in gear, and he got his timing right for this one.
That's good. That's good. No 30-second penalty coming his way this time around. At least for the short pit stop, because he didn't short stop. Dylan Popovic is now coming into the pits then.
But I mean, that's quite important, isn't it? Because he's gained 10 seconds on some cars, leading cars that have done a 140 pit stop. Quite a few around about 135. There's another short one come up. You mentioned number 5, didn't you?
David Harrison. I think Johnny Haynes it is, number 6.
Yep, Johnny Haynes also short by 0.7 or 0.65 of a second. So that will be a 31 second penalty, or 30.6 second penalty.
Yeah, the penalty for a short stop is the time that takes you up to the minimum pit stop time and 30 seconds. So in that case, it'll be roughly just shy of 31 seconds.
Yeah. Into the pits comes the very pretty 23 BMW, that of Nathan Wells, who had a puncture in the race that he was leading before, but he's in for his mandatory stop. Not many, in fact, only one car now owes us a stop, and that is the 199 car of Mark Lee. Everybody else has been in. 54 comes in for the second time. Jenkins. So clearly not happy. Nigel Jenkins in the Ferrari 458, the yellow and black one, comes in for a second stop. Not quite sure why. Tyre pressure's being checked.
There we see then Rob Fenn leaving, or at least starting to leave the pit lane then, as we get to the pit lane exit. And let's see what the timing is on the pit lane timer. And that's a pretty good stop then for the 176 as well, which is William and Frederick Lynch, because they've got within 0.6 of a second. Now, that is a drive-through penalty now being awarded to Andrew Christopher for track limits.
That's, I don't understand. You're a long way in the lead.
Yeah, and added to that, race controls put out the message to all cars and drivers to park firm at the end of the race.
Yeah. So
I'm sure we've had that big respect track limits sign on the board, but there is Andy Christopher, who was leading the race before the pit window opened, now has a drive-through penalty, and if he keeps exceeding track limits, those penalties get more and more severe as we go through.
And the other thing I've spotted is that Dylan Popovic should have done a 1:50 minimum, 1:30 plus his 20-second winner's penalty, but he did a 1:31. So he went for the standard 1:30 pit stop time. So,
sorry, Luke Sargent's in. He's got damage to the front left of the car.
It's all happening, isn't it?
It is. That Hyundai has obviously got a bit of damage to the front left of the car, just sort of the front left quarter, just beyond the front wheel. Seems to have a bit of bodywork sticking out, so that they would have been called in anyway. And while they're having a once-over on the car, I suppose they'll get rid of that little bit of offending bodywork and see if they can send it back out. But with 15 minutes to go here,
we've got one car that hasn't done a pit stop.
As the pit windows are closed.
The pit window is now closed.
I see.
So 199, I'm afraid, 199, you're going to get a penalty because you've missed the pit window. That's Mark Lee.
Yeah, that's we saw that yesterday. It's a 30-second penalty. So now you've just got to make sure that you do pit in and you don't go under the 90-second pit in, pit out. Otherwise, you'll get even more.
I think is an exclusion for not doing a pit stop at all.
It is.
So you need to, even though he's outside the window, he's got to come in and do the pit stop. He'll still get the penalty, but at least he'll complete the race.
Yeah, it might be one of those where it's just misjudged the timing. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
He's gone 1 lap too long and makes his way now into the pits. So he will get a 30-second penalty for pitting outside of the pit window for his mandatory stop.
And Andrew Christopher just coming through Goddard's now. Did he see the board was out, wasn't it,
Yes.
for the drive-through? No, he hasn't decided to come in. He's carried on. But even on the exit of Goddard's, I can kind of see why he's getting these track limit penalties, because he's really pushing the boundaries and putting the car way over the red and white curbing.
That's the battle there for what's become the lead, and that is Rob Fenn, who's got himself ahead now as we make our way through in towards Hollywood and Craner curves. And now Andy Christopher wants that position back now, through now down towards the old hairpin. And it looks like to me that Rob Fenn has got himself ahead. He's trying to now run away with this one as he'll make his way now onwards towards Schwann's curve, and then up towards McLean's, where you just keep climbing and climbing and climbing all the way up towards Coppice. And he's building that lead actually to Andy Christopher at the moment. There's a bit of a sizable gap between them. So Rob Fenn's done a great job there of taking over the lead.
Coming down the straight towards the Foggy S's. And Andrew Christopher close in behind Rob Fenn in the Lotus Elise, coming down to the right-hander now at Melbourne, and then back up the hill. Will we see Andrew Christopher peel off into the pits on this lap? And then just behind them, not far behind, is the number 5 Porsche, which is David Harrison. And Andrew Christopher doesn't come in. So that's, by my reckoning, twice that I know about that he's passed the board. Maybe 3, depends when the board went out. But certainly if he goes past it again, then he'll be called in. And we've now got a 5-second track limits penalty for car number 88. Oh dear. Really,
yeah, Stephen Osborne.
Yeah.
I think he already had. I think that might be a repeat message possibly.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure, or was it 68 that had the penalty? Either way, Stephen Osborne has been now told that he's got a 5-second track limit penalty. And well, this is where you could gain a couple of positions if you're outside of the top 3. If you just keep it on the island, there might be a chance here of grabbing a late podium.
So we've got the unusual situation of second, third and fourth on our timing screen now have penalty markers against them.
Yes.
Rob Fenn is happily going on his way in the lead. He's no penalties. He's doing everything correctly.
So far.
So far, yes. And this is Dylan Popovic with the Ferrari number 54. That is not for position, because the 54 did an extra stop, I think, didn't it? With a problem.
Yeah, it was a good scrap on the screen there. John Cockerton managed to get past the 68, I believe, and
that's definitely 3 times past the board, saying come in for Andrew Christopher. So I think that changes now to a black flag, doesn't it? If you pass the drive-through penalty board 3 times, it then converts to a black flag, which means you've got to come in and stop and talk to the clerk of the course. And I noticed the clerk down there actually with the marshals, so just making sure what's happening.
Yeah, keeping an eye on everything as well. And I assume he's going to summon them to Parc Ferme after the race anyway.
Yeah.
And I have to say as well, it's been a good race today for John Saunders, who's up 11 places, as you can see if you're watching the stream. He started P20, he's now up to P9, so he's done a phenomenal job out there so far in the final 10 minutes of this race. His next car ahead of him would be the number 132, I believe, which is James Card. He's lapping, he's about 28 seconds back from the next car, I think. Saunders, oh, is he? No, I've read the wrong line. He's 1.4 seconds behind.
Yes, he's quite close, isn't he? Yeah.
So there could be another position yet for Saunders.
Another car that's gone well is the shared BMW number 36, started by Mark Smith, handing over to Aaron Moulton-Smith. Here's number 21 coming in for his drive-through, but was that too late, or will they let that slide, being as he's done the drive-through now? He's certainly driven through. And goes back out on track again.
So he served that drive-through penalty, and as you see on the screen there, it's a loss of about 16 seconds from pit entry to pit exit, but that doesn't include the time it takes to slow down on the exit of Goddard's to meet the speed limit. So you probably lose about nearly 20 seconds by doing that.
And whether it's a new one or whether I've just spotted it, it's come up on the screen. 5-second penalty now for car number 5.
David Harrison, yeah, I think that was one before. Okay. I think they're just showing them individually now.
Yes.
I think they did group them together.
That's jumped to 35 seconds from 15. So that's for Harrison.
Oh, right.
Was 15 seconds before.
So,
we'll obviously keep a time of it. I'm sure it'll all change once we head to the finish line. And
yes, of course, Harrison already has a 30-second short pit stop penalty, plus the fraction of a second he was short, plus now 5 seconds. So it's 35.8 second penalty now. So it's, and we've got more penalties coming up. This is getting ridiculous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars have penalty markers against them now.
Yeah, Dylan Popovic is one of them now. And he's got a 38.8. That's going to be for a short pit stop. You've got, as we already saw, Mark Lee in the 199, 11th place. He's got himself a 30-second penalty for pitting outside of the pit window. You've got the 68 car as well, currently at hand of Andre Severs. Oh no, don't tell me that's the 162. It's John Saunders who's found himself into the gravel. And after such a great race up into 9th place, he's now found himself in the gravel. That's coming down towards the old hairpin. Such a shame for John Saunders there, who was chasing down. He was sharing that same bit of track there with the 132 of James Card.
And given that he was one of the very few cars without a penalty in the top 10, he may well have moved up onto the podium.
Yeah.
What a shame. We've just had a drive-through penalty, which we didn't know was going to happen, but it did happen. We don't know why. For number 88, I assume that's repeated track limit. Stephen Osborne in his Porsche, number 88, just did a drive-through.
Yeah, and that would make sense because he's got 15 seconds worth of penalties now.
Yeah. Okay.
So that would make sense that he's now got a drive-through.
So it's pretty pointless talking about where cars are going to finish at the moment. We might as well just talk about what they're doing on the track.
We might know where this car might finish, though, coming across the start-finish line as Rob Fenn, who's running squeaky clean at the moment at the front of the field.
Of course, yes, number 666 leads by some 9 seconds and no penalties. Everybody behind him down to 6th place has penalties, and then we've got Smith and Moulton-Smith, with Aaron Moulton-Smith currently at the wheel of the BMW, number 36. And I was saying earlier on, they're having a really good race because they're battling with the number 6 Lamborghini of Johnny Haynes, who does have a penalty, so that will drop back. But at the moment, just ahead, and also in there as well is the Osborne car, number 88, which has done its drive-through, so it's dropped back down. Stephen Osborne into 6th place.
Yeah, would you believe in all of this that the 36 Aaron Moulton-Smith at the moment still quite isn't close enough to the likes of Harrison to try and take advantage of that penalty? He's very close. He's got to put in a couple of laps to try and get himself within that range.
Well, Our penalised cars has gone up to 9 now. It's virtually half the field. An extra one, I don't know which one it was, but an extra penalty has come up. I think it was Malone and Boardman.
Yeah, that's a 5-second penalty there, and I think they're calling the checkered flag early then.
Ah, yes. Yeah, checkered flag has gone out, which is a couple of laps early. But I didn't think it did. Marcus just saying in the background there, that wasn't Rob Fenn that came over the line when the flag went out. So I didn't see him, but where is he at the moment? Well, Christopher's just gone over the line, so I think it missed Rob Fenn, but it should have gone out to him, because the flag is showing on our timing screens against all the cars behind him. So I presume they'll just deem it that he'd gone through past the flag. Yeah, Fenn is shown now as completing the race as the winner. 20 laps completed. But we've got a little... We'll wait until the timekeepers apply the penalties, and then we'll give you a rundown of where drivers finished. Very mixed up race indeed.
I think they may have already applied them, because that's Smith and Moulton Smith up into 3rd place now with all those penalties.
I was just waiting for a card to go through, because he didn't change place. Okay, so the winner, as we know, no doubt about Rob Fenn, because your phrase was squeaky clean. Absolutely he was. He had no penalties, no track limits penalties or short pit stop, and took the win. Number 666, Rob Fenn. 20 laps completed, and with penalties applied, he was 33.8 seconds ahead of 2nd place, which went to, in the end, Andrew Christopher, number 21 in the Ferrari. And he was got the fastest lap of the race, Andrew Christopher, early on lap 4 with a 1:33.310. So Andrew Christopher finishes in 2nd place. In 3rd place went to the BMW, very well driven indeed by the Smiths. Started by Mark Smith, finished by Aaron Moulton Smith, and that was a 3rd place for number 36, 11.6 seconds behind Andrew Christopher. In 4th place, number 5 was the David Harrison Porsche. In 5th place, number 88 was the Stephen Osborne Porsche. In 6th place, number 23. And that's the first of the BMW, no, second of the BMWs, with the Smiths in 3rd place, and that's Nathan Wells in number 23, finished in 6th place. In 7th place, number 6, the Lamborghini Huracan of Johnny Haynes. And in 8th place, number 132, James Card in his BMW. In 9th place, number 15, which was the Cresswells, wasn't it? Yeah, Thomas and Nick Cresswell in their Ginetta G55, and completing the top 10, car number 199, which is the second of the Ginettas, that one solo driven by Mark Lee. So a slightly mixed up race, to say the least, with the various penalties coming through there for short pit stops and track limits, and not serving drive-throughs and all sorts. But in the end, it was the squeaky clean Rob Fenn that took the win, and Andrew Christopher second despite the drive-through. And those cars are down in the pit lane now, so Kieran will be ready with the microphone to interview our top 3 drivers in the first of the 2 races for the Liqui Moly Slicks.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Yep, I'll just pretty much slip in here and have a chat to Rob Fenn. Rob, I think you're one of the few drivers that didn't get any penalties during that race. I mean, you had a good battle as well, though, with Andy Christopher. I mean, talk us through that race.
Tough, physically really tough. It's my first race of the season, so getting kind of race car fit again is Yeah, tricky. You can only do it by miles. So really glad to survive, and just really unbelievably happy that we won. The team had to patch the car up minutes before we went out, so credit to the guys at JDR for getting it together and getting us an out, because we almost weren't there at all.
Yeah, can you talk us through the issues that you might have had before this race that you had to patch up?
We had issues in both sessions, so the gear shift selection just wasn't working sometimes. But the main issue was the exhaust cracked at the manifold, so the guys had to borrow a welder. I think the guys ran speed, so thanks for that. And welded it up just before we went out, and it stuck together.
It stuck together and it's got you the race win. I mean, talk us through it. I mean, the Lotus looked really good out there.
Yeah, I mean, down the Craner's old hairpin, it comes into its own. It's all about building that gap before the next straight, really. So, yeah, just thrilled. It was a really tough race. I don't know how I'm going to get in and do the next one, really.
Lots of water, I'm going to say. You've got the right bottle, so good luck with that. Congratulations on the victory, though. Well done.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Let's have a look and see if we can find Andy Christopher. There he is, just behind us. Andy, good race for you. Oh, I mean, sort of good race for you. Got quite a few track limits and a drive-through. I mean, you were leading at point, but you did have a good battle, though, with that Lotus.
Really good. So quick. So quick. He was just... it was off-putting watching the Lotus going round it, because I was just so impressed with the driving. It was putting me off my driving, but it was good fun. It's our second race in the car, so we're still getting used to it. I'd like to understand where the track limits were, so I'm going to go and see the head mistress today, I think it is, and find out what happened. But yeah, it was a really good race. Car did well. Really happy.
Yeah, and so what sort of lessons can you take in? Can you catch the Lotus in the second race today?
Yeah, I think we can, actually. I think we can give them a good run in the next race. We've got a couple of tweaks we need to do where my front end went off a little bit. So if we can just give me some a little bit more front, then I think we can have a ding-dong.
Great stuff, Andy. Congratulations on second place. Look forward to seeing you what happens in the second race. And let's have a chat now to see if we can find... Oh, they're right behind you there, Jeremy. In our third place races, they're having a chat to Marcus Pye. I'll slip in and have a chat to Aaron Moulton-Smith. He took the checkered flag. Aaron, I mean, this car, you two, one of the few that didn't get penalties out there, and you're rewarded with a podium.
Yeah. Just, I suppose, just trying to keep it on the track and not use all the track limits as much as we want to. But yeah. Great to be out in it, and just it's such a cool car, so love it. But yeah,
I can still see with a smile beaming on your face. I mean, reaction then? How far down the line did you know that you actually made the podium?
Just until when I was pulled in here, but yeah, I thought I was fourth. So yeah, but that's cool.
Great stuff. Great stuff. And Mark, you got that engaged the brain there in that one. The pit stop worked this time.
It did, yeah. I didn't mess that up. I only had to mess half of it up. Really had to come in, really, didn't I? So that's probably why it worked, because I wasn't in complete control of pit stop. But yeah, I just had to remind myself I was on slicks, and I found about 3 seconds of lap time, which I was pretty pleased about. I'll probably take a month or so to recover from that, pinching myself.
I'm afraid you've only got another, about an hour or so, because you've got a second race.
We're out again, haven't we? That's right, yeah. I'm looking forward to that then. Great stuff. Thank you.
And your reaction to being on the podium then?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, twice in one day. Let's try and go for a hat trick, shall we?
Let's see what you can do in race 2. Congratulations, Bart. Well done. And with that, then it's back to Alistair in the commentary box.
Thanks, Kieran. Straight on to our next race as soon as the track is ready. Next race being the Turbo Tin Tops. Another 40-minute race with the mandatory pit stop, same regulations as the previous races. The Lohen Turbo Tin Tops. And in this we've got everything from VW Scirocco's through Mini Coopers to Renault Clios, and a nice group of 4 of the Abarth 500s, particularly entered and driven by the Marson cousins, the 3 cousins, David, Richard and Andrew Marson, in their Abarth 500s. And all these cars are front-wheel drive and supercharged or turbocharged. And the winners' penalties, there are 3 drivers who have a penalty in this one. Number 27, which is on pole position, Firoz Bilimoria, with 30 seconds success penalty. 27 will stop for an extra 30 seconds, so that's a minimum pit stop time of 2 minutes for car number 27. Similarly for car number 72, which is also on the front row, and that is Carl Chambers in his familiar Peugeot 208 GTI. 30 seconds added to his pit stop time. And finally, one of the Marsons, and it's Andrew Marson, who sits on, where is he on the grid? Lost him for a minute there. There he is, 9th on the grid. Andrew Marson, number 59, has a 30-second winner's penalty to serve. So just those 3, but 2 of them on the front row. So that will shake things up a little bit as they come round to do their 1 green flag lap. Firoz Bilimoria on pole position. And, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure you were going to say, I've just got back up into the commentary box, but no Kevin Sterling.
No,
who,
that's right.
Was due to start 3rd place.
That's right, yeah. He was a late withdrawal, so I was waiting for an updated grid sheet, but it hasn't come through, so I'll just work it out as I go along. Front row, pole position, number 27, Firoz Bilimoria, and 72, Carl Chambers alongside in the Peugeot. 27 and 72 on the front row. The second row, 181, Chris Earle in his Peugeot 208, and 9, Matthew Jackson in the Fiesta. 181 and 9 on the second row. Third row is 281 Keith Issat in the unusual Mini Clubman, the state car, if you like. 281 and number 1 John Hammersley, the chairman of the Classic Sports Car Club. 281 and 1 on the third row. The fourth row is 17 John Wyatt and 59 Andrew Marson, first of the Abarth. 17 and 59 on row 4. Row 5 is 3 David Marson and 166 Richard Clark. 3 and 166. Row I've lost my place now. 5, that would be 4, 5, 6. Row 6, I think, is 159, the shared car of Andy Tate and Neil House, and it will be Neil House that starts in that one. Next up is 68 James. Oh, I've lost my place on the grid because I'm having to work it out as I go along. Sorry about this, but James Joannou is next up, number 68, and 999, the shared car, which will be started by Aaron Clark. And then it's 16 Tom Oakley and number 6 Richard Marson, 18 Matthew Shears, and number 2 the shared car, which will be started by Martin Tite. And then it's 190 Alan Lee and number 7, which will be started by Lisa Selby. And completing the grid, 124 James Manning. Sorry, I lost my place there and couldn't give you the row numbers for the latter part of the grid, but just that one car we're told will be missing, which is Kevin Sterling from the second row. But the Scirocco of Firoz Bilimoria, in fact the last time I saw Firoz racing was here at Donington, and he won the race. It was a good race as well. So but he has that 30-second winner's penalty to serve, as does Carl Chambers in the Peugeot. So keep an eye out for the gaps between those two, and perhaps Chris Earle in his 208 and Matthew Jackson in the Fiesta, to see whether they can close up enough to take the position ahead of those two leading cars as they come round. The pace car comes in, so they're happy with the way the grid has formed up, and they're onto the Wheatcroft Straight. Firoz Bilimoria in pole position on the inside. Carl Chambers alongside. Who will get the better start? Well, Carl Chambers very, very good indeed, and actually I think he's going to be able to perhaps cut across. Does he? No. Firoz Bilimoria is able just to cut in there for the lead, and the Fiesta in third place. Matthew Jackson from the second row gets himself up into third place as they go down the hill through the Craner curves, and it's Billamoria who leads. But look at Matthew Jackson trying to get around the outside on the run into the old hairpin past Carl Chambers, but that doesn't work, so he ends up in third place where he started. And they're making their way up the hill now, and we can see that behind the Fiesta, that looks like John Hammersley's colours, the blue and the orange. John Hammersley, number 1, started in 6th place on the grid. Looks like he's now in 4th or 5th place as they go, 5th place as they go up the hill towards Coppice. And John Hammersley has raced every year for as long as I can remember. He's always out there. I think I don't think he's missed a year in something like 4 decades for racing. And Feroz Billamoria it is who leads down to the right-hander at the bottom of the hill. And then it's the the Peugeot and the Fiesta next up. So the second of the Peugeots has actually dropped back. That was third on the grid, but it's down in about 8th place now and being passed left and right by cars, but gets going again as they come up to Goddard's. They're coming round to complete the lap, and it's Feroz Billamoria who will go across the line first, then Carl Chambers, then it's the number 9 Matthew Jackson car, then it's John Hammersley, and then Keith Issat in the Mini Clubman.
Andrew Marson there is running side by side and looking to try and squeeze the gap and try and shut the door, but no door is being shut there on the 17 of John Wyatt. He's looking to stick on the inside and keep a hold of that position against the 500 there, the Fiat 500 of Andrew Marson. But a good scrap between them as they now descend their way through in towards the Craner curves, and they'll now size up the old hairpin as they head their way through. But really good scraps developing around there. But Feroz Billamoria still leading the way, of course, as we have seen quite a few times. Whenever Feroz enters that Scirocco, he's had that car since June 2022, and he's raced in British GT as well, so he's got plenty of experience underneath him, as John Hammersley is under pressure as well from Keith Issat as they made their way through in towards Coppice.
They're coming down the long straight towards the S's, and it'll be, I suspect, the white and green Scirocco that leads. It is indeed then the Dayglow yellow and blue Peugeot, then the all-orange Fiesta in third place, so no change. Then John Hammersley next up, and he's still in 4th place, but he's lost touch a little bit with the lead group of 3, and he in turn is being chased by Keith Issat in the Mini Clubman, who himself is being chased by a car that started well but then seemed to drop back on the first lap, which is number 181 Chris Earle in the second of the Peugeots. Then it's the bronze Mini of John Wyatt next up in 7th place, and John Wyatt very close up behind the Peugeot of Chris Earle as they come out onto the Wheatcroft Straight. Then it's the first of the Abarths, and they're running close together as always, and it's Andrew Marson who leads David Marson, cousins, down into Redgate.
Oh, Keith Issat wanted to go for an inside line, but he found himself onto the grass. That could leave him slightly vulnerable to the 181 behind Chris Earle, but he seems to have got away with that one, had Keith Issat, as the Abarths are battling behind as well in the background as they head their way now through the Craner curves. Is this a move on for Keith Issat? He looks up the inside going in towards the old hairpin, but can't quite find the gap he wants to make that move stick.
And the Golden Retriever that sits in the back of Keith Issat's car, well strapped in, seems to enjoy its ride in that Estate Mini. John Hammersley just ahead in 4th place, number 1, the reigning winner of this, the number 1 of John Hammersley, the Scirocco. It's the turbo version of the Scirocco, as is Feroz Billamoria. And a car that was very, very successful in the one mark racing in the VW series. It became the car to have. Oh, and a problem for the orange Fiesta of number 9, Matthew Jackson, I'm afraid. He's come trickling out of the S's at much reduced speed, and he's keeping well over to the right, keeping out of the way of everybody else. And hopefully he's got enough momentum to and perhaps some drive to come up the hill. Otherwise, he's going to end up at the bottom of the hill and nowhere to go. So that's a real shame for Matthew Jackson, who was going so well in that top group of 3 cars. So that leaves now Feroz Bilamoria well ahead of Carl Chambers, and then a long gap before we get John Hammersley through next. And the Fiesta actually hasn't got any motive power because it's pulled off into the paddock exit at the bottom of the hill at Melbourne.
Yeah.
So that's a retirement, I'm afraid, for number 9, Matthew Jackson.
Huge shame, as you said. He was doing a really good job at the top of the field there. But unfortunately, the problem with the car's developed and reared its ugly head. And unfortunately, Matthew Jackson has had to retire the car. Keith Issat, though, is now battling away with Hammersley as we see the Respect Track Limits board being displayed. But Hammersley now up into 3rd place with that latest retirement. So that's now a battle for 3rd between Hammersley and Issat as they now make their way through in towards McLean's. John Wyatt also looking to see if he can find a way past Chris Earl, and the Marson cousins also trying to battle each other as they head their way through in towards Coppice. And at the moment, it's the 59 who's ahead. That's Andrew Marson, but they're going to be running side by side on the exit and down the back straight. It'll be a case of hoop brakes later going in towards the S's there.
That's a good opportunity for overtaking. John Hammersley comes out first, Keith Issat second, then the first of the Abarth, then the Peugeot. Very similar colours to one of the Abarths, actually. 181 is next up, then the bronze Mini. So that's 181 is Earl, then it's the Mini of Wyatt, then the Marsons, the 2 Abarths, as they're having a great old battle, one getting ahead of the other as they come up. Which one is it that's got ahead? It's the number 3 car which has got through. So David Marson passes Andrew Marson on the run up to Goddard's after a good run through the Melbourne hairpin. Now they're out onto the Wheatcroft straight, and through they go. So David Marson moves up to 7th, Andrew Marson down to 8th.
Feroz Bilamoria with the fastest lap as well, just continuing to pull away from the rest of the field. The gap between himself and Carl Chambers at the line last time around was 4.9 seconds. And in turn, we're watching this battle here, John Hammersley on the stream, and the Marsons as well battling away. And that looks like David Marson's got himself back ahead. Sorry, no, that's Andrew Marson who's got himself back ahead of David Marson. So the cousin battle keeps on going in the Abarth. So it's quite incredible. They're squabbling with each other, but they're still not losing a lot of time to the 4 cars ahead of them. So this is going to be a 6-car battle for that last place on the podium.
So that means that David Marson is the 2nd cousin at the moment.
Very good.
Sorry,
very good.
Yeah, I'll get my coat.
It might not be for much longer though, because they're side by side then, as they make their way down the back straight, heading towards the S's. And we just see them on the stream then. Looks like David Marson looking to see if he can find a move around the outside, but no way through there through the S's, and Andrew Marson hangs on to that position for now.
And despite the fact they're battling with each other, they're not losing touch with the 4 cars ahead. So this is a 6-car battle for 3rd place, led by John Hammersley at the moment, who's probably done more racing than the other 5 cars in that group put together, because he's been racing for so long. And he comes up to the left-hander at Goddard's in the Scirocco. And the Marsons going at it to Goddard's, aren't they? Side by side. Who gets out first? It looks like it's going to be Andrew that comes out first. Yes, he is. So another switch of places between the Marsons.
Yeah, Andrew launched down the inside in towards the final corner at Goddard's and managed to find the move through, but the Marsons are still going side by side then as they head their way through in towards Coppice, and it's Andrew Marson on the inside, and he's able to hold on to that position now. This is a great tussle between the Marsons then, and they're just keeping up with John Wyatt as well, who's punching a hole in the air for them. So yeah, still in that battle, in the end of that train for the battle for P3.
Very much so. 6 cars it is that go through the old hairpin. A little bit wide for Andrew Marson as he came out of the old hairpin. Now we've got on our live stream, we've got a shot of them going up the hill. We can also see that out of our window. And it's John Hammersley who's under increasing pressure from Keith Issat in the Mini Clubman. And then behind those 2 is the Peugeot of Chris Earl, number 181, the black and red Peugeot, and then behind that is the gold-coloured Mini, the Wyatt car, John Wyatt, number 17, who runs in 6th place, and then 7th and 8th are the Marson cousins in their Abarths as they come through now back into our sight again down towards the Melbourne hairpin. In fact, the first of the Abarths, that's Andrew Marson, is closer to John Wyatt's Mini as they drop down the hill, and goes right round the outside much later on the brakes. And will it wash out? No, very good grip there, but actually ends up losing a place to his cousin, because through on the inside comes David Marson. So an attempt at Melbourne to get past the Mini, but that didn't work out. But through they come. This is a really entertaining battle between... Oh, and into the pits comes Andrew Marson. So number 59 dies for the pit lane. And yes, thank you, Marcus, just reminding me that's one of the cars that's got 30-second success penalty. The others being Feroz Bilamoria and Carl Chambers, who are running first and second at the moment. Carl Chambers is also in the pit lane doing his stop. We'll keep an eye on the pit lane timer to make sure that they don't go out too early. Another car in is the 159 Renault Clio. That being Neil House, who will hand over to Andy Tate, one of the few cars that's shared in this race. Most are solo driven.
So, sorry, Carl Chambers on the stream there, as you can see, having the pit stop, waiting patiently with that winning penalty over him as well that he has to serve. And yeah, as Alistair said, we will be having a look at the pit lane timings to make sure everyone is over that 90-second, or if you've got success penalties, that you're over 90 seconds plus your success penalty.
And neither of the two leaders had made up a 30-second gap on anybody, so it looks like if everything goes to plan, it will be John Hammersley who goes into the lead if he can stay ahead of this snarling pack. But Keith Issat goes round the outside into the Melbourne hairpin, goes right round the long way. I think John Hammersley's going to get that back again. Yes, he does, but he certainly knows that Keith Issat's there. Keith tries again, but the Scirocco just has slightly more power up the hill into Goddard's, so it pulls away, but then he closes up again as Keith Issat's on the brakes a little bit later, and they come through Goddard's, none of them coming into the pit lane except the second of the Abarth. So that was presumably a planned lap gap between the two cousins, and as the number 3 David Marson comes in, the number 59 Andrew Marson leaves the pit lane.
He does indeed, and yeah, as you said, that's David Marson making his stop then, and all is good then for the 159. So that's going to be Andy Tate now in the car. In below comes the third cousin, the number 6 Richard Marson, making his way now into the pit lane. And we see then the Renault Clio of Andy Tate leaving the pit lane, rejoining onto the circuit. And I kind of expected this as well from Feroz Bilamoria. He's perhaps waiting and gambling on a safety car. Meanwhile, John Hammersley and Keith Issat, this has become temporarily a battle for second place. And they now make their way up in towards the right-hander at Coppice, and they now head their way on towards the back straight. And well, Chris Earl might fancy his chances of trying to pass Keith Issat then, as they make their way down the back straight, heading away towards the S's, as the Mini has the inside line, and they just about sort themselves out then. John Hammersley still in second place, and behind him still is Keith Issat and the Peugeot of Chris Earl.
Interestingly, Feroz Bilamoria had made up a 31-second gap to John Hammersley before he came into the pit lane, which he's just done. So that means that net of his extra 30-second stop, he was 1 second in the lead. So it's going to be very close when this all unwinds. And I can confirm that both Carl Chambers and Andrew Marson did do in excess of 2 minutes in their stops, 2 minutes and 3 seconds for both of them.
Keith Issat, sorry to interrupt you, Alistair, but Keith Issat ran wide on the exit there of Goddard's and has lost out big time. So too, possibly has Chris Earl, because up the inside goes John Wyatt, who takes away the position from Chris Earl, and it's allowed then
John Wyatt to gain a position there as well. So he moves up into 3rd place. That's freed up a lot of air then for John Hammersley, who was under an intense amount of pressure. Now he can try and focus on building the gap between himself and John Wyatt.
And a big mistake, I'm afraid, for the second of the Marson cousins, number 3, David Marson, a full 6.5 seconds short on his pit stop, which is a very big margin indeed. It doesn't make a massive amount of difference to the penalty, because it's 30 seconds plus your short time, but that's a long way out. So they really did miscalculate on that one, where they got the other car, the 59 car, out in almost exactly the right time, 3 seconds over its shortest possible time. So something went wrong with the second Abarth stop, unfortunately. We've got Firoz Bilamoria in at the moment, and of course he's got to do a 2-minute stop as well. He's currently at 1 minute 52, and he's trickling trickling out of the pit lane. Not supposed to go too slowly, but he's okay. He's out at 2 minutes and 4 seconds, 2 minutes and 4, so he lost potentially 4 seconds there over his minimum time, but he's well ahead of the 72 Carl Chambers car. But until we have the other leading cars coming in, John Hammersley, and one is in, which is the 181 Chris Earl Peugeot has come in, but until they do their stops, we won't know whether Firoz Bilamoria and Carl Chambers were able to overcome those 30-second additional penalties.
Yeah, we'll find out very soon, I'm sure, as John Hammersley now leads the way from John Wyatt. They were having a good battle. It looked like John Wyatt had closed up to the back of John Hammersley. Hammersley was just about a 1/10 of a second quicker, though, than John Wyatt on that last lap. So the gap between them at the line was 1.3 seconds. So really good to see then, as into the pits comes the number 7. That's Lisa Selby, who will now hand over the car to Toby Harris. There on the stream is Chris Earl, who started this race in 4th and was involved in that battle there. Keith is sat running wide, and it also cost Chris Earl a bit of time as well, because he allowed John Wyatt through. So after that, he's decided to come into the pits and have that mandatory stop.
A couple of minis in as well for their mandatory stops. We're still waiting for the leader, John Hammersley, and also the bronze mini, John Wyatt, number 17, to come in for their stops. And then Keith Issat in the mini hasn't been in yet either. So these are the sort of leading cars that we're expecting to come back out into the leading battle. Carl Chambers ticks off another lap. Firoz Bilamoria and Carl Chambers down in 13th and 14th places at the moment. In comes John Hammersley then, so the sort of golf livery almost, not quite the right blue, but nearly, for John Hammersley. Very, very nice colours indeed, the blue and the orange stripe. And somebody way down the pit lane, arms up, saying, "Here I am, John, stop here." And he will pull up gently into his pit box. Another mini comes in. So the only short stop at the moment is the 1:23.5 for David Marson, number 3. Those that needed to do in excess of 2 minutes have all done that.
It's keeping one eye on the pit lane timing screen, really, isn't it? Just making sure all is in order and make sure you serve the minimum time that you need to. John Hammersley waiting to rejoin.
The universal sign on our live stream, thumbs up to John Hammersley. And no doubt that will change to a wave out when the time is out. It's 1 minute 16 at the moment. And he's been let go, so he needs to just steady himself to the pit exit. He's trickling along. It's going to be tight, this. It's going to be very tight for John Hammersley. 1:30.095. Well,
wow.
The prize for the weekend for the tightest pit stop to the minimum goes to John Hammersley. Absolutely fantastic.
Brilliant.
95 thousandths over his minimum time.
He's rejoined behind Chris Earl then, and straight into battle once again. So we got that 90-second reprieve or so being in the pit lane. He's now switched his first stint from defend now to his second stint, where he gets to attack the back of Chris Earl. That's a really good fluid pit stop. That's how it's done, isn't it?
Yeah, great.
You can tell this isn't John Hammersley's first race, can't you?
And we watched it. Those of you watching the live stream, we had it on the live stream, and you could see there was no panic. There was a chap standing there, thumbs up, off you go, and absolutely, as you say, a very fluid pit stop. But now it's pitched him out into a battle with the 181 Peugeot of Chris Earl. And coming in while we were talking about that was the gold or bronze coloured Mini, number 17, John Wyatt. That's now in the pit lane doing the mandatory stop. That was another of our cars in the leading group. So again, will be interesting to see where that comes out. Firoz Bilamoria comes through to complete another lap. Car number 27. And he's currently shown as fourth, but cars ahead doing their pit stops, so not yet unwound. And the battle continues between John Hammersley and Chris Earl. They are in 6th and 7th places currently, although that will change, but they are together on the track, so that's for position. The number 181 Peugeot just ahead of the number 1 Scirocco.
And John Wyatt's exited the pit lane. I think he's just rejoined behind. That's going to be Carl Chambers. So Chambers has managed to get ahead of John Wyatt there. And we have a 30-second penalty for the number 18. That's Matthew Shears for an unsafe release during pit stop.
Right. So where is number 18? Well, it's down in 18th place. And actually 47 seconds ahead of the next car, so that won't currently affect his position.
There's Keith Issat into the pit lane as well, already serving his stop. John Hammersley then on the stream, going through in towards Coppice, still on the back of Chris Earl, and he makes his way down the back straight. He'll be relishing an opportunity like this. He's had to defend hard for the whole race so far. Now he gets a chance to see if he can attack for a new position. As timing underway then for Keith Issat.
And behind John Hammersley is Carl Chambers, and behind Carl Chambers is Chris Earl, and those are all for position. So they've all been in and done their stops. They've all been very close to their minimum time, so they've all come out together on the track, which is great. That's exactly what we want to see. And they're heading up towards Goddard's. So these four have been battling since the lights went out.
Firoz Bilamoria then retakes the lead of the race. As we see then, Keith Issat now starts to leave the pit lane. He's right at the end of it, but he might rejoin here in the thick of the battle, where he might rejoin possibly in front of John Wyatt. But John Wyatt will have an inside line, perhaps in towards the first corner at Goddard's. No, he just rejoins ahead of John Wyatt. So Keith Issat rejoins there as, I think that was 5th, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right, yes. And basically that group of 6 cars that was battling for 3rd place has had Carl Chambers added because of his 30-second additional stop. And it's lost a couple of cars, but we're back up to 5 again. So we're almost as good as we were at the start.
Not a bad number, that.
It's being led by the 181 of Chris Earl, the Peugeot 208, followed very closely by John Hammersley, Carl Chambers, then Keith Issat and John Wyatt, all together on track. And when things unwind, that will be, we think, for possibly 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th places. There's a couple more pit stops to unwind yet. Fully, one of them being Keith Issat, because he's only just gone back out again.
Yeah, I think everyone that had to make a stop did make a stop, because we lost the number 9 Jackson very early on. Yeah, Matthew Jackson retired on about lap 3, I think it was. So everyone has made their stop and it's been within the window. So no 30-second penalties to worry about missing the pit window. But as we see then the battle for, yes it is, second place, make its way through now. Oh, sorry, for third place.
Yeah, because David Marston's popped in. Not far behind Bill Amorio. Well, David Marston was battling with these cars, wasn't he? So let's just check.
He's the one with the short pit stop, wasn't
it? Yeah, so that's why he's managed to make 7 seconds up on that group, because he went out of the pits early.
Carl Chambers looking for a move up the inside then of Hammersley, but no way through there. And as they make their way exiting now down towards Hollywood and Craner Curves, still it is Chris Earl still in third place at the moment, John Hammersley fourth, and then it will be Carl Chambers in fifth place, Keith Issat in sixth, and John Wyatt starting to lose touch with the quartet at the moment, but he's still within the same region as we head our way now upwards towards McLean's. Hammersley looking and just filling those mirrors for now. Keith Issat doing the same to Carl Chambers.
The problem for 181, the Peugeot 208, I'm afraid, of Chris Earl. John Hammersley was trying to put a move on him round McLean's, as you were describing, and then suddenly Chris Earl slowed, and he's almost stopped going into Coppice. I think he's pulling off to the inside of the track. I think there's a marshal's post there, so he can probably, hopefully, get behind it, or a piece of barrier that he can pull behind, so we don't need to have any yellow flags or even a safety car if he can get that car off the track.
And then there were 4 battling away for third place. It's now put Hammersley up into third place. Keith Issat still putting the pressure on Carl Chambers. Chambers in retort now gets ahead, does he, of John Hammersley as they head the way towards Goddard's? He does. Carl Chambers then moves himself up into third place, ahead now of Hammersley. Keith Issat as well, taking a wider line to try and get the power down, carry a bit more momentum on the exit. And John Wyatt there is fourth in that queue. He's sixth place overall. And as the quartet now make their way towards the first corner, Carl Chambers puts himself up into third.
And the penalty marker has come up now for David Marston, I'm afraid, for that short pit stop. So we can be, you've got an active one, you can tell us, is it 36 and a bit seconds?
Yeah, 36.4.
Yeah, so that's the pit stop short penalty. So that puts David Marston, I'm afraid, out of the running for second place. But it does mean that tremendous battle between Carl Chambers, John Hammersley, Keith Issat and John Wyatt is for second place.
It is indeed, and Carl Chambers is starting to open up the gap as well between himself and John Hammersley. Keith Issat again now gets a second chance to battle with John Hammersley, but Hammersley's been in this position before in this race under extreme pressure from Keith Issat and is able to hold Issat at bay. He needs to do the same again for 11.5 minutes. John Wyatt is also there in the background looking to take advantage of any mishaps that happen ahead of him.
So they're coming down into the S's, the 4 cars, and Carl Chambers, as you say, has opened out a bit of a gap on John Hammersley. Keith Issat is going down the inside of John Hammersley. Will he be able to brake late enough for the Melbourne hairpin? Yes, he does. He slides down the inside, and John Wyatt says, I'll have a bit of that, and goes through as well, but then has to drop out of the challenge because John Hammersley had to turn in at some point, and John Hammersley's got that bit more power than the Mini, and he gets alongside going into Goddard's. Who will come out first? They're side by side into the corner. They're side by side all the way through. Oh, and there's a bit of a touch there, unfortunately, completely unintentional between John Hammersley and Keith Issat. I think they were both going for the same piece of tarmac, and there's no way that either of those would have planned that bit of contact. So they come down into Redgate now, and that's split them up a little bit. Keith Issat has lost a little bit of ground to the other two, and in fact it looks like he is pulling over to the side, and he's detected some damage to the car. That's really unfortunate that there just wasn't quite enough space for them on the exit of Goddard's. So Chambers it will be in second place, Hammersley third, and then Wyatt and Issat wounded and possibly stopping or coming back to the pits.
Just seen there, car 159 has got a 1 minute penalty for not switching off the engine during their pit stop, and because they're a driver change, so that would have been when Neil House was out handing over to Andy Tate, that you have to, if you've got a two-car team and you're changing the driver, you have to switch the engine off. That is a safety regulation, and because they didn't do that, they get themselves a 60-second penalty.
And that car just going through, actually, just as you say that, coming across the line. 159 sitting in 14th place. So Billamoria has completed 16 laps. David Marson comes over on the road in second place, but needs to try and make a 35-second gap on Carl Chambers, and it's nowhere near that. The gap is 23. Well, I say it's nowhere near. 12 seconds, but only 8 minutes remaining in the race. Comparable lap times, well, Carl Chambers is quicker than David Marson, so he's catching. So it's likely, sorry, not 23 seconds, looking at the long column, 12 seconds gap between second and third. So that's nowhere near the 35 needed for David Marson to hold on to that second place. Keith Issap came through 18 seconds behind John Wyatt, but he did complete the lap, so hopefully he's had a bit of a shake of the steering wheel and decided the car's okay and carried on, but he's out of the running for that second place that he was challenging for. But is that John Wyatt closing in on John Hammersley? I think it is up at Coppice. Yes, we got it on our live stream now. So it is John Wyatt closing in on John Hammersley on the exit of Coppice, down the straight towards the S's. Carl Chambers out of shot now, so he is well ahead. In fact, he's on his way down the hill to the Melbourne hairpin, number 72 in the Peugeot. So despite Billamoria and Chambers having 30-second penalties, they've both overcome them and are sitting first and second at the moment. John Wyatt has a little bit of a nibble at John Hammersley down into the Melbourne hairpin. John Hammersley takes the wide line. John Wyatt takes the tight line, and they come out side by side. They're still side by side onto the brakes. Wyatt brakes much later than Hammersley. They'll turn in, I think, be side by side. We'll wait for them to appear. John Hammersley comes out first. John Wyatt in second in that little battle. Across the line once again. They're really evenly matched, these cars. John Hammersley a little bit quicker on the straights in the Turbo Scirocco, but John Wyatt in the Turbo Mini quicker in the brakes, or later on the brakes, and quicker in the corners. And the problem for, looks like Andrew Marson, is it? Yeah, 59, the Fiat Abarth. So he is coming in, actually coasting. So a retirement for the 59 Andrew Marson Abarth from 9th place. And we've got 6 minutes remaining in the race, and Firoz Billamoria 15.3 seconds in the lead. But if you add on the gap to the genuine second place car of Carl Chambers, it's 24 seconds. And of course, Firoz has the fastest lap of the race as well. It's a 1:45.883 set back on lap 5. 18 laps completed now by the leader. David Marson continues in second on the road. Then it's Carl Chambers, who's closing in. Gap 7.5, it was 11.5, so he's closed in 4 seconds over the last couple of laps. He's lapping about 1.5 seconds quicker on the last time. Chambers, then Hammersley and Wyatt, separated by a couple of seconds now. So John Hammersley has managed to eke out quite a decent gap over John Wyatt on that last lap. They were, if you recall, side by side in Goddard's last time around, but this time the gap between them is 1.3 seconds at the line.
It's been one of those races for Villamoria, hasn't it? Fastest lap as well, 45.883. And it's just a case now of managing everything as he's lapping I think he lapped 2.4 seconds quicker than Marson, who's got that short pit lane penalty. So that's actually really 25.2 seconds to Carl Chambers. So it's just been a case of managing this race as Villamoria comes across the line. 4 minutes left of the race to run. And I think Villamoria, the last time Feroz raced at Donington, it was the same result, first overall and in class. So he's looking to put that same feat again.
I think that was the last time I commentated on him, and he won the race. I think that was the last time I was here when he was racing. And Feroz, as you said earlier, has raced a little bit in British GT, but he's been around a long time, got a lot of experience, really enjoys his racing. He was out in if I recall, he was out in another car, a BMW as well, that last time I saw him, in one of the other classes of CSCC racing. Keith Issat seems to have settled back in again. His lap time's not as good as they were, but after that little clash with John Hammersley, he's continued on his way. He'll be in a net 5th place behind John Wyatt.
It's within a quarter of a second at best.
So the time ticking away, 2 minutes 35. The leader is just coming up to Goddard's. Lap time of about 1:46. So this will be the penultimate lap that they're going on to, assuming the flag isn't put out early. So this one and another one for the race. The second place car of Carl Chambers coming up to Goddard's now. And I don't think he'll quite catch the David Marson Fiat, which is penalised, so won't finish ahead of him, but wondered whether he might catch him on the road as well, but I think he's just going to run out of laps. The gap between them 5.6 seconds, but he's running around about a second a lap quicker. Then we've got this continuing slightly at a distance battle now with John Hammersley and John Wyatt 1.5 seconds apart. John Wyatt seems to have had a bit of a second wind and he's closing up a little bit, having lost some time. They will be 3rd and 4th. And then it's after Wyatt, it's Issat, who will be 5th, and completing the top 6, Richard Clark, number 166, in the first of the Renault Clios.
Yeah, John Hammersley's been in a case and in a race where he's had a lot of things happen in his rear view mirror. He's had to do a lot of defending today, and be interesting to see what he makes of that final incident. But Villamoria then making his way across the line to start the final lap of the race.
Last lap board goes out. There's also a black flag out, but maybe I'm just seeing something flapping in the marshal's hut. But it looks like a black flag hanging out there, but there's nothing on the screen, so that's perhaps just something else flapping around in that hut there. But the last lap board did go out to Feroz Villamoria, so 21 laps completed so far, so it'll be a 22 lap race. And David Marson second on the road. Carl Chambers comes through in third, number 72. And then it's John Hammersley and John Wyatt. It was 1.5 last time, so what's the gap this time? 1.4. So John Wyatt holding his own, but not closing in really on John Hammersley as they go into Redgate for the last time. Then it's Keith Issat, who his lap times are as good as they've been, 1:48.5, his best are 1:48.3. So that kind of confirms that the car is fine. He just had a slow couple of corners just to check that everything was okay after that coming together with John Hammersley. And I'm sure they'll have a chat after the race and shake hands. I don't think there was any intention in either of them in that incident. And up to Goddard's for the last time comes the number 27 Scirocco of Feroz Bilamoria. A really dominant drive from Feroz in that one. Overcame his 30-second winner's penalty, which will be a minute if he does another race this year. We'll go up to a minute penalty. 22 laps completed. And across the line comes David Marson, who will now drop down as the penalties are applied. And indeed, Carl Chambers finishes in second place in the Peugeot 208. And I think John Hammersley will be on the podium because he's coming in well inside the 35 seconds he needs to get ahead. Yes, he does get ahead of David Marson. So does John Wyatt as well. So David Marson is down to fifth. Keith Issat, it's going to be close for Keith whether he can squeak into that 35-second gap. Yes, he does, by 6 seconds. So just gets inside. So Keith Issat finishes in fifth place. David Marson will finish in sixth place with the penalty applied. And then the first of the Clios, number 166, is next up, Richard Clark. So the confirmed finishing order on the screen, subject to confirmation after the race, but as we see it, it is number 27, Feroz Bilamoria in the Volkswagen Scirocco, who wins. 22 laps completed, a gap to second place of 29.318 seconds, and fastest lap to Feroz as well, 1:45.883. Second place, number 72, Carl Chambers in the Peugeot 208. Third place, number 1, John Hammersley, another of the Scirocco's. Then it's number 17, John Wyatt in the Mini. In fifth place, number 281, Keith Issat in the Mini Estate, the Clubman. And then in sixth place, number 3, David Marson, penalised for a short pit stop, I'm afraid. David Marson finished in sixth place. Car number 3 in the Fiat Abarth. And in seventh place, number 16, was the Tom Oakley car. 16, Tom Oakley in his Renault Clio. In eighth place, number 68, is James Joannou in his Renault Clio. In ninth place, number 6, is the second of the Fiats. That's Richard Marson. And in 10th place, completing the top 10, number 7 is the Ford Fiesta, started by Lisa Selby and finished by Toby Harris. Finishes in 10th place. So we've got Feroz and Carl down waiting for Kieran to have a chat. John Hammersley arrives. And will no doubt have his customary very wide smile. Does enjoy his racing. So top three, Firoz Bilamoria, Carl Chambers and John Hammersley getting hearty backslaps from his team as he climbs out. And down there, waiting to talk to them, is Kieran McGinley. So Kieran, away you go.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Yep, I've got Firoz Bilamoria right beside his car here. Firoz, even though you had that winner's penalty there, you managed to overcome it, get onto the top spot. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the last time you came to Donington was the same result.
Yeah, when we were here for the CSCC, we had the similar result. So, yeah, it was a good race. The car held up well, and I was here about a month ago when the result wasn't quite as good, where we lost the entire front end of the car on the third corner. So it was quite good to get this result today.
Yeah, and of course, overcoming that penalty as well. I mean, the wind's really picked up, hasn't it? Did it change the conditions out there for you at all?
Yeah, the tyre started to go off. I actually went through the gravel at the last corner on the last lap, so nearly threw it all away, but managed to just keep my foot buried and come out the other end. So yeah, I'm quite pleased with that.
The important thing is you didn't, though. That's the most important thing. I mean, it's a great car to look at, whatever the case.
Yeah, she's a good girl. She does go well.
Perfect. Firoz, congratulations on the victory. Go and enjoy it. Congratulations. Let's have a chat now to Carl Chambers. Carl, second place for you here. I mean, you had that battle with John Hammersley, even with the winner's penalty, I believe. Talk us through that battle.
Yeah, it was not too bad. You say we caught him, and Chris was holding him up a little bit, I think. So just getting past John was the hard thing. It's not easy to pass. So yeah, so that was pretty good. I'm pleased with that.
And P2 today, podium.
Yes, indeed. We had a lot of non-finishes, so it's good to get a podium finally. So yes, pleased with that. Class win, so it's good.
Yeah, how good is it to sort of, after those series of non-finishes, get back onto the podium?
Well, it's just good to get a finish, really. So to get on the podium, it's even better. It's unbelievable. So pleased with that, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, great stuff. I'll go and let you celebrate. Congratulations on the podium. Well done indeed. Let's see if we can have a chat now to our third place finisher in John Hammersley. And, oh, he's right behind me. Oh, careful, John, careful. John, you had a lot of battling to do, a lot of defending. Your rear view mirrors were full. Talk us through it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there were about 5 or 6 of us all within 3 or 4 tenths of each other in qualifying times. And we were all quicker in places, slower in places, you know. I could make a little gap on them in some places, I had to defend in others. And I made a couple of mistakes, to be honest, but so did the other guys. So all in all, you know, I can't believe that we're on the podium, but, you know, thanks to all the guys who do all the hard work, you know, all I've got is 40 minutes of hard work. They've got hours and hours of it. So, yeah, what a great result. What a great result.
And the majority of that battling as well with Keith Issat. I mean, can you talk us through what happened at Goddard's at all?
Yeah, I was always a little bit slow out of the hairpin. I couldn't get on the power. I got a boatload of understeer. And they always tried to run round the outside. Well, a run round the outside rarely worked. So I just parked it on the apex. That's all I could do. And I just park it on the apex and let them sort it out, to be honest. 2 or 3 times they went very deep. I looked at them thinking, you're not going to stop that, lads. And they didn't. So, you know, I could always just get out of there that tiny little bit quicker, which gave me a gap down into Redgate. And, you know, from there, I could control it a lot easier than up there. But as long as I parked it on the apex, they had to take the choice of what they could do with it.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Got yourself a podium as well, even with your rear mirrors full. So congratulations, well done.
Thank you. Thanks to the team, to Paul, Adam, everybody who's helped us this weekend. Thanks, guys.
Great stuff. Thank you, John.
One other thing, and a big thanks to all the boys and girls in Orange. Without them, we certainly wouldn't have been doing it. So big thanks to all the marshals.
Great stuff. Thank you, John. Congratulations on that podium. And with that, then, it's back up to our commentary box and back to Alistair.
Thanks very much indeed. Lovely to listen to John. He's a real enthusiast, and we, of course, echo his thanks to the marshals once again, as always. They've had some work to do today as well. We've just had another car pulled in, the number 181, which retired Chris Earle, had to be recovered. So we've got the cars out for the next race, which is the second race for the Mag 7s. I just managed to get the grid for this one. It's based on the finishing order of the last race, but then with the success grid drop penalties applied. So the pole position goes to number 81, Johnny Pittard, and alongside is number 68, Andrew Grant. 81 and 68 on the front row. The second row, 42, Richard Carter, and 88, Rich Webb. 42 and 88, because I was busy printing off the grid, I didn't see whether Rich Webb was there, but of course he had a problem in the previous race, didn't he? Third row, number 3, Jeremy Adams, and 188, Robert Forsdyke. 3 and 188 on row 3. Row 4 is 553, which in this race will be driven by Stephen Boyles. Stephen Boyles will drive in this race, and alongside is number 89, Bruce Wilson. 553 and 89 on row 4. Row 5 is 69, Stephen Collins, and 241, William Redman. On row 6, it's the winner of the first race, dropped 10 places, and that's number 51, Christian Pittard. So look out for Christian in the orange car coming through, and alongside is 54, which for this race will be driven by Mark Lanyon. And then on row 7, it's 114, Alex Harbour, and 35, Chris Holroyd. Cars going down to the Melbourne hairpin at the moment on their green flag lap. Row 8 is 52, Robert Grant, and 34, Richard Green. And row 9 is 50, Chris Biglin, and 28, which will be driven by Philip Andrews for this race. And then on row 10, it's 63, Pete Basterfield, and 16, Martin Ledbetter. But they're back round again, so let's concentrate on the racing. Another 4 rows behind that, so 28 cars starting the race, and down into Redgate for the first time. And it's Johnny Pittard, number 81, who takes the lead, with Andrew Grant close behind. And in third place, I think that was possibly Richard Carter. A little bit of a lock up there. Somebody started from the pit lane as well. 92, I think, that was Clive Watson, because he was disqualified from the first race for not heeding the black flag. So I suspect that means a pit lane start if you are effectively a non-finisher in the not even starting effectively. If you're disqualified, you're not even shown in the finishing order. So that's a possibility that Watson will come through. And leaders coming down towards the S's for the first time. And will it be the black car of Johnny Pittard that leads? And it is Johnny Pittard who leads. In second place is the 68 car of Andrew Grant, so grid order as they come down to the Melbourne hairpin. And then back up towards Goddard's. Pittard extending his lead over number 68. In third place is the number 3 car of Jeremy Adams, which started much, much further back in the first race because, of course, he had that grid drop penalty, but he's right up there at the sharp end for this one. And behind Jeremy Adams is 42, Richard Carter, and a spin for Christian Pittard. So and that is at Goddard's, isn't it? Just out of our sight. We can see it on the live stream. So an absolute disaster for Christian Pittard, because he's parked there like trying to get out of Tesco car park. Other supermarkets are available, of course. He cannot get back into the pack because they're all streaming past him, and he comes past us absolutely last, number 51. He could not get back out onto the track safely, so he had to wait till everybody had gone through. So that will be an interesting 27 3/4 minutes for Christian Pittard. Now, how far up can he get? And through goes the 95 car, so that may be the car that started from the pit lane, possibly, although Colin Watson actually came through 22nd, number 92. So I think it was him that started from the pit lane. He's made his way past half a dozen cars, gets himself up to 22nd, but it's Johnny Pittard who leads, and back with us already down into the Melbourne hairpin, and he's pulling away from second placed Andrew Grant. But a very good battle indeed for third place between two similar coloured cars, the sort of yellow and then the greeny yellow car just behind, and it's the number 3 that's ahead at the moment, and that's Jeremy Adams, ahead of the number 42 car of Richard Carter, the slightly greener coloured car, as he comes through and out onto the Wheatcroft straight once again. And it looks to me as though Richard Carter is slightly quicker on the straight, because he gets a good run down into Redgate, pulls to the inside. I don't think he's close enough to go through. No, he isn't. Has to drop back behind. So a big challenge there on Jeremy Adams from Richard Carter for third place. And it's 3 abreast down into Redgate for the bottom end of the top 10. Who was that then? Probably James, Collins and Wilson, I think it was, who were making their way through. And 3 abreast down to Redgate. Colin Watson, meantime, has made up another 7 places on that lap, so he's up to number 92, up to 15th now from his pit lane start. Colin Watson, number 92, in 15th. Meantime, Christian Pittard, after starting mid-grid because of his winner's penalty, and then spinning down to absolutely last, came through in 20th place, number 51, the bright orange car. And there he is. We can see him going up the hill through Schwantz into McLean's, and he's at the back of a big group of cars. So, and look at the speed differential. If you're spectating over at the far side of the circuit there towards Coppice, he absolutely blasted past about 3 cars on the straight uphill into the right-hander in that 2.5 litre Caterham CSR. So he'll have made up a bunch of places in the run down to the S's as well, and he makes up another 1, if not 2. 1 certainly down into the chicane, into the hairpin, and there are yellow flags there, so he had to back out of any further moves because the number 3, I think it's 3, yes, thank you Marcus with the binoculars, number 3, Jeremy Adams, has retired, I'm afraid, at the Melbourne hairpin.
Yeah.
Had a bit of contact by the looks of it.
Yeah, unfortunate there. And as you said, Christian Pittard having to battle his way through the field and see what he can do from this point onwards. As we see there, the 92, I believe, getting a position up there. I think it was the 92, but makes its way up the order there.
Yeah, up to 9th now, Colin Watson, and the one Christian Pittard we've been watching as well, up to 14th now, so made up 6 places on that last lap, as did Colin Watson. It'll get harder now though, won't it, because as they go further and further up, the cars are getting a bit quicker, but we know that Christian Pittard is the quickest car out there by some margin based on the last race, but at the moment his fastest lap time, best lap for Pittard, is 1:39.3 against a fastest lap of Johnny Pittard of 1:34.3, so a whole 6 seconds slower because he's overtaking cars all the way around the track.
Yeah, he is indeed, and well, he's looking to get his way up, and I don't know if you touched on it before, but of course Colin Watson was in a bit of trouble after the last race.
Yes.
You have touched on it. Okay, that's fine then.
Because he had to start from the pit lane.
Yes, and that's because there was fluid from the rear of the car being lost. That's why he was summoned into the pit lane with the black and orange flag, and because he ignored it, he was disqualified from the last race and also got penalty points on a licence. So he's got to look out there. Christian Pittard almost trying to treat the straight as a mobile chicane, the start-finish straight anyway, down in towards the first corner as he looks to keep going with picking up as many positions as possible. He's now broken into the top 10, has Christian Pittard, so he's doing a good job of recovering that lost time.
And in fact, he's not that far behind Colin Watson now, who's also making his way up through the field after that pit lane start. So it's Johnny Pittard who leads by 10.3 seconds now from second placed Andrew Grant, number 68. In third place is number 30, which is the... Where did he start on the grid? He's come through as well, hasn't he? Number 30. There he is, 24th, Stephen James. 24th on the grid, so lots of recovery drives. Stephen James's last lap was a 1:36.6, and ahead of him Andrew Grant a 1:37.3. So a whole second, or nearly a second quicker, and 11 seconds between them. So it's possible that James will be able to close up. And then, of course, we've got Colin Watson and Christian Pittard firing up through the order behind them. Let's see, we're fourth place coming through now, and it's going to be Colin Watson by the end of the straight at Redgate into fourth. Yes, he does, he gets through. So Colin Watson now, number 92 from the pit lane start, up to fourth place, and Christian Pittard comes through in eighth place, number 51. He's starting to set times now more in line with what we'd expect. His last lap, a 1:35.035, which is a whole 5 seconds quicker than the two cars in front of him, so he should be able to make his way up further on this lap.
It's a good chance for Johnny Pittard then. How's he getting on at the top? Yeah, 13 seconds clear, lapping looks like quicker than anybody else so far, although Christian Pittard 35.0 on that last lap, but Johnny Pittard's comfortably in the mid 1:34s, so he's enjoying it at the front at the moment and looking to see what he can build on.
Through he goes again, another lap completed for number 81. This is just to remind you, a 30-minute race with no mandatory pit stop, so just a straight race, lights to flag, and we have 1/3 distance gone, 20 minutes remaining. Johnny Pittard leads by some margin from Andrew Grant, 16.3 seconds. Then next through comes Stephen James, number 30, but his lap times have dropped off now, so he's not closing the gap on Andrew Grant ahead. Then it's 92 next up, which is Colin Watson, and there goes Christian Pittard, who comes through this time in sixth place, and his last lap time a 36.0. Colin Watson's a 37.0. The leader a 34.8.
There's a black and orange mechanical flag going out there to the number 30, and the number 30 being
third place.
Yeah, Stephen James.
Oh. I thought you were going to say Colin Watson then. No.
That would have been a cruel twist of fate, wouldn't it? But
would have been,
it's
yes.
another third place driver who's being summoned into the pit lane for the for a mechanical issue. So we'll see what becomes of that one. I mean, Colin Watson found out what happens when you ignore the black and orange mechanical flag. There goes Johnny Pittard across the line to start another lap in the lead, and looking again to just keep building that gap he's got to Andrew Grant at the moment.
Well, Colin Watson and Christian Pittard now running together, and smoke coming from the front left wheel. That's slightly worrying, because that it could just be a tyre rubbing on the mud guard, but sometimes that can be a wheel bearing failure, or the brakes stuck on or something like that. But it looked like be going very well indeed, so perhaps just a tyre rubbing. But anyway, I was saying Christian Pittard now is right up behind Colin Watson, so the two drivers who've come all the way through the field for different reasons from the back are now running fourth and fifth, and Pittard is the quicker of the two. He's not quite matched Johnny Pittard's fastest lap of the race, but he's now in the 34s. So now he's got a bit of clear air around him. He's able to really push on, but a long, long way behind.
Yeah, that Andrew Grant's front left tyre must be screaming in agony at this point. The amount of smoke that's billowing from that tyre, as he's looking to. I wonder if he's going to bring this into the pits to see if there's some sort of repair that can be made, but he is running slowly down the back straight, so he's staying to one side, and that's going to allow the likes of well, I was going to say the likes of Stephen James to pass through, but of course he's got a black and orange mechanical flag, so that's going to hand a position there to Colin Watson and
Pittard as well.
So Colin Watson and Christian Pittard are effectively battling for second place, the two of them, once those other two cars have come into the pits. And as you say, the car with the smoking front left wheel, I don't think that's rubbing on the mudguard, is it? That looks more like... Oh, it is, yes, the mudguard is bent. So it's rubbing at the front of the tyre. Oh, and off onto the grass, and a bit of a grass-cutting moment there for number 15, Stephen Trinder, in his Academy Caterham. Yeah, into the pit lane comes the 68 car, and I think it is just simply rubbing on the tyre, isn't it? It seems to be... the mudguard seems to have dropped onto the wheel. Also in is number 42, which is
Richard Carter.
Richard Carter, yeah. So where was he lying? He was in 9th place. Into the pit lane.
And I don't think we've seen Stephen James into the pit lane either, because he's got himself a black flag as well.
Right, so that's changed from orange disc to a black flag. And we know what happens if he ignores that. He gets disqualified from the race, as did Colin Watson in the last race.
Andrew Grant's rejoining, so we'll see if those remedial works have done the job. Certainly seems to be a lot less smoky on the front left wheel.
And Christian Pittard has got past Colin Watson on that last lap. So once we see the... And it's going slowly is number 30. So Stephen James has decided to come in, but unfortunately too late for the orange disc warning. It's now a go up and see the clerk. Black flag for number 30, but that does mean that Christian Pittard is up to second and Colin Watson is third. And here comes the number 30. And he should really stop here under the race control, but he's gone straight through.
He has, and I wonder if he pitted in. Maybe he didn't see the black flag because it was on that side. He's now down the pit lane, but in any case, it is the case if he passed the black flag on the track, which perhaps he maybe not. So
there's another board about to go out. I can't see the numbers because it's the other way around, but we'll perhaps see when it's lifted. But there's some more. Two cars are about to get some sort of a flag.
this race is a bit...
Three cars about to get some sort of a flag, because there's another set of numbers, and it's the black and white flag. So this is almost, it's track limits almost certainly, and it's 30. Well, 30's in the pit lane already, so that's not going to help. Johnny Pittard, number 81, I saw on there as well.
I saw 85 as well.
Right, so we unfortunately, from where we are, we cannot see the board as it's hung out, and it isn't repeated on the matrix screen. And it's not coming up on our timing screen, so we're guessing a little bit as to the car numbers as we saw the board turned around. But that's a first warning for those three cars for track limits.
I want to say their first and final warning, really, isn't it?
Yes, it's straight into penalties then, isn't it? That's right, yeah.
Well, it's so far been a good day if you're David Watson, because he's battled from 26th on the grid up to P4. So he's really made the most of the race here and everything that's pretty much happened in front of him.
There, the numbers were 30, 81 and 85 as we thought on the board. 30 is stopped in the pit lane, 81 is the leader, and 85, David Watson, you've just mentioned, is in 4th place. And they are the cars that have received the first warning for track limits.
Yeah, they have indeed, and the next time they overrun track limits or deem to have exceeded track limits, it will be penalties that start mounting up, and the last thing Johnny Pittard wants at this point is penalties, because Christian Pittard is, well, he is starting to close in, and with 11.5 minutes left, he's lapping in the high 134s, and Pittard's lapping in the low 36s, so it's about 1.5 seconds there or thereabouts. Now that doesn't seem like much per lap, considering there's a 37-second gap, but if Johnny Pittard starts racking up penalties, then it will get a little bit in the favour of Christian Pittard. Colin Watson as well, moving up into 3rd place. And yeah, David Watson, having started 26th on the grid, he's currently in 4th place. So he's had a really good drive in this second race.
Another slow car coming round. I didn't catch the number, just going around Goddard's now. We'll see when it comes into the pit lane, if it does.
Stephen James then in the pit lane, having responded to being summoned in the pit lane with the black and orange mechanical flag. Of course, now the, I suppose, debrief starts about what happened. 95 is now coming into the pits, and that's James Melody who comes in.
No real wheel arch.
And yeah, he's missing the wheel arch on the rear left as he trundles down the pit lane.
I think he's indicating to his team that he's going straight into the paddock to retire, or he's stopping in the pit lane, but I don't think he's going to get going again. So we're sitting now with the 2 Pittards at the front of the field once again. Johnny leading by 35 seconds from Christian, and as you mentioned earlier, Christian running some 2.5 the last time around, 2.5 seconds quicker. So the gap coming down quite quickly, but it's a big gap, and we've only got 9 3/4 minutes remaining, which a 134 lap will get us about what, 7 or 8 laps. So he might close it down to less than 10 seconds if he carries on at this pace, but that assumes that Johnny Pittard doesn't speed up when he sees the gap coming down.
And that's, of course, if Johnny Pittard, on his final warning for track limits, he's got to keep it on the island now, because at that pace, if Christian Pittard starts to close in, and as we see and assess the damage to James Malady's rear wheel arch, which is completely gone, and yeah, that looks to me like it's going to be a retirement in the pit lane from the body language. But we'll keep an eye on it and see if anything else develops there. But yeah, for Johnny Pittard, he's got to keep his focus now towards the end of this race.
Christian Pittard comes through to complete another lap, and the gap 35.0, and he only improved on his on Johnny Pittard's time by 3/10 or thereabouts, a bit less than 3/10. So he won't have time to catch and challenge for the lead. Although, as you said, Johnny Pittard has to keep his nose clean now for the rest of the race.
That's Martin Leadbitter. Oh, Leadbitter, who is taking a bit of a
I'm not sure where he's going. I think he needs a map, doesn't he?
He's pulled off at the National, hasn't he? Is that right?
Yes, he has. I can see him out of the window, yes. He's pulled off onto the S's, as it's called, for the National Circuit. He actually, if I recall, had an engine problem in the first Mag 7 race and pulled off towards the end.
Yeah, because he's
16.
It's just on the infield of Goddard's on the exit there as the National rejoins onto the Wheatcroft Straight. So it's out of harm's way, or at least it should be, once driver jumps out, of course. But yes, he's realised at the S's there that it's not going to complete the full lap, and has decided to bail out going through the National part of the circuit. He does jump out of the car and make his way over to safety, of course. Less than 7 minutes to go then, and Johnny Petard still being closed in by Christian Petard. It's 32.7 seconds now, the gap between them. And again, it's not coming down as quickly as Christian would like, but the fact that Christian started there, of course, with that penalty, because he won the first race, that 10th-place grid penalty that put him in 11th place. He had the spin at Goddard's, and he's now recovered all the way up to 2nd place. And there is on the stream, if you're watching, that's Leadbeater, who's having a chat to the recovery and the Marshall team there, probably about what's happened to the car.
Christian Petard is gapping Colin Watson in 3rd place. Colin Watson, of course, come all the way from the back as well, from a pit lane start, so he's done a good job in this race. And he is 12.2 seconds behind Christian Petard in 3rd place, and then a bigger gap, 21.8 seconds back to David Watson, who also has come up from, where was he, 26th on the grid. So it seems in this type of racing, you start at the back, have a spin on the first lap, drop to the back of the field, and then come in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Christian Petard got the gap down to 31.9. He was only 8/10ths quicker on that lap.
Just over 5 minutes left of the race to run then, and looking up and down the field then, there's a good battle on in the last few laps between the 89 of Bruce Wilson and the 241 car, which is William Redman, and that is a battle there for 6th place. Good to watch, and also a battle for 9th place between the number 68 of Andrew Grant and the number 27 there of Zuru. So Luke Zuru, who started on the back row in 28th. So Luke Zuru has done a good job of getting back up into P10 as well, so he would love to try and grab one more position against Andrew Grant, but Grant himself recovering through the field. And there's been a lot of what hasn't happened in this race, hasn't there, Alistair? You can see, if you're watching on the stream, the positions gained and lost. And quick to point out that David Watson up 22 places from where he started. Luke Zuru up 18 places from where he started. Andrew Grant down 6. He started in 2nd place. He finished on the podium in the first race of the day.
On that last lap, Johnny Petard slightly quicker, but he's now got a penalty. So your box of tricks will tell us what that penalty is. I presume it's 5 seconds.
I would presume the same, yes. 5-second penalty.
Yes, it is.
For track limits.
Yeah, track limits for the leader, but the gap is 32 seconds. So it's not going to trouble him greatly, unless, of course, he transgresses again in the last 3 minutes, in which case his penalty will go up.
Yeah, it'll keep going up as well every time he does it now.
And it's accumulative, or cumulative, whichever the right word is, as well. So if you get a 5-second penalty and then you do it again, you get a 10-second, it's 15. So the Motorsport UK have tightened up on track limit penalties this year, this season, as a new set of rules come in, which is less warnings and then more draconian penalties, which I have to say I'm in favour of. I don't like seeing people going over track limits just to get a gain advantage. Everybody should be on the same playing field. Here comes Christian Petard. The gap 31.6, so they're pretty much doing the same lap times now. It's hovering around the 31-32 second mark. And Colin Watson should be next through, number 92 in 3rd place. And then David Watson in the number 85 car in 4th place, but not in a challenging position.
There's Johnny Pittard then, again getting through the bit of lappery then. Of course, the 5-second penalty to Johnny Pittard will be added to the end of his race, but he's still not close enough to take advantage of that. But having that spin at Goddard's, recovering to 2nd place, I think he'll... I don't think Christian will be happy even with recovering to 2nd place there, because he started from 11th place. He couldn't quite make that work. Number 42 car has just come into the pit lane, and that's Richard Carter, who started this race in 3rd, and now heads down the pit lane. He stops.
And that's for the 2nd time as well. I thought I remembered him coming in before, so he's got continuing problems. We're into the last 45 seconds of the race. Some more numbers going on our board. The last lap board is going out. 5-second penalty going out to somebody. Starts with an 8. I wonder if it's 81. It could be 81 or 89.
I think 85. It's 85 because it's just pinged up on my screen.
Ah, right.
Yeah, Dave Watson has got himself a 5-second penalty now.
Right, so it's another penalty to be applied to the result. But David Watson in 4th place, and he's actually only 2 seconds ahead of Forsdyke, so that's going to lose him a place, I'm afraid. So we just wait now for the leader to come round to take the checkered flag, or did I see the last lap board go out? I think we're up to the checkered flag now, aren't we? Yes. Checkered flag is quivering. So should go out to Johnny Pittard. And he comes through at much reduced pace. In fact, he coasted over the line. How long has he been coasting for, and will that affect sufficiently the gap? No, because we must have gone over 5 seconds by now. But has he got going again? Yes, he seems to have started up again. Whether that was just him saying, oh, it's the end of the race, I'll just coast over the line. But here comes Christian Pittard. 51, finishes in 2nd place. And the gap at the end, well, it was a long lap for the last lap for Johnny Pittard, 1:41.6 against a 1:37.3 for Christian Pittard, plus the 5 seconds being added, means that the gap at the flag was still a comfortable 22.5 seconds. Through in 3rd place comes Colin Watson, number 92. Gap was 23 seconds to Christian Pittard in the end. And then we're waiting for 4th and 5th, which across the line last time had switched around, with Robert Forsdyke, number 188, actually getting ahead of David Watson, but he would have done anyway with David Watson's penalty being applied. So there goes Robert Forsdyke. Well, where is David Watson? Didn't see him come over the line. So David Watson lost the place on the previous lap. I wonder whether it was a mechanical problem, and that's why he dropped back. So David Watson looks to be... Is he coming in now? No. So I think we lost David Watson on the very last lap of the race there, after that great drive up from 26th on the grid. Is it David Watson that's just come in? 85 is David Watson. He's just come in, right. So he crossed the line in the pit lane. So he will get classified as a finisher, but clearly some mechanical failure on David Watson's car on the very last lap, or perhaps the penultimate lap, caused him to lose 1 place. But I think he's retained his 5th place despite that. And the 2 petards down in the pit lane, and we should get Colin Watson in as well for that 3rd place. So the finishing order in the end, number 81, Johnny Pittard, who led from the off, didn't he? He never was headed in that race. 19 laps completed. He also got the fastest lap of the race with a 1:34.371. 2nd place went to Christian Pittard, number 51, after a mid-grid start due to his winner's penalty, and then right to the very back after the spin on the 1st lap at Goddard's. So he came all the way through to finish in 2nd place, 12.499 seconds behind at the end. So with the very, very slow lap from Johnny Pittard, and then Christian Pittard being slightly quicker, and Johnny Pittard's penalty, it was only 12 seconds in the end. And then Colin Watson in 3rd place, number 92. I don't know whether Kieran can hear me, he probably can't, but it would be interesting to ask Johnny Pittard what the problem was on that last lap, because he was a very, very slow lap. And then 188, Robert Forsdyke finishes in 4th place. In 5th place, number 85, David Watson, and in 6th place, number 89, Bruce Wilson. I think we're ready down there. Yes, we are. So over to Kieran down in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Yep, down in the pit lane here. I'll just sneak on by and catch Johnny Pittard here, who embraces his team members, gives every single one of them a hug there. And let's see, I'll catch a word with Johnny Pittard. Johnny, congratulations on the victory.
Can we have a look at the car, please?
Yes, we can indeed. I see it's the Johnny Pittard special, so there you go.
Yeah, much better that time.
Much better that time.
I knew Christian would be coming, he'd be charging, so I had to check out from lap 1 and just keep my head down. And I was surprised the gap didn't really shrink much, so I managed to hold the gap. Got held up a little bit in traffic, but otherwise the car was just monstrous. And yeah, a bit more to my liking in this race. So very pleased with that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw you on the last couple of laps starting to sort of maybe bring it home, but the last lap was about 1:40. So was there anything different?
Well, there was a bit of gear shifting issues going on, so I thought I'd better not drive it as hard, because I was driving the wheels off it. I really was driving it. It's worked very hard for that poor car.
And you have as well. I mean, well, you got a 5-second penalty as well. The first time you heard of it was when Alistair announced it.
Yes. Did my best, but it's not always possible. Track limits, but I did my best.
Well, congratulations on the victory, Johnny. Go and celebrate with your team members. Go and celebrate with the Johnny Pittard special.
It's 1 each.
It is 1 each, 1-1. You've got to settle it. I wish it was best of 3.
Yeah, I'll take this, I think.
Congratulations, Johnny. Well done on the victory. We'll have a chat now to Christian Pittard, who finished 2nd place there. Of course, Christian had that grid penalty for winning the first race. What happened at Goddard's?
I spun it. The rear... The rear tyre, I was warming up the fronts quite well, but I forgot to warm up the rears a bit, and so I spun it at Goddard's and then watched the entire field sail by, because I thought, I'm not going to pile into this, I'll just spectate and make sure everyone's safely through. So I let the whole entire field through just to make it a bit more spicy for myself. But no, it was cool. I really enjoyed it though. It was good.
Yeah, so from that position, you managed to get 2nd place as well. I mean, how was it from your point of view? How would you rate your own race?
Oh, worse than average, but enjoyable. By shame I didn't get to race my brother, which was, of course, the plan, the real plan. Yeah, he disappeared up the road. He didn't make the mistake. So congratulations to him. Very cool win. So it's 1 each, so we're on to the next round. So looking forward to it.
On to the next round. I guess we'll call that the decider. That's how we'll hype it up.
Yes, the Judgment Day.
Oh, that's even better.
2nd and 3rd of September.
Oh, I love that.
50-year anniversary for Caterham. So we're back, back for some more of the same, please.
Great stuff, Christian. Congratulations. Well done on P2. We'll have a chat now to Colin Watson. I'll take the long route around and see if I can find Colin Watson, who's out there. Colin, where is he? Oh, I've walked all the way around. We've tried to find each other. Colin, I'll come to you. How was that race for your point of view? Because you had race 1 there, where you had the mechanical flag, and then disqualified for not following it. What was the problem then? Was it the leak I seem to read up?
Yeah, apparently there was a fuel leak, which we couldn't see, but we found it in the end. But we need to change the flags here. We need a flag there and a flag further down. Because these cars are so quick, you're coming out the corner, you're not looking at the flag, you're looking at where you're going. So you could do with 2 flags, really. That would make it a lot better.
But you got put a 3rd place overall then. How do you feel after that race? Does that sort of sweeten the mood a little bit?
Yeah, that was good. Starting from the pit lane was good. It was fun going through the pack. Yeah, it was really good. I can't keep with these 2. We just need more power. But no, it was good fun coming through. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, and what's it like going through the first sort of laps there, where you've had to start from the pit lane, working your way through the order?
It's a bit awkward. She's on cold tyres. She didn't get a green flag lap, so just got to be a little bit careful. And I mean, fair play to all the other drivers. They were really good and keeping out of the way and waving me through. So that was good. All good.
Yeah, great stuff, Colin. Congratulations on the 3rd place. And I'll go and let you celebrate with your team members. So congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And with that, then I believe we go on to our final race of the day. So Alistair, it's back to you.
Well, we come to our final race of this busy 13-race programme this weekend, celebrating 20 years of the Classic Sports Car Club here at the Donington Grand Prix Circuit. Only the 2nd time that Classic Sports Car Club have used this configuration of the circuit, and I think generally the drivers have been very pleased. It's added an extra dimension to their lap, and we come now to the 2nd of our Liqui Moly Slicks series races. And the pole position is taken by number 666 Rob Fenn in his Lotus Elise, and alongside is number 36 the Moulton Smith BMW, which will be started by Mark Smith as it was in the first race. So 666 and 36 on the front row. The second row, number 21 Andrew Christopher in his Ferrari, and 23 Nathan Wells in his BMW. 21 and 23 on row 2. Row 3 is number 6 Johnny Haynes in the Lamborghini Huracan, and 132 James Card in his BMW. 6 and 132 on row 3. Row 4 is 88 Stephen Osborne in his Porsche, and 15, which will be started by Nick Cresswell in the Ginetta, taken over by Thomas. 88 and 15 on row 4. Row 5 is 199 Mark Lee in his Ginetta, and 32 Tim Davis also in his Ginetta. On row 6 is 9 Dylan Popovich in the V8 7-litre Chevrolet engine to Ginetta. Number 9 Dylan Popovich and 10 John Cockerton. 9 and 10 on row 6. Row 7 is 97 Steve Griffiths, and 74, which will be started by Dominic Malone, as it was in the first race in the BMW. It's 97 and 74 on row 7. Row 8 is number 68, which will be started by Jake Severs, and 176, which will be started by William Lynch. 68 and 176 on row 8. Row 9 is 143 Steve Cheetham and 54 Nigel Jenkins. 143 and 54. Row 10 is 162 John Saunders and 37 Ross Irvin. 162 and 37. Row 11 is 95 Matt Edols and 33 Dale Albert. 95 and 33. And completing the grid is number 115 Luke Sargent in the TCR car. Now I hope that's able to come out. We just concentrating on the grid. We'll have a look when they come round through the Melbourne Loop whether the TCR car has made it out after that little bit of damage in the first race. So making their way down to the Melbourne hairpin. And the TCR car is there, so Luke Sargent 115 is all present and correct. So that's one to watch. He was quick in the first race. The lights are out on the pace car, so I think we'll be going for a start, and slightly early on our original programme time. A 40-minute race with the familiar format. A mandatory pit stop after 15 minutes and before the end of the 15-minute pit window. So they come through to take the lights, and the lights go out, and an interesting position at the start from Nathan Wells, who kept himself well to the left, but a great start from Andrew Christopher in the Ferrari, but he's boxed in the middle, but he does get up to second place. So Rob Fenn leads from Andrew Christopher in second place in the Ferrari. Then it was anybody's guess who was in third. I suspect it's Mark Smith by the looks of that BMW. Mark Smith in third place, and in fourth place another of our BMWs getting through on the inside there. That was possibly James Card making his way through. I'm afraid the picture's not clear enough for me to positively identify them, but we do know there's a great battle going on for the lead as they go through McLean's and up to towards Coppice, and it's Rob Fenn in the Black Lotus versus the red Ferrari of Andrew Christopher. Then in third place it is James Card who's made his way through, so he's come through from 6th place. James Card up into third. Then it's I think the Smith BMW next up, down into the S's, and the superior power and speed of the Ferrari takes it into the lead. So Andrew Christopher leads as they come down to the Melbourne hairpin for the first time. Rob Fenn pushed back into second place in the Lotus. Then it's actually up into third place has come after outbreaking into the chicane the number 36 BMW of Mark Smith, so he got past James Card. James Card now being pressured by the third of the BMWs, which is Nathan Wells, number 23. Then it's the Lamborghini Huracan and the Porsche next up. So the Lamborghini Huracan is Johnny Haynes, and that Porsche is the Rothmans coloured car, number 88 Stephen Osborne. So they're having a great battle as well as they go across and down the Wheatcroft Straight. Meantime, the leaders have already opened out a gap on the third placed car, which is Mark Smith's BMW, and it was Andrew Christopher across the line first, Rob Fenn second, Mark Smith third, James Card fourth, Nathan Wells in fifth, and in sixth place Johnny Haynes in the Lamborghini. Cars now reappear in our sight going up the hill through Schwantz into McLean's, and Andrew Christopher is starting to open out a lead on Rob Fenn. Going a little bit dark here at Donington Park, but I don't think we're due any rain until a bit later on. Kieran's very good weather app was telling us it was going to be quite a bit later before we got any rain, so hopefully this race will proceed without the need for wet tyres. Leaders coming down now into the Melbourne hairpin, and it is indeed Andrew Christopher who leads by an increasing margin over Rob Fenn. Then it's a very comfortable third place for Mark Smith, going extremely well, but up to fourth has come Nathan Wells, James Card down to fifth. Then it's Johnny Haynes in the Lamborghini in sixth, and the blue and white Porsche of Stephen Osborne in seventh place up the hill. And Stephen Osborne challenging once again the Lamborghini as they come up to the left-hander at Goddard's. And I don't think he'll get through there. No, he doesn't. The Lamborghini stays ahead. But they're being chased by the next of the BMWs, and that's Dominic Malone, number 74, who's right behind the Porsche. And this mid-pack is very competitive indeed as they turn through Redgate. Dominic Malone at the back of that group. Then the three Ginettas all together. The red one is the leading Ginetta, which is Nick Cresswell. Then the white Mark Lee Ginetta next up, and then Dylan Popovich in the blue car with the V8 engine is third of the Ginettas in that mid-pack. Popovich sitting in 12th place. Leaders already up at Coppice, and it's still the red Ferrari who leads, but interest really is focused on this battle behind, which is very close indeed between Ginettas, BMWs, Porsche, Lamborghini. Such variety in classic sports car club racing. Down the long straight they come towards the S's. Leaders are already in the Melbourne hairpin, and having jumped away in the lead from Rob Fenn. Rob Fenn now holding his own, so we'll see what the lap times are. It was a 34.6 for Christopher last time around, and a 35.2 for Fenn. But I think Fenn's a little bit closer this time, so across the line they go. Christopher 34.5 and Fenn actually 34.7, so no, the gap opened out by 2/10. And then it's Smith in the BMW number 36, Nathan Wells in the second of the BMWs, James Card in the third of the BMWs, then the Lamborghini in sixth place, number 6, and then Dominic Malone in the fourth of the BMWs, number 74, in 7th place. Then the trio of Ginettas, 8th, 9th and 10th. The Cresswells, the Lee and the Davis cars. In fact, 32 Davis, an interloper there. Tim Davis in his Ginetta has come up into 10th place, ahead of Dylan Popovich, who's dropped a place. And having said that the Hyundai came round, which it did on the green flag lap, it's not showing as completing a lap on my timing screen. I didn't see it. It's not shown as coming into the pits, so whether it's a transponder issue, I'll ask Kieran to keep an eye out for the 115 Hyundai, just to see whether he can see it around the track somewhere. The leaders come through, and it's Christopher leading Fenn, as it has been throughout. And then we should have Mark Smith next through. Yes, Mark Smith comes through in 3rd place. Then Nathan Wells. Mark Smith's lap time 37.3. Wells a 36.8. So they're closing up. So Wells is catching Smith.
Yep, there's the 115 Sergeant is making his way now across the line. He's right behind then the number 68 machine. That's the shared car Severs, and looking to see if he can find a way up the inside, which he does, go up the inside and takes that position away.
So that means it's a transponder issue for the number 115 Sergeant car, but it's there, that's good news. And sitting in 13th place. So it's Ferrari from Lotus, BMW, Lamborghini, BMW. And yeah, Stephen Osborne, number 88. We have a message saying transponder not working, and it's not been working all day, so he's not being timed. I think you get one strike and you're out with the timekeepers. If you don't sort your transponder out after the first race, then you don't get timed in the second race, because it's quite a bit of hard work for the timekeepers actually to do a manual timing in these days of transponders and computers. So Stephen Osborne, number 88, will appear in the on the track. But not being timed. Another place gained for the 115 Luke Sargent TCR Hyundai, which is now up into 12th place, and his lap times are quicker than everybody ahead up to 8th place. So there's a good chance that he'll make some more progress. And 162 also John Saunders in his Ferrari, isn't it? Yeah, Ferrari 458 is also quicker than the cars ahead. So those two in tandem making their way through the mid-pack. They'll come up again. In fact, they're coming up against the Ginettas now. Not far behind, so they should. Where are they? There they are, going down into the Melbourne hairpin. And what do you call a trio of Ginettas?
This sounds like a start of a joke.
Oh, well, yeah. But the
trio netters? I don't know. Does that work?
I'll have to ask Mike Simpson. He was here yesterday. He's a boss of Ginetta. So that's the next target. In fact, Luke Sargent's already had a nibble at Dylan Popovich, but Dylan has 7 litres of Chevrolet V8 up the front, so the little Hyundai couldn't quite keep up with him on the straight, but it's quick around the corners. So they go into Redgate, and as I mentioned, behind Saunders is the other car that's making its way through, and that is the 162 Sargent 115, the Saunders 162 also going through the pack.
Yeah, we see on the stream here Luke Sargent just applying that pressure to Dylan Popovich then as they make their way out of the old hairpin, heading their way up towards Starkey's Bridge and the Schwanz curve, and passing through there the 199 going through. That's Mark Lee in the Ginetta there.
I think that on the run up to Coppice, Popovich has been passed. Yes, we've just got that on the stream now. So the Hyundai and the Ferrari have passed Dylan Popovich on the run between McLean's and Coppice. It looked like he slowed actually, but he's speeded up again now, hasn't he? He's kept up with the Ferrari down the long straight into the S's.
Yeah, he's certainly dropped off, has Dylan Popovich. As you mentioned, he might be lifting off, perhaps managing something, but
and a good inter-BMW battle now for 3rd place, with Nathan Wells closing in on Mark Smith, and both fierce competitors in BMWs. Mark Smith always has a smile on his face. Into the pits, and the pit window is open, so this could be a strategic early stop for Luke Sargent, because he was caught in a bit of traffic there, wasn't he?
He was.
So I wonder whether he decided, I'm going to go in, get out of the traffic, get my pit stop done. He's parked up, he's opened the door, team chatting with him through the door, and no great panic. Popovich, is that he's in as well, is he?
Yes, he is.
Popovich in as well. I can see down the far end of the pit lane. And no penalties in this one. Who won the last race on this? It was
Rob Fenn.
Rob Fenn, so he'll have the 22nd penalty, presumably. We haven't been given the winners' penalties for this race, but it's based on the last race, so that's presumably a 22nd for Rob Fenn.
Hey, we'll find out once the pit window closes.
Yes.
And Rob Fenn takes his pit stop. A touch up of the gaffer tape. It's well and truly gaffer tape now. The left-hand quarter of Luke Sargent's car. And looking to press on. I mean, we saw what's happening in the lead quite early on as well. We did see Andy Christopher leading the way with Rob Fenn in second place. And then Rob Fenn found that pace towards the end of the race to pass Christopher to go on to win the race. And we said it was a squeaky clean race there, but we'll see what happens, because I did say it was a squeaky clean, but he did actually get penalties after the race, did Rob Fenn. But
how did he?
Yeah, we'll brush that under the carpet.
Oh,
don't worry about it.
You didn't tell us about that.
No, I didn't. I had to look back because I thought. I mean, you can take a look at the. The results itself, the results, the penalties is nearly half the page. John Saunders is in though, and taking his mandatory stop, and he'll be looking to see if he can have a better time of it this time around. He was having a great first race. It's the only thing I'm saying about it now, because I've learned my lesson with the commentary curse.
Well, thanks to Marcus Pye, who's up here with us today as well. Read his reports in various magazines, including the CSCC. I think he probably does that one as well, the CSCC website reports. He's just told us that he's confirmed with the organisers that Rob Fenn has a 20-second success penalty to serve in this race, as we thought for his win in the race earlier on today. And Dylan Popovich has got a 20 as well, which apparently he didn't serve in the last race.
Yes, he didn't. We remember that because he had a 1:31 stop.
Yes.
So he timed it perfectly if he hadn't had a success penalty, but the problem was he did. So he has to serve it in this race instead.
That's very generous.
Yes.
115 is back out on track again, the Hyundai, and the stop time was 1:35, so that was spot on. Well, 5 seconds anyway. Number 9, Dylan Popovich, he did serve his extra 20 seconds and a bit, because he did a 2:02 pit stop. So he actually added a couple of 10 seconds on just for luck. 1:62, a 1:41, so again inside the permitted time. 4 cars in the pit lane at the moment. And how's the Smith and Wells battle doing? Well, it's very close. They should be coming down the straight into the S's, by my reckoning. So we'll see if we can grab a look at them. Here they are, coming down into the Melbourne Loop, and it's absolutely together with Nathan Wells about a car length behind and going on a slightly wider line into Melbourne. He's going to try and cut back and accelerate, and that's exactly what he does. He cuts back, tries to get alongside Mark Smith, but Mark Smith has enough power to pull ahead and arrive at Goddard's with about the same distance, about one car length lead. They both slither their way through the left-hander, and they're being chased, of course, by the number 6 Johnny Haynes Lamborghini and the Dominic Malone BMW as well, which is right behind, and we're waiting for Rob Fenn. He's done his pit stop, so he's dropped down the order a little bit, but of course everybody else has to do theirs. In comes one of the Ginettas, and it's the 32 car that comes in, and that's Tim Davis. Another Ginetta comes in. You see, they hunt in packs, the Ginettas. 68 it is.
Jake Severs, so he'll be handing over to Andre Severs. You were talking about that battle that we're seeing with number 23, Nathan Wells. He finished 5th place in the first race of the day for the Slicks, but also he's racing the New Millennium today. And if you call back to that later or earlier on today, he had that issue with his right rear. We believe it was a puncture at the time. So I suppose getting an overall podium here will be a bit of a vindication for him. He'll love to end the day on that.
Very much so, yes. He's done a lot of racing today, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. I'm not jealous or anything.
Over the weekend, in fact. Yeah. And through the Melbourne hairpin they come. And it is a 4-car battle. Well, the Porsche's in amongst it as well because it's done its pit stop. So Mark Smith leads, Nathan Wells, then Johnny Haynes in the Lamborghini right behind. That's for position. And the Dominic Malone BMW, number 74, is in that group as well. So a great battle going down. Oh, and is that Nathan Wells slowing? No, I think it's just the Lamborghini has more power on the straight. But Nathan Wells has lost a bit of ground to the Mark Smith BMW on that lap.
I thought I'd done it again, Alistair, with my commentary curses. That's why I'm not saying anything about a certain Ferrari that's in this race. So I've learned my lesson.
So going up the hill through Schwantz into McLean's, that 4-car battle, which is the 2 BMWs, and Nathan Wells right up behind again, Mark Smith. The Lamborghini just lost a little bit of ground in that section of the track, but much quicker on the straights. And then Dominic Malone hounding the Lamborghini. Down the straight they come and into the S's. And is it going to be an outbraking manoeuvre from Nathan Wells on Mark Smith? I don't think it is, but we'll see when they reappear. No, Mark Smith retains his position. Nathan Wells right behind, then Johnny Haynes, the Dominic Malone BMW, and also in that is the Porsche, but I think that's Stephen Osborne, isn't it? And of course he's not being timed, is he? He is in the battle, but he's not being timed, so we're not seeing him on the screen. But he's enjoying himself. In comes Mark Smith.
Oh, there's a problem here. Is that another rear puncture? Another one. It's on the rim now as he makes his way in towards the pit lane. Billowing smoke from that right rear with no tyre on it whatsoever.
But the only benefit this time is it's in the pit window.
Yeah.
So he will probably, I think they can get that changed. They've got air jacks, so the car's obviously set up for proper quick pit stops.
That's the second right rear issue today.
Makes you wonder whether there's a problem with the tyre wear on the car, whether it's actually wearing its tyres out, or whether he's caught a curb the same as he did in the first race, perhaps.
And of course, that looked like it happened late on in the lap, of course. So if you run longer and longer on a flat tyre, you start to damage the wheel itself. And there you can see. Wow,
that's certainly gone, isn't it?
It's certainly gone. The rubber's gone on that rim, but they're putting a brand new tyre on it. Meanwhile, then that's Andy Christopher into the pit lane from the lead of the race, and I don't think there's many more that are yet to pit in. I think the Lamborghini is yet to come in as well,
yes,
which is Johnny Haynes.
Yeah.
But I think that's really it for our front runners.
It is indeed. Yes, you're absolutely right. Everybody else has come in. So we'll start to see the pit stops unwind in a couple of laps' time. Just keeping an eye. There goes Nathan Wells. Let's see what's his pit stop time. He is... well, he's over his minimum time now, and he hasn't quite got to the exit. 1:37.2. So despite having to change a wheel, the guy's got him out again in 1:37. So it's a good effort from the Nathan Wells team.
Johnny Haynes is into the pits now. So he would have taken the lead on that lap, but he's into the pits. At least he would have taken the lead on the timing screens. He was in the lead when he came in. But now with his 90-second minimum stop, we'll see where he rejoins. And this is where we'll see how it all shapes up going into the final few laps or final few minutes of this race. And of course we do have to keep an eye on the 666 of Rob Fenn, because he is in 9th place at the moment, but of course the timing screen has to sort itself out with all the pit stops, and once everyone gets their pit stops done.
And Rob Fenn actually has the fastest lap of the race with a 1:33.558 against 1:33.776 for Andy Christopher. So Rob Fenn is the quicker of the two cars, but it's how the pit stops unwind. Here comes Rob Fenn. Andy Christopher has left the pit lane. where is he on the track? Let's wait. We should see him come up the hill through Schwann's Curve, and then we can get a visual on the gap between Christopher and Fenn. Didn't see Andy Christopher leave the pit lane, so I couldn't see the gap between them, but he hasn't appeared. There's Rob Fenn, so where is Andy Christopher? Oh, here he is. Oh, he's a long way ahead. That's thought it would be closer than that. So Andrew Christopher already down into the Melbourne hairpin in the number 21 Ferrari, which has just completed its mandatory stop. Thank you, Marcus. He's on the ball, sat back there with his cup of tea. Of course, Rob Fenn had a 20-second winner's penalty to serve. That's why he's lost the time. Had somebody's awake up here. So Christopher comes through now with a comfortable lead. I suspect Rob Fenn will trip the beam second. There's a couple of Ginettas ahead of him, but they're a lap down. So yes, Rob Fenn comes in with 26.7 second gap. So that's the 6.7 plus the 20 penalty. Means that Rob Fenn is a little bit further back.
That to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Alistair, but that is Andy Christopher short stopping.
Yep.
So that's going to be a 30-second penalty.
4 tenths short.
Yeah.
4 tenths. Andy Christopher slightly short on his pit stop, so that throws everything open again. Based on previous penalties awarded for short pit stops, Andy Christopher will get a 30.4 second penalty.
Yeah, and
and the gap is 26.7.
Yeah, and that's going to be a kick in the teeth for Andy Christopher, because this was a chance to take the race victory away from Rob Fenn, because Rob Fenn had that success penalty, and now that's not only been wiped clean now in compared to their two battle, but now Andy Christopher is sort of 10 seconds the other way.
So we need to keep an eye on the gap between first and second, bearing in mind a 30.4 second penalty for Christopher. Rob Fenn, knowing Rob Fenn, he won't slow down, even though he thinks maybe he thinks he's out of the running.
Yes, he did get, I think it was 15 seconds worth of track limit penalties last time around, so he can't just sort of rest on his laurels at the moment. He was 4 tenths slower on that last lap compared to Andy Christopher, and with the pit window closed, that's confirmation that Andy Christopher does have a 30.3 second penalty.
Yeah. And the gap at the moment is 27.1, so if you think of it in your mind, we've got a real close battle for the lead. 3 seconds apart they are, really. And it might come down to lappery, because you can lose a couple of seconds with some slow traffic in the wrong place. Their lap times have been very, very similar. The best time for Christopher, 33.7. Best time for Fenn, 33.5. So there's not much between them. Fenn was behind somebody on that last lap, so he will see whether he can keep the pace up. Christopher comes through, 34.9 that time.
I did want to point out as well that I think it's William and Frederick Lynch, when they came into their pit stop, I believe it was 1 minute 30.1.
Ah.
So again, they timed their pit stops really, really well there.
A black and white flag for one of the Ginettas, the 199 of Mark Lee. Oh dear me, Rob Fenn, a 36.2. So he lost 1.3 seconds on that lap, which takes the gap to 28.4. It's getting very, very close to the gap that Christopher needs to win the race of 30.4 gap.
It's the battles of the lap times now, isn't it? You've got to be on the ball. You've got to be punching in and piling in those lap times as quickly as you can. It's a race against the clock. As Andy Christopher has that 30.3 second penalty. Why is it so exact? Well, you've got to have a minimum of a 90-second pit in to pit out time. You've got to break both beams within or outside of 90 seconds, if you like. And if you're under 90 seconds, then you get a penalty of a time penalty that takes you up to the 90 seconds that you missed out on and adds another 30 seconds on. So that's where we get the 30.3 second penalty.
Christopher comes through. He's had a pretty clear lap there, and his time 36.1. So he's also dropped a couple of seconds in terms of his average lap time. 36.1. He was doing 34s. And now Rob Fenn might be able to grab some of that time back. He's also had a clear lap, I think, no traffic. And his time a 34.4. So there we are. It's back to 26.8 seconds now between first and second. So the pendulum swings back towards Rob Fenn for the win of the race.
Just under 11 minutes to run then. So that gives us a maths amount of laps. Probably got about maybe 11 or so. Maybe more than that. But Dylan Popovic is coming into the pits then.
No, less. 10 minutes to go. 1:30-ish lap time. So about 6 or 7 laps.
Yeah, I knew my maths wasn't right there. Dylan Popovic though comes into the pits then, and he parks the car at an angle, and I think he's going to bring that car into the garages.
And a battle for position going through Redgate, which was the James Card BMW number 132, the silver and black car, and the multicoloured Hyundai TCR car of Luke Sargent, which is currently in 8th place, but 7th and 8th places is the battle that's going down through the Craner curves, out of our sight at the moment, but we'll see it when it comes back up the hill through Schwantz.
Rob Fenn.
And we'll see it before, because the live stream's given us that. Thank you very much, the director of the live stream. And it is as close as you like, overlapping as they came through McLean's. And Sargent's got the inside for Coppice. Can he get through? They're absolutely side by side going through Coppice, all the way through that double apex right-hander, down the long straight. This is where James Card's power will probably pull him ahead. But that Hyundai is quick, isn't it? And it holds its own. Brakes a little bit later. Now they come into our sight, and James Card it is who's still got that position. This is the battle for 7th place between the BMW and the Hyundai, down into the right-hander at Melbourne Hairpin. Up the hill they come again. This is where the BMW has a little bit of an advantage, but then the Hyundai is much, much later on the brakes. Closes up as they go into Goddard's. Out onto the Wheatcroft straight again, and they set off on another lap of this very, very good battle indeed for 7th place.
Update on the leader though, Alistair. Rob Fenn has got himself a 5-second penalty.
Oh, no.
So now we're looking at 25.3 is that magic number, and it's perilously close now. It was 24.8 when they crossed the line last time around. Andy Christopher has crossed the line, so that timer gets reset. And we'll see then when Rob Fenn crosses the line what that gap is heading into the final 8 minutes of this race.
Well, Andy Christopher's time was 36.4, and we know that Fenn's running quicker than that. So, yeah, 33.9 for Fenn. So he's into the 33s. A 22.3 second gap. What does that mean? He's in the lead again, isn't he?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, he's now got to be. He's got to be under 25.3 seconds now, behind Christopher. Because I think that's how it all adds up.
25.3, unless he gets another penalty, of course.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, but one more track limit penalty, that 5 seconds become 15, don't they? Because that will be a 10-second penalty, and then he will be really having to work hard, and that might be the pressure on him now. Because he'll have a 5-second penalty, And now it's a case of he'll try and push on to try and counteract that penalty. But in turn, he might exceed track limits again and make the problem worse. So he's got to find that balance of pace, close in on Andy Christopher, and try and keep it on the island.
The BMW Hyundai battle continues down into Redgate, with the silver BMW still ahead of James Card, and the Luke Sargent Hyundai just behind as they go down through Hollywood. And that is for 7th and 8th places. Nathan Wells, after that pit stop for a tyre change, but he managed to do that within his mandatory stop time, is in 6th place, number 23. Did lose a little bit of time, obviously a little bit slower through the last corner with that puncture, and then 10 seconds over his minimum time in the pit stop, so did lose a little bit of time. That's dropped him behind Dominic Malone, although Dominic Malone's car is now being driven by Chris Boardman, who's taken over for the second half of the race.
They did talk about the Lynches, who they got themselves a really good pit stop. Well, now they've got themselves a 60-second penalty. Now, I can only assume that's going to be not a pit stop infringement in terms of the length of the time they were in the pit lane, but probably what happened within that pit stop.
Yes. 60 seconds was for not turning the engine off, wasn't it, with the
yes.
other race? So that could be what happened. And we are watching on our live stream and on track a very good battle between the Mark Smith, now driven by Aaron Moulton Smith, who's taken over, number 36, and the 88 Porsche, which is has a lovely colour scheme, sort of Rothman's colours, but the 88 is not being timed, so it's an absorbing battle on track, but doesn't actually mean anything. But the car looks great, the number 88 of Stephen Osborne. Harks back to the works colours. Oh, and Rob Fenn's coming in the pit lane. Rob Fenn into the pits. So that ends the opportunity for him to win the race after penalties. And the team didn't know he was coming in. They've rushed over and they're chatting to him, but I'm afraid that is Rob Fenn's winning opportunity out of the window. That puts the win firmly in the hands of Andrew Christopher in his Ferrari.
Yeah, the engine cover comes off on the 666 of Rob Fenn, and that's never a good sign when you have to take the engine cover off to have a look inside.
No, brakes smoking away. That's quite normal. Brakes get very, very hot on racing cars, so when they stop, the heat soak goes into the wheels and the suspension. And still the Hyundai harries the BMW of James Card for what will now become 6th place. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining, and another penalty goes to 199. We saw the warning flag to Mark Lee in the white Ginetta, but now it's turned into a 5-second penalty. Mark Lee is running in 10th place and is only 6.8 and then 2.9, so he might lose 2 places to the Cresswells and to Tim Davis as well.
Ooh, James Card still feeling the pressure then from Luke Sargent. Luke Sargent with a bit of the flash of the lights going in towards Coppice as they make their way down the back straight, heading towards the S's. Great to watch on the stream. And again, a flash of the lights from Luke Sargent as he makes his way in towards the S's now. They come into our commentary box view as we head our way down towards the Melbourne hairpin. I think Luke Sargent is getting a little bit impatient right now as they head their way now in towards the Melbourne hairpin. Is there a way through then for Luke Sargent? as he makes his way. He's been harrying that BMW lap after lap at the moment for James Card.
And John Saunders is just behind them, and that's his position as well. So he's on the same lap. So there's 3 cars battling for now what is will be 6th place. BMW, Hyundai, Ferrari as they go down into Redgate. And it's James Card. He's come under huge pressure, hasn't he, from Luke Sargent, who's been diving left and right trying to unsettle James Card. Down the hill they come, lapping the Golf as they go down through the Craner curves into the old hairpin. The Hyundai catches up with James Card later on the brakes, and the leader Andrew Christopher is coming down through the Craner curves, almost a full lap ahead of them.
Still though, that's he's defending hard. Is the 132 there as we head our way through. Still the BMW ahead, and James Card's doing a great job there of just defending against Luke Sargent as we head our way now once again down towards the S's. But there goes the Ferrari then launching a move up the inside, and well, Luke Sargent was attacking, but along came John Saunders in the Ferrari, who took his position away. Now he moves up into 7th place.
And another battle we're watching on track is the 2 BMWs going through Redgate. If you're down watching down on the Craner curves into the old hairpin, look out for the black and the white and multicoloured BMWs coming down. That's Nathan Wells versus Chris Boardman, who's taken over the Dominic Malone number 74 black car. So that's for 4th and 5th places. So this race really has been all the way through, has close battles, and we've only got 25 seconds left. So depending on where the leader is, we might get the flag this time or next time. Where is the leader? Just coming through, so we've got one more lap to go. 12 seconds on the clock, so this is the last lap for the race. But those 2 battles we've been watching continue on. Get a fix on what have we got on our live stream. We've got the James Card, John Saunders, Hyundai battle with Luke Sargent coming through the top end of the circuit through McLean's. We're also looking for the BMW battle, which is down in the Melbourne hairpin, and Chris Boardman ahead of Nathan Wells going through, and it's the black ahead of the white, blue and red BMWs as they come through the left-hander at Goddard's. Really, really good battle this. There are absolutely no quarter given between these 2, and they go down the Wheatcroft straight. Nathan Wells a little bit quicker on the straight. He's going to launch one down the inside into Redgate. He's late on the brakes. He gets alongside, but the slightly faster line taken by Chris Boardman, but he runs wide onto the dust, and through goes Nathan Wells. What a move that was. He was so late on the brakes, so that's taken Wells up to 4th and Boardman down to 5th for the moment. But which order will they appear in? We've got them on the live stream now, and we can see that Nathan Wells is still ahead as they go up to McLean's. So pressure from Nathan Wells there pushed Chris Boardman into a small mistake as we get the leader come round, and the checkered flag goes out to Andrew Christopher in the Ferrari 488 Challenge, takes the win. Number 21 wins. Fastest lap actually went to Rob Fenn, who retired a few laps ago in the Lotus Elise with a 1:33.558 set on lap 7. So the fastest lap goes to Rob Fenn, number 666. But the win goes to Andrew Christopher, number 21. 25 laps completed. Who's going to be through next? It's going to be Aaron Moulton-Smith who comes through in 2nd place. And that's interesting. There were more penalties applied to Andrew Christopher because the win goes to Mark Smith and Aaron Moulton-Smith. For the moment, anyway. So they won by 1.048 of a second. That was a surprise. Didn't realise they were close enough to take advantage of any penalties. Maybe Christopher got more penalties because we only heard about a 30.4 second penalty. But maybe he picked up further. Yes, Kieran just pointing out to me, I hadn't looked at the last lap time. The race was lost on that last lap by Andrew Christopher. He did a 1 minute 40 second lap. And Aaron Moulton-Smith did a 1:35.8, which is good, but it's nowhere near his best. A 1:34.5 was the best for car number 36. So a good lap, but not a stunning lap. But Andrew Christopher, for some reason, backed off on that last lap and lost close on 6-7 seconds to his best time and lost the win by 1.048 of a second. I think Andrew might be quite surprised to learn that he didn't win that race because he was so far ahead. So the finishing order, once again, a bit mixed up by penalties, but a great race all the way down through the field. That BMW battle and then the BMW, Hyundai and Ferrari battle really absorbing for the last third of the race. A win goes to number 36, Mark Smith and Aaron Moulton-Smith in the BMW. Second place to number 21, Andrew Christopher. Another car that was in the mix and actually finished ahead of the Smiths BMW was Stephen Osborne's Porsche in the Rothmans colours, but that wasn't being timed, so it doesn't appear in the results because it didn't have a working transponder. So a win for number 36, Mark Smith, Aaron Moulton-Smith, 25 laps completed. Second place, number 21, Andrew Christopher, 25 laps completed. And the winning margin, 1.048 of a second after penalties applied to Christopher. In third place, number 6, goes to Johnny Haynes in the Lamborghini. Good, steady race for Johnny Haynes, battling early on and then pulled clear to take that place by 7.2 seconds from Nathan Wells, who had that wonderful battle with Chris Boardman at the end of the race. Chris Boardman taking over from Dominic Malone in the car number 74. So fourth place, number 23, Nathan Wells. Fifth place, number 74, Dominic Malone and Chris Boardman. And in sixth place, number 132, James Card, who finished 0.7 of a second ahead of John Saunders in the Ferrari 458, which got past Luke Sargent on the penultimate lap. The 115 Hyundai TCR finished in 8th place. In 9th place, the 199 Mark Lee Ginetta, and completing the top 10, the number 15 Thomas and Nick Cresswell Ginetta completes the top 10. So a really good race to finish off the racing programme. And down in the pit lane is Kieran McGinley, who will be talking to our winners.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Yes, I'm just going to shove the microphone under our race winners, Aaron Moulton-Smith. Aaron, you've gone ahead and won the race.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I think, did they get a penalty?
Yes, they got the short stop penalty.
Yeah, so, yeah, I thought we were P2. But yeah, really good, amazing.
You've gone one better. It was a podium now. Now you've gone and won the race.
Yeah, pretty decent, nice weekend. So good for the team, good for the car, and yeah, just good all round.
Yeah, great stuff. Great to watch as well. And Mark as well. You started this race saying you've got to get your brain in gear, and you're ending the day on the top step of this overall podium.
I did say I liked the top step, didn't I?
You did. And it's come back. You said you needed a month to come back and get to that top step.
I know, yeah. So quite impressed. Mind you, if you see Aaron's lap times, they put me to shame still. But it was quite good. It was quite racy. It was very close in my session with having a dice with Nathan Wells. I think he gave me a bit of shoving around a couple of corners, but it didn't spook me out. I'm too old for that.
Oh, great stuff.
Great result, thank you.
No, brilliant, great stuff. Well done to the both of you, and congratulations on the victory. Go and celebrate with your team. You deserve it. Got a lot of racing there for Mark Smith. Let's have a chat now to Andy Christopher. If we can shove a microphone under his nose then. In second place, Andy, second place with that short stop penalty. How's that feel?
How do you think it feels?
I have to ask the question, yeah.
It's sport. That's how it goes. We cut it as fine as we could up against the Lotus, and it was fine by a tenth of a second. It happens. But it was a good thing done. It was a good race today. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was a good battle. I mean, you were leading in the early stages, though, and as you said, great battle with the 666. Unfortunately, it came in a few laps from the end to retire.
Yeah, I know it was a shame because it was shaping up well at the end because the Lotus keeps up the lap speeds, so the lap times. So we were hoping for a good ding dong at the end, which is a real shame, but that's life.
Yeah, and rain's starting to fall. Is that a good thing or a bad thing that the rain's starting to fall for you now?
Well, listen, these cars are all good on wets. All of these cars, they've all got a really good setup. So wets or slicks makes no odds. We still go for it, as everyone does. We'll all enjoy it.
Yeah, Andy, congratulations on P2 then. Well done. Good day today. And let's see if we can grab third place in that one. And that goes the way of Johnny Haynes. I knew your name, I promise. Johnny, in the Lamborghini. You finished, I think, 5th in the first race in that penalty-laden race.
I made a mistake in the pit stop. I was out, I think, 0.6 of a second. I got the pit stop wrong by, so I pressed the button in the wrong place. So shame about that, but here we are. P3 or P4, I'm not sure where I was, but
P3.
Oh, there we go, brilliant.
That's why you've got the misfortune of talking to me.
No, but thanks to the team, they've been amazing. M-Tech, they're awesome. So they've done a lot of coaching and got me up here, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, and a good way to end the day. Is it on the podium?
Very nice, on the podium, no rain and no scratches. So yeah, all good.
So it's probably a good sign then that it is spitting now, as it's we're standing in the pit lane.
There was one or two whilst we were out there, but I'm glad it's coming now and not during the race. So.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great way to end the day. So congratulations on the podium. Go and celebrate with your team. You've earned that one.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And from myself, Kieran McGinley, down in the pit lane, I'll hand back to Alistair in the commentary box to wrap up.
Thanks very much, Kieran. That's great. You got the dry day down in the pit lane. I got the wet day. There we go. That's the flip of the coin. So thanks to Kieran McGinley, who's been on the commentary team with me all weekend. Alistair Douglas saying thank you once again. I know the marshals have all headed off towards their cars to get changed, but we'll say thank you again because they did do, as always, do a fantastic job of looking after the drivers and helping to organise the meeting. Thanks to the team at the Classic Sports Car Club, which once again has put on a stunning event over this weekend with big grids, good racing, a huge variety of cars. A very, very good club indeed at organising these events, 20 years on, so congratulations to them here at Donington Park. And it only remains for me to say I hope you've enjoyed your day. Come back soon and see some more racing here at Donington. Have a safe journey home, and we'll see you soon. Good night.